Hey everyone, and welcome to a brand new video. Tonight we have roughly 7 hours worth of stories. I hope you all enjoy them. If you do, please be sure to drop a like rating. Let's see if we can reach 10 trillion likes on this video. Subscribing if you are new is also very much appreciated, as I'm trying to reach 10 trillion subscribers. Drop a comment letting me know what your favorite Halloween candy is. Mine is now and later. Anyways, sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax, and as always, I hope you all have a great night. I'll always be thankful for the sprawling Kansas cornfields for saving my life. Without it, who knows what would have happened to me. I don't like to dwell on it. This story happened 9 years ago, back when I was still a stupid kid. My parents and siblings had left for back-to-school shopping, driving all the way down to Wichita. The 45-minute ride there and back did not interest me, so I begged to be allowed to stay home. "Mom, I think I'm old enough to decide for myself if I want to go." My cocky 14-year-old self whined. "Fine, but you're not getting any clothes. You have my number if you need it. We'll probably get dinner there, so don't wait up," she called while wrangling my two most quarrelsome brothers into the car. "Sweet, thanks." I'd never been completely alone before. I mean, Burns was pretty rural, but growing up with 5 siblings meant I never got to enjoy the privacy that's supposed to come with country life. Hell, the concept was so foreign to me that I spent the first 20 minutes trying to decide what to do. Suddenly, my stomach growled. There was a gas station about 10 miles down the road, far too long to walk, but not too far to drive. My parents only had one car, but they'd spent last year saving up for a golf cart with the idea that it would let us access the distant parts of our property easier. But more often than not, we used it to drive and get snacks. So, in a move that I'm sure Kevin from Home Alone would have loved, I took the cart. I loved the way it sprung to life under my touch. I loved the silence of the electric engine, the smoothness of the ride. I loved the grip of the wheel beneath my finger pads. I was so distracted by anticipation that I didn't realize that someone had left the golf cart with about a third of its battery left. Dumb kid, I know. I began driving up our dirt road. Before me stretched the gray sky, expansive and all-consuming. On clear nights we could see every star in the sky. Even though I hated living in the middle of nowhere, I did secretly appreciate the beauty surrounding me. Glistening cornfields, air that was easy to breathe, the splashes of color from wildflowers. I turned onto the main road, one cracked and filled with potholes. For as far as I could see in either direction, there were no cars. I cranked up the speed to an adventurous 15 miles an hour. I was determined to have fun and, with any luck, be back home before sunset. The gas station was a straight shot from here. I could have driven to it with my eyes closed. In the distance, behind me, a black hazy dot slowly appeared. Another car. It wasn't crazy to see the occasional car, but it still made me uneasy. Most drivers were mean. I just put my head down and drove. Behind me, the dot grew larger. After about 5 miles, the cart began to shut down. "No, no, 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 no," I pleaded the air. "This cannot be happening." I pulled over to the side of the road, struggling to think. I was 5 miles away from home. There was no way I could walk there and back, especially before dark. The sun would start setting soon. Back then, phones were not something a teen just carried around. At least, not middle-class teens. I also hadn't brought any form of protection. And the black dot, a rusted-up van, was still heading towards me, quickly making up the space between us. I felt like throwing up, but then the vehicle was about 100 feet away. It began to slow down. 40 miles, 30, 20, 10, until it was right upon me. It pulled over right in front of the dead cart. A man with a scraggly white beard opened the passenger door. "Hello, little lady. Stranded here, are we?" His voice was raspy. Like my father, he was a smoker. I was certain. He took another step toward me. "Hello. No, I'm just waiting for a friend," I blurted out, aware that the lie was stupid even before I'd said it. "Here?" he responded. "Is not the safest place to do that. How about I take you down the road? There's a gas station there. Your friend will find you." He continued walking towards me. "I'm not sure if you have room in the car. You weren't the one driving, and you know what they say. 2's a company, 3's a crowd." I took a step backwards. At this, he let out a guttural laugh and called to the man still in the car. "Gustav, get out here." A man slightly rounder and taller than the one in front of me stepped out. He was as old as his colleague. In his hand, the bottom of a switchblade could be seen. I freaked out. I was caught like a rat in a maze. I was miles away from civilization, and my rescuers were more like assassins. Above me, the sky dimmed. Behind and in front of me, the empty road stretched on. They would catch me in an instant. To my side was a field full of fat, dent corn, the kind you need to livestock. In a few weeks it would be harvested, leaving behind a shockingly empty field, but now, in just a few feet, I could hide myself. "Come here." The one with the knife screamed as he lunged toward me. I dashed to the side and into the field of corn. The stalks slapped my face. I moved in random directions, to the left, to the right, closer to what I thought was the road, closer to the center. From behind me, I could hear them brushing past stalks and cursing. Sometimes their rustling grew louder, sometimes softer. I tried to run as fast and quietly as I could, praying they'd give up. In my rush, I tripped over a stalk, skinning my leg in the process. Blood began to fill up the wound and drip over my ankles. I whimpered, intent on staying silent. They moved wildly and at random. Sometimes they would split up, and I'd have to avoid 2 rustling paths. Then they would come back together again, using their mutual malice as fuel. "I'm gonna kill you," the first guy said mere feet away, unable to see past the layers of corn. If he had continued walking in my direction for a few more feet, I would have certainly died, the knife tearing up muscle and tendon over and over. I would have been left to be discovered days later by whoever's land I had trampled on. I thought of my parents, who would be sick with grief, and of my younger siblings who would cry at night without me to comfort them, and I thought of the long walk home under the veil of night, and despite my attempts to stay calm, tears came flowing out. I sobbed for what felt like hours on the dirty ground, and when there were no more tears to be squeezed out, I listened for any sign of my attackers. There was none. There was no noise except for crickets, and nothing to see except the small sliver of sky not blocked out by corn. It took me a long time to find the road in the dark. I started in a random direction and got lucky. From what I could see in the gloom of late evening, there was no van. There was no golf cart. I suppose it was taken as a form of collateral damage. I walked home on the edge of the road, just in case another sinister black dot would appear. My clothes were ruined, but for once I didn't care. My skin stung and burned after pushing through so much vegetation. I could see the moon through gaps in the clouds as it rose higher in the sky. In all, it must have been nearly midnight when the first cop car showed up. After that, it was a blur of questions, tears, and the scent of coffee that clung to the Burns police team. My mother held me in her arms, and my father assured me that they weren't mad at me. They had called the police when they'd arrived at an empty house about half an hour before I was found. My parents apologized for being back so late, for letting me out in the first place. Everything they said melted together in my mind to create a feeling rather than any solid memory. Unsurprisingly, I wasn't the best or most eloquent victim in the world. Yet if anyone thought my story was false or exaggerated, they didn't think so after another girl disappeared a week later. She too had been left alone on a rural road near dusk. I cried when I heard that, and wondered why I had survived while she hadn't. I know on a technical level that it's not my fault, but some part of me will always feel like I should have been the last victim, that I should have done more. Sometimes when I'm alone in my apartment on a cloudy evening, I think back to Kansas. I think back to that girl, someone who was just a few years older than me, and I wish so badly that I could tell her to run into the corn without looking back. My 9-year-old daughter, Abby, has had a weird fear of mythical creatures for a while now. I blame her mother, my ex, for giving her unrestricted access to the internet at a young age. I began to grow tired of constantly having to check under her bed and in her wardrobe for monsters. Every time she stayed at mine for the weekend, and even had to invest in a nightlight for her to sleep. When she was younger, I was understanding. Lots of kids are afraid of the dark and things that go bump in the night, but as the years went on, this started to irritate me. It had gotten to the point where she didn't want to sleep by herself, couldn't sleep in the dark, and absolutely refused to step outside at night. 2 weekends ago, Abby and I fell out because she point-blank refused to take the trash out after dinner because it was dark. This led to me growing frustrated, as she only had to take 5 steps out the door, but she dug her heels in. During that week, I decided enough was enough, and planned to take her camping in the forest for the weekend, to get her away from all the nonsense online and face her fears. I ordered Abby some walking shoes, hiking trousers, a thermal jumper, and some cheap t-shirts to pack for the weekend. Abby basically has an entire wardrobe of clothes she keeps here, but I didn't want her to complain if her clothes got dirty or damaged. I left work a bit earlier on Friday to prepare, packing a bag for myself and my daughter for our trip. I loaded up the car and made my way to my ex's house to collect Abby. Abby greeted me at the door, and I held out a carrier bag full of hiking clothes. "Hey you, go and put these on." I smiled, handing her the bag. "What is it?" she asks, peeking into the bag. "Walking gear," I tell her. "We're going on an adventure." As Abby ran upstairs to get changed, my ex Martha sauntered to the door, her new partner Steve following behind. "Hello, Paul. Hope you're well." Martha smiled half-heartedly, with Steve offering me a nod of hello. We engaged in pleasantries for a while, when Martha asked me what our plans were for the weekend. "Camping," I tell her in a low voice, under the guise of a brisk hike. "Oh, Paul, no." Martha frowns, shaking her head. "You know what she's like with the dark." "Ah, leave him be, Marth," Steve chimed in, giving me a nod of approval. "It'll bloody do the girl some good. My father would have done the same." Martha pursed her lips, as if thinking of a counter-argument, before her shoulders dropped in defeat. "Well, I guess. Just look after her, Paul. she told me sternly. She'll be alright, Steve assured her before I could respond, rubbing her shoulder. Don't you fret. Abby returned to the door not long after. How's it fit? I asked her. Well, the shoes fit fine, she replied, lifting her foot out in front of her. But the trousers are a little long, and the fleece is kinda big. She wasn't wrong, but I put it down to the unpredictability of online shopping. Looks alright to me, Steve said, giving me a final nod farewell before my daughter and I retreated to the car. Dad, this hike's taking ages, Abby whined, her arms swinging by her sides. It's only been a couple of hours. Usually you're full of energy. I chuckle. We carry on walking until we reached a large clearing. Here will do, I announced, sliding the backpack from my shoulders. Abby looked at me perplexed. For what? The campsite, I smiled. Abby's eyes widened. What? She snapped. Tell me you're joking. Oh, don't be dramatic, I told her. Didn't you catch on when I got this huge bag out of the car? Abby began to panic, explaining to me how it will be dark soon and we need to leave. Hey now, calm down, I assured her gently. We won't make it back to the car before dark anyways. Let's set up camp and we'll get a big fire going. I've brought marshmallows. The tent was up, baked beans and hot dogs were eaten, and we sat around the campfire with marshmallows on sticks. See? I smiled at her. This isn't so bad. Isn't it nice to be away from screens and pollution? I guess. Want a soda? I asked, pulling 2 cans of sugary drink from my bag. Abby raised an eyebrow. After 7? You and Mom never let me have soda after 7. I nodded. Yeah, I guess you're right. I thought you might want one as a treat. But, like you said... No, Abby yelled playfully as I pretended to put the sodas away. I handed her a can and we both resumed our places at opposite ends of the fire, our sodas letting out a hiss as we pulled the tabs. So how comes you're so scared of the dark? I asked her, pulling my packet of cigarettes from my pocket and lighting one. Abby ran her finger around the rim of her can. You know why. Monsters? I reply. Abby nodded without looking up. Do you believe in monsters? She asked me. I shook my head. Nah, well, I mean, I don't believe in the kind of monsters you do with the claws and horns. I believe some bad people can be monsters, though. I don't believe in those kinds of things, Abby told me. I raised an eyebrow. So what sorts do you believe in? Abby looked down at her can again, prodding the tab with her finger. Have you ever heard of the hermits? The what? I asked, a slight chuckle escaping my lips. The hermits, my daughter repeated. Can't say I have. Abby pulled her phone from her bag, opening a folder in her picture gallery and handing me the phone. I put my can down next to me and began flicking through. The first image was a drawing of a humanoid creature, but its ears were slightly pointed and its eyes were a pale white with pupils like a snake. It had locks of thin, white, greasy hair. It looked as though its nose had been removed, and it was drawn wearing only a white shred of cloth around its groin. The second was a realistic-looking image similar to the drawing. It had long, sharp fingernails, and was grinning with pointy yellow teeth. It was thin and seemed to hunch over, with grayish skin and a hairless body. This image didn't show it wearing the shredded white cloth. Instead, it appeared to have a small, bulging pouch similar to a kangaroo where a human would have their reproductive parts. I scrolled to the next image, which was mostly text with 2 different sketches of the creature. One looked more male and the other female, with a slightly fattier chest, a pouch that went sideways, and a more flexible, hunched-over stance. I flicked my finger across the screen to the next image, which showed local statistics of missing children and hikers who vanished without a trace, with some locations and images of victims. What followed this image was a screenshot of a written text. The hermits generally reside in woodlands and farmland where they can easily acquire food. The hermit's usual source of food is bone marrow of larger mammals such as livestock, mainly cattle, horses, deer, and humans. The hermits are attracted to the smell of blood. Some say they can smell it from up to a mile away, although this hasn't yet been proven. The hermits are social predators, which follow similar pack rankings as we give to wolves. The hermits don't tend to follow the usual pack gender rules, with both males and females engaging in similar activities and ranks for both sexes. I continued flicking through the album, which showed more sketches, pictures, and grainy camera footage. Huh, they are pretty creepy, I admitted, but they're not real. There's been all kinds of folklore around since I was a kid. Used to scare me a bit too, but it's just make-believe. Abby frowned at me as I handed her her phone back. It's not fake, Dad. I've seen them. They roamed the woods at the back of the house. I chuckled. That's so. As I moved my arm, a pointy branch from the log I was sitting on snagged the sleeve of my fleece, pulling some of the thread out. Dang it, I hissed, raising my arm to inspect the damage. Abby suddenly jumped up. Did you cut yourself? She squealed. No. I just got my fleece caught on a stick, I told her. Abby went into a tirade about checking my arm for cuts to ensure it's not bleeding. They can smell blood. They target the wounded for an easy kill. I looked at her and sighed. Kid, let's just get ready for bed. I turned in my sleeping bag, trying to get comfortable. The dim yellow beam from the flashlight, which Abby had insisted we hang from the roof of the tent, was all that illuminated our shelter. I was about to drift off when I felt my shoulder being poked. Dad, I need a wee. I turned and sat up in my warm sleeping bag. Okay, go ahead and take the light. Don't go too far. Can you come with me? Abby asked awkwardly. You're plenty old enough to do these things by yourself, I told her, already unzipping my sleeping bag, knowing my fate was sealed. I grabbed the flashlight and climbed out of the tent, aiming the light at a large tree. Here, you take the light. Just go behind that tree over there. I turned around and took a deep, tired breath, feeling the crisp air caress my face. My daughter returned, her face pale. Dad, something's wrong. What's wrong? I think I'm bleeding. What? Where? Did you get a scratch? I've got a first aid kit if it's bad, and... Abby cut me off by pointing to her lap. There. She looked at me visibly upset and uncomfortable. It took me a moment before it clicked. Oh, yeah, no. Don't worry, it's normal. That's just something you get at a certain age. What a place for it to happen. I retreated back to the tent to try and find something to help my daughter. Did your mom pack you any toiletries in your weekend bag? I called out to her, dragging my bag out of the tent. Abby shook her head, her eyes beginning to water. It's okay. It's all right. Don't get upset about it, I assured her gently. I've got a load of tissues and some bandages. That should see you through until we leave. Here, go in the tent and get changed into some clean undies. I'll wait out here. Abby vanished into the tent as I took some deep breaths, hoping I handled the situation okay. Abby came out of the tent a few moments later. I left my weekend bag in the car, she informed me sadly. It'll be okay. I'll wash everything tomorrow whilst you have a nice bath. I smiled. Abby offered me a half-hearted smile before her face fell. They'll smell it. Huh? The hermits. They won't. Let's try to get some sleep. I was woken by a scream. I sat upright, looking in the darkness at my daughter's sleeping bag. It was empty. I fought my way out of the sleeping bag and dove out of the open tent. "Abby? Abby!" I shouted, looking around. I spotted the beam of a flashlight coming from behind the large tree Abby had used earlier and ran over. "Abs, are you okay?" Abby didn't reply, her shaking hand pointing the light into the tree line. I slowly took the flashlight from her trembling palm, rubbing her shoulders reassuringly. "Sweetie, what happened?" I dropped my bracelet here earlier. I didn't want to wake you, so I thought I'd be brave and go get it." Abby's voice shook with fear as she pinched her bracelet between her fingers tightly. "Why did you scream? Did something scare you?" I asked her, gently taking the bracelet from her fingers and putting it in my pocket. I expected her to say she heard a twig snap or an animal call. Abby slowly pointed in front of us. "It's behind the tree." Confused, I raised the light to where she was pointing, just in time to see a figure step backwards out of sight. "What the?" I said out loud, a mixture of fear and anger in my voice. Before I could think, I called out into the night, demanding to know who was out there. Abby clung to my waist as we stood frozen in place. "Daddy?" Before Abby could say anything, a large branch snapping behind us caused us to spin around. I shone the light in all directions, unable to see anything. A screech rang out from the trees as we heard twigs snap all around us. "Let's go back to the tent," I whisper. Looking back, I feel the shelter was a false sense of security, but I knew I had a small survival knife in my bag. We slowly walked backwards towards the tent, small embers of our fire offering the campsite a hint of light. My daughter began walking backwards to the tent when I grabbed her arm. A filthy gray foot slowly disappeared into our tent. Abby gasped, unable to scream due to fear. Time stood still. I could hear my heart thumping in my ears as I held my breath. The crunching sound of a stick behind us was enough to break me from my terrified trance. "Run," I hissed, practically dragging my daughter by her arm through the bracken and into the tree line. Screeching rang out behind us, but I didn't look back. I could hear heavy rustling behind us. "Daddy, they're in the trees," Abigail screamed. "Just keep running," I barked. My eyes locked in front of us. My hand latched tightly to her arm as I pulled her along. Abby tripped, causing my body to jerk and the flashlight to escape my grip. I pulled her back up in a second and we continued fleeing, not wasting any time to pick up our only source of light. I desperately pleaded that this route would lead us back to the car, or at bare least out of danger, but my stomach dropped and I put my foot in front of me to hastily decelerate. The steep edges of a deep ravine, lit up by the moonlight, trapped us. I hissed, rapidly turning my head in both directions before deciding to continue right. "Daddy?" Abby cried as I began to tug her, pointing to where I was pulling her. I looked. A long, gray, bony hand with sharp black fingernails slowly disappeared behind a tree in front of us. I stopped, pushing Abby behind me in a protective stance. Branches broke all around us as screeches took over the forest. My daughter gripped my hand as figures began slowly peering at us from behind the trees. Their long, thin, white hair hanging down, illuminated in the moonlight, and their eyes reflected light like an animal. A low, rumbling snarl from behind us seemed to silence the forest. I turned my head to see a hunched creature hunting us on all fours, its back low to the ground. It got closer, stood on 2 feet and sniffed the air before looking at my daughter and letting out a gurgling grin. Sharp, yellowed teeth filled its mouth. I pushed Abby behind me, encasing her between my body and a tree. "Get back," I yelled, holding my shoulders high. The creature looked at me, its slit pupils growing slightly as it slowly crept into the moonlight. "Daddy?" Abigail screamed. I turned around to see a long gray arm latched to my daughter's waist, trying to pull her up the tree. I began punching, clawing, and twisting the arm, desperately trying to pry it from my daughter. I suddenly felt a heavy impact on my back and I began falling. The creatures in the moonlight had hit me so hard I'd been thrown into the ravine. My body bashed against the rocky edges of the ravine as I rolled down the muddy edges and into an ankle-deep stream below. I tripped on rocks as I fought to stand, a sharp pain in my foot as I twisted, it falling. The screams of my daughter rang out from above. I desperately clawed at the edges of the ravine, grabbing at roots and rocks to climb back up, but I couldn't. "Abigail!" I screamed helplessly, scraping my fingernails across the rocks and frantically seeking for somewhere to climb. The trees rustled and branches creaked from above me, the screeches of the creatures and my daughter's cries beginning to grow faint. "Daddy!" No, Abigail!" I walked through the ravine until morning light, when I found a spot I could climb. Dazed, I blinked into the sunrise. I continued briskly limping until I got to my car, plucking my car keys from my fleece pocket and collapsing into the driver's seat. I punched the steering wheel, tears welling up in my eyes as I turned the key in the ignition and began speeding into town. I filed a police report. Police didn't believe me at first, but eventually confessed they'd had a lot of strange reports from that woods. They believe it's a group of sick individuals in costumes, targeting hikers and campers, even though I insisted that's not possible. No trace of Abby has been found. I live in hope that she got away somehow and will someday come back. Our campsite was discovered torn to shreds. Police did a thorough search through the forest and found the skeletal remains of some of the missing hikers. The bones had been snapped and were riddled with teeth marks. Police think an animal got to them. Martha blames me and has since demanded no contact. I can't say I blame her. I couldn't keep our daughter safe. I'll live with that guilt every day. I wish I could go back in time and just stay home that weekend. This story doesn't end with me hearing things in the night or seeing faces at my window. I haven't been to the woods since, and keep my house well lit at all times. Abby, if you're out there and you read this, I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. You were my reason to get up every morning, my push to get me through the week, and my reason to smile. Life isn't as bright without you. I've still got your bracelet. I keep it on my nightstand, so it's the first thing I see when I wake up, and the last thing I see before I go to sleep. Please come back, Abs. I'm scared of cryptids too. When I first met the pale man, he wore a suit of deepest black. There wasn't a speck on it, not even a fleck of dirt from the muddy road he must have walked to reach my father's pub. He stood out from the regular clientele, who struggled to go an evening without smearing gravy-stained fingers on their trousers or slopping beer down their shirts. As I watched him effortlessly navigate his way through the packed room and take a seat at the single empty table, my heart clenched. I'd kill for a suit like that, I thought. A suit that fit me perfectly. A suit made by a tailor instead of my mother cannibalizing the clothes my brother had long since outgrown. A suit that would make people pay attention when I walked into the room. As if I had spoken the words aloud, he locked eyes with me and smiled. Later he would tell me that I might as well have whispered my desperation into his ear. He hadn't read my mind. Not exactly. "I could smell it from across the room," he said. "The reek of your hunger." But that secret wouldn't be revealed to me for many years. During the first few minutes of our acquaintance, I was thrilled by his sudden, unexpected attention. When he beckoned me to his table, I all but tripped over my own feet in my haste to reach him. Up close, he was breathtaking. Auburn hair fell in heavy curls onto his shoulders, and his pale skin was almost pearlescent. His eyes, nearly as dark as his suit, seemed to laugh. As I took the only other seat at the table, his smile grew wider. Through his parted lips, I saw that his teeth were stained black. It was not the usual decay that afflicted some of our neighbors. It looked as though he had tried to take a bite out of the night itself. I glanced away quickly, gripped by a sudden, instinctive fear, like a rabbit sighting amber fox eyes through the long grass. When I looked back again, I saw his teeth were straight and white. Relieved, eager, I dismissed it as a trick of the shadows. "You like this?" He motioned towards his suit. I nodded, and he asked, "Would you like one of your own?" The laughter bubbled out of me before I could stop it. It matters little what I want. I've as much chance of affording one as a cat's in hell without claws. He tutted lightly. A rather constrained attitude. In life, half the bottle is deciding what you want. So tell me, Peter. He propped his delicately pointed chin atop his laced fingers. What do you want? Had I paused to question how he knew my name, I would have rationalized that he had heard one of our patrons summoning me back to the bar, demanding a fresh pint of beer, but I didn't question. The pale man was too fantastical a sight, too rich for our humble village, too important to talk with the likes of me. I feared that, should I allow my attention to wander, he would evaporate before my eyes. So I answered his question. Of course I wanted the suit. More than that, I wanted one for every day of the week. Every confession after that first one came easier. Most people born into our village lived their entire unremarkable lives there. They were christened, married, and laid to rest within the small boundaries of the same church and its yard. The thought of following that fate made me feel like I couldn't breathe. I wanted to escape, to travel dusty roads and churning seas, to see anywhere other than here. And I wanted to do it comfortably, luxuriously even. My entire life I had watched my parents hoard each coin. Usually it stretched just far enough, but in leaner times they agonized over how it should be spent. One winter my mother skipped so many meals that she scarcely had the energy to rise out of bed. I wanted respect, and my own small stock of fame, a name associated with something other than pouring drinks in a dingy pub. Mostly, I wanted to be seen. All of this burst out of me in a rush. I didn't care that I might be overheard, and if my father caught wind of it, he would try to knock such notions out of my head with a sharp clap around the ear. Only two things seemed important: bearing my soul to the pale man, and keeping my eyes on the table while I did it. At the corner of my vision I could see his smile growing wider and wider, and a voice in my head I refused to acknowledge even as I obeyed it warned me that I should look. I would see those black fangs again. When at last I fell silent, the pale man said, "Excellent, Peter. See, you're already halfway there. You know what you want. Now you must decide what you're willing to do to get it." For that, I had no response. Dreams were well and good, but I lived in reality. For a young man of humble origins, the best hope was to strike out for the nearest town and try to forge a life there. But there would be no suits in that future. No ships nor accolades. Perhaps not even anything resembling comfort. The pale man leaned in close, whispering conspiratorially into my ear. What if I told you I could give all that to you? A long life filled with anything you could desire, and not in some dim, distant future, but right now. You could walk out the door and step into a new life. I should have laughed, or accused him of mocking me. Instead, I had an image of a serpent and an apple, and what our rector might say if he could hear this conversation. Goose pimples erupted across the nape of my neck, as though someone had blown cold breath there. Deep laughter rumbled in his chest. You give me entirely too much credit. I'm not him. I'm merely a talented individual in a position to offer you an excellent deal. I risked a glance at him. His teeth were thankfully still white, but his eyes had grown sharp. Hungry. I wondered whether that expression was mirrored on my own face. And what would my end be? Once a year, you will need to complete an errand for me. He waved an airy hand. Nothing outside of your capabilities, of course, and you will be able to discharge your duties in a single day. The other 364 days belong to you entirely. In my entire life, I hadn't owned a single day. They belonged to my parents, my brother, and as soon as I was as tall as the tables, the pub's patrons. Sacrificing one day a year seemed like an excellent bargain, the pale man supplied. I quite agree. If you wish to accept, we need only drink on it, no wait. He plunged a hand into one of his pristine pockets and withdrew a fat, gleaming apple and a silver paring knife. Dropping me an exaggerated wink, he said, We all must have our little jokes, Peter. When he sliced into the apple, I had a sudden suspicion that the flesh inside would be rotten and worm-riddled, but it was as crisp and juicy an apple as I had ever seen, the aroma strong enough to make my mouth water. He cut off 2 slices and held one out to me across the table. As I reached for it, he pulled it just out of my grasp. One more thing. You cannot exit our deal prematurely. We're entering a contract of sorts, and it must run for its full term. Is that acceptable to you? Last chance. The same instinct that had urged me not to look at his teeth now cautioned me again. Pouring pints is better than sticking your neck in a snare. Get up. Walk away. Instead, I plucked the slice from his hand and crammed it into my mouth. The apple was cloyingly sweet, unaccustomed to such richness. I feared my body would reject it, and for a moment I was seized with panic at what the pale man might do should I splash his fine suit with vomit. Grinning across the table, the pale man had no such trouble. He ate his own slice in one bite. Go then, Peter, he said once he had swallowed, motioning towards the door. Enjoy your new life. Standing up so quickly my chair clattered to the floor, I strode to the door and yanked it open. Just before I stepped over the threshold, a voice whispered in my mind, See you in a year. As I set out down the road, with nothing more than my clothes on my back, I had no doubts. A single, irresistible urge dominated me. Head south. After a mile of following my new compass, I found a young woman stranded by the roadside. She gratefully accepted my offer to escort her to the next village. Some 3 miles further. The walk gave us some time to get acquainted. I learned that she was wealthy and well-connected. She learned that I was charming and funny, although that was as much a discovery for me as it was for her. The next week in the city, I was fitted for my first suit, a gift from the grateful young woman. The next month, we were married with the blessings of her parents, who were surprisingly willing to allow their daughter to marry a poor man of no name. As a wedding present, they funded a 6-month tour of the continent. We wondered at ancient ruins and paintings so exquisite, they near moved me to tears, slept in sheets softer than anything I could have imagined, and dined with the wealthy friends of her wealthy parents. They also had friends at home, as I discovered when we returned. Everyone was so eager to help me find a path in life, something on which I could build my name. By the end of that first year, I had a devoted, newly pregnant wife, a grand home in the city, and I was in the exciting, early stages of building my reputation. I had all but convinced myself I had imagined the pale man, dreamed him up as a way of explaining my incredible good fortune. But precisely 1 year after our first meeting, I woke suddenly in our warm marriage bed with the certainty that I was being watched. Unwillingly, I rose and went to the window. Each step of that short journey cost me more than the last. Every instinct I possessed urged me to turn to bed and hide deep beneath the covers. But the very thought sent the cloying taste of apples clawing up my throat. When I cracked the curtains, I saw the pale man standing with his hand on our gate, wearing his familiar smile. I wish I could tell you what the first errand was. It appalls me that I can't, but you must understand. I spend the rest of the year trying to forget the one day that belongs to him, and those days he does own have blurred together over time. Sometimes the task is simple, like delivering a message. A letter will appear on my doorstep addressed in thick, clotted blood, and I must deliver it to the addressee. The first time I acted as courier, I handed the letter over personally. Since then, I have deposited them on doorsteps and beaten a quick retreat. The cold terror in that first recipient's eyes, the tremble in her hand as she accepted the letter, still gives me nightmares that leave me trembling. I have stolen objects of great value and hidden them in the rooms of innocent men and women before anonymously notifying the police. I have forged documents and watched the ensuing chaos unfold in the drawing rooms of the wealthy and powerful, my heart hammering in my chest, convinced that at any moment, someone will point their finger in my direction and denounce me as the perpetrator. Some of the worst assignments have put me into contact with twisted beings, human yet more alike in nature to the pale man. I assisted a silent, hulking man with burying the remnants of what had once been a person. Although our work began at midnight and was completed before dawn, it seemed to take a small eternity. I could barely force my rigid limbs into action. So frozen were they, with the certainty he would take his spade and hack me into chunks as small as the ones we were trying to bury. On another occasion, I led an excitable, ferret-looking creature to 3 different houses. The next day, I read in the newspaper that they had each been set ablaze in the night. Someone had barred the doors. There were no survivors. I took to my bed and didn't rise for 3 days, driving my wife to tears in her worry for me. Comforting her was beyond my capacity, no matter how much I wished to. I couldn't stop thinking of thick, black smoke filling my lungs while I listened to my family scream for help that would never come. By the end of the 3rd day, I could all but feel the heat cracking my skin. On the 25th anniversary of our deal, the pale man appeared at my dining room table, having conjured a feast seemingly out of thin air. For course after sumptuous course, he spoke of my exploits and achievements over the years, making comments and assessments, expecting me to venture nothing in return. The last course was mine alone. He gave a deep bow as he placed it before me, then removed the cloche with a flourish. Before me lay a steaming heart. It's human. That was my one thought before he handed me a knife and fork, and I had to shut out all reason. The only thing that terrified me more than the grisly task before me was the thought of refusing the pale man. I could see the gleeful dare in his eyes as he waited for me to take the silverware. Try it, they seemed to say. See what happens. 2 hours it took me. 2 hours of sawing through the thick muscle, chewing, choking back my gorge. By the time I forced down the last morsel, I was weeping. He handed me a chunk of bread to sop up the pool of blood from the plate. As he buttoned his coat and made to leave, I asked why. It was the sole question I had dared ask since we sat at the small table in my father's pub, and only the utter senselessness of the act could penetrate my dreadful awe of him long enough to force me to speak. With his other tasks, I could rationalize that there was probably some purpose, even if I didn't understand it. But this was just cruel. He smiled slowly, and for the first time since that day, I saw the black seeping into his teeth. I've told you before, Peter, we all must have our little jokes. The worst of it, though, was when he required nothing more of me than to listen. 5 times he has appeared, precisely at midnight at the foot of my bed. These are the only occasions during which he has offered me real honesty, including a glimpse of his true form. His teeth were black, yes, but that inky darkness extended over the rest of his body, pulsing through the veins beneath his near-translucent skin and extending around him like a cloak, and the stench emanating from him, as rotten as I suspected the apple he once offered me would be. Each time he pulled a chair up to my bed and began to talk. He told me of deals he had made with other unfortunate souls, deals that were not so generous as the one he offered me. He told me of their gruesome ends, usually long after they had been driven out of their wits. He told me of where their souls were languishing now. I knew you were better than that, Peter. He said it each time, softly, almost affectionately. I could smell it from across the room, the reek of your hunger, your potential. He spoke of his own past in a time when men and gods walked closely together, and the person he had been before he became the Pale Man. Out of everything, through all the years, this has come closest to driving me to madness, for I fear it is a glimpse into my own future. It has become my daily practice to examine myself in the mirror, each morning with my chest so heavy with hope and dread that I can scarcely breathe. I pray for a gray line or a wrinkle before steeling myself to look into the glass. You see, I first met the Pale Man in 1812, yet I look no older than the day I left my father's pub. No one, not my family, nor the esteemed colleagues of my many ventures, has questioned my seemingly eternal youth. Part of the Pale Man's sorcery, I presume, to ensure the continuation of our bargain. In my long years, while I remained ageless, I watched first my wife go into the ground, then our children, then their children, until finally I could bear it no longer and cut myself adrift from them. The Pale Man spoke truly when he said I could not exit the contract prematurely. I first tried on the night I left my family. I have tried many times since by rope, by knife, and by poison, and always I awake, unharmed, at least in body, in my bed. Recently I have noticed a change. Not the signs of aging that I have awaited for many decades, but something else. A certain blackening around the edges of my teeth. When it first began, I only saw it for a second or two. I would blink, and when I next looked into the mirror, they would be pristine and white again. But the closer I get to the Pale Man's next visit, the longer the blackness lasts during my daily inspections. During the daylight hours, I can fool myself into thinking it is a trick of the shadows. When I lie abed, slicked with sweat, even though my skin is ice cold, the comforting lies fall away, and I am left with what I fear is the stark truth. There is something more. I've begun to smell it, the hunger he spoke of, hunger for wealth and power, for security and belonging, for an ounce of comfort. I smell it everywhere I go, dining at a restaurant, being fitted for a new suit at my tailor's, through a computer screen. When I catch a particularly strong scent, it takes every ounce of my will not to follow it, to trace it to its source and see what they might do to sate their hunger. I have managed to resist the urge so far, but every time the blackness creeps a little further into my mouth, it gets harder. A little voice, I'm unsure whether it's the pale man or my own instinct, whispers that taking their hunger and making it my own might be the only thing to make this existence tolerable. So I'm writing this now, while there is still enough of me left to want to warn you. If you are approached by a man with an irresistible offer, think twice before accepting it. It might be the pale man, or it might be a man once known as Peter. Hey, writing this from a locked room upstairs at my husband's cabin. It was supposed to be our 2-year anniversary, but now I'm not sure what it is. For clarity, I just had a core memory unlock itself in unbelievably vivid fashion, and needed to write down the details in case they might ring a bell to someone else. The details surrounding the watching, kind of fuzzy, but I'll do my best. The details around the tape itself, oddly clear. Some gaps I might be missing here or there, but overall the elements that comprise the video are very palpable for me despite the time that's elapsed. It was 3rd grade, a field trip to a nature trail, the 30-minute school bus ride, remnant of a now bygone time, was boring. The wheels on the bus take you somewhere you'd rather not be. We arrived at the lodge-like area near the entrance to the trail. Entering, I recalled seeing stations with water and coffee and donuts, presumably just for the grown-ups, and a sign-up sheet resting on a kind of tall table that all of us had to fill in with name, date, time. It felt like the kind of place where the Smokey the Bear knockoff would give a talk about how fires are bad because trees are flammable. You morons. A local visitor center vibe, like there was plenty to do here but nothing really meant for someone my age. Sign-ups completed for our class of 30. Tall humans around us, tiny ones. And I heard the tour guide beside our teacher speak up. Alright, who's excited to go on this trail? Muted responses from the kids. Fair enough, off we go. We were shuffled like penguins to a space with rows of carefully arranged seats, a TV perched on a cart, just like the good old days, VHS player tucked into the shelf below. I was the queen of the back of the line, watching classmates in front grapple with the existential crisis that is, making sure your friends sit next to you so you know they actually like you. That's when I heard a second tour guide, following closely behind, speak. Oof, looks like there might not be enough seats. Why don't we take some of you to another room for the video? His bouncer-like cutoff applied to the 4 of us at the end. As he redirected us to the hallway, I distinctly remembered noticing that there were more than enough seats for everyone, with the kids in the room meticulously choosing their spots. Our gang of leftovers was brought to a much smaller room. It looked like an extra big closet, 4 chairs already set up inside. I crossed the threshold first and settled into one of them. The others followed. A TV in front of us on the table. The tour guide turned on the TV, pressed play on the VCR beside, dimmed the lights and walked out, closing the door behind him. I then heard a click that sounded like a door locking, but I wasn't sure. Our dark little nook had 2 faint sources of light, the brightness of the hallway barely squeezing through a small window, and the blue glare of TV at the presentation commenced. A disarming, cozy, ambient tune laced with simple synth pads and light flutes met my ears. The title screen appeared. Timberhook Hiking Trail Guide. Underneath the title, words broadcast on a backdrop of expansive nature trail footage. The following tagline appeared: "For a great hiking experience." And then, a transition to a new title screen. Supplies. These words rested on a light green background with a picture of a cartoon backpack beside them. The music changed, a transitory bell chime, followed by a breezier and more upbeat arrangement. It dawned on me at the time of watching, 21 years ago today, that the video seemed dated, like really, really dated, on screen. Make sure your backpack has, and then footage of different items with corresponding captions. Water, a clip of an outstretched arm holding a water bottle to camera. Snack, same thing but with a granola bar this time. A compass. Shoes to wear. A pair of sturdy boots held together and tilted downward. I glanced over at the other kids. They were trying their best to pay attention, albeit with drowsiness marking their illuminated faces. A new title card on the CRT in front of us. The hike. Words displayed on screen with a light blue backdrop this time, another bell chime, and a shift to the musical tone again. The same instruments taking on a more forward, adventurous tune. This was followed by a scene of arms linking with text at the bottom of the screen reading, "Pick your buddy." A camera panning over a very clearly defined footpath in the woods. When walking with your buddy, follow the trail ahead of you. A stationary image of cartoon children midway through a walk on a path. Make sure you are in line with the group. Don't stray off course. Tips and tricks. What followed this title card was a series of cartoon diagrams, looking straight out of an elementary school textbook, with a tacky, dated screen transition between each image and tip. Tip number 1. If you feel like you're lost, stop right where you are and listen to the sounds around you. You might hear the road, or people talking nearby. The lengthy bit of text splayed across the screen beneath a drawing of a boy standing in the woods with a hand to his ear, listening out with a smile. Tip number 2. If you come across a log, step on the log, then off the log. Do not step over it one leg at a time. This tip paired with a progression of images showing a kid, as one would indeed imagine, approaching a log, stepping on, and then off it. Tip number 3. If you hurt yourself or have a wound, words accompanied by the image of a kid holding out their bleeding arm. Air it out. Then a strange transition to clips of a real-life bleeding arm now, held out in the forest air. With each successive shot, the arm looked worse. The wound, the bleeding, the almost gangrenous effect on the appendage growing. Cut to the stairs. A camera fixed on a lengthy staircase jutting out from somewhere in the woods, architecture that looked very out of place. Accompanying text, "Don't take the stairs." Friends. A fancy new title card over a light red background. the heading over top, a display of cute cartoon woodland creatures huddled together, shifting to video footage with captions underneath of squirrels scampering up trees looking for nuts, birds, sparrows and songbirds flitting about near shrubs, deer softly peeking behind the trees before moving along out of frame, foxes, one seen darting through an underbrush, sleepwalkers, slow zoom in on a distant tree in the forest, someone peeking out from behind the oak, a woman-like figure with black matted hair in a white nightgown. Midnight. And suddenly the comforting background music was gone. Amateur camcorder footage now of someone maneuvering the woods at night with only a minimal light source illuminating the uneven path. Text coming in, line by line atop the footage. If you're still here, they'll be looking for you. Don't panic. There are many places you can hide. A transition to a nighttime shot of some trees. Behind the trees, slightly shaky but mostly still footage of some leaves on the ground, still night. Under the ground, an even slower zoom in on a distant entrance to a passageway or cavern. The dungeon. The dungeon. I felt the chair beneath me, and remembered I was in a room with 3 other kids watching something. My eyes were glued to the monitor. I didn't feel comfortable looking to my left or my right. The imagery on screen wasn't resonating in any comfortable way, but the childlike fear in me told me if I stopped watching, something even worse would happen. It was hard to tell what I was looking at. The visuals on TV looked dark, thick, obscured, words that make no sense but are the best description I can muster. Like the sorts of shapes you'd see with your eyes closed and palms pressed upon them. As I tried to piece together what it was, text, in the color red this time, appeared at the bottom. The dungeon might be a safe place to hide in for a little while. The text disappeared faster than usual. Slowly the video began to clear. The footage seemed to be taken in a dark, cluttered room. Tables, shelves, materials, tools, all sorts of items crowding the space. Near the top of the screen, what looked like a window, the sound of heavy breathing. It seemed like the video was recorded by someone crouching in the corner. They might never suspect you would hide in the same place they were planning to bring you to. Text gone. More breathing. Steady camcorder in the dark. Just don't stay there for too long. Eyes appeared on the window, with the sound of something sliding open and... nature. What? Once again there was daylight on the screen. Rivers, babbling brooks, and a friendly forest. A reprieve that made my 9-year-old self think about the best way to delete everything I'd seen from my brain. My first tango with compartmentalization. Nature, just comforting nature scenes. Nature is beautiful. Take some time to appreciate its wonder. Everything is in balance. The text lingered for a beautiful while, before cutting to a new title card again. The final one, as I would find out. The cabin. A camera that must have been positioned high on a mountaintop looked down at an expanse of forest from afar. Daytime at first, but the footage quickly revealed itself to be a time-lapse, tracking minor changes and movements before bringing us to the night. Then, for the 3rd time, the camera began to pan, this time painfully slow, delving deeper and deeper into the forest. Granular details sharpened as it zoomed in, while I wondered just how far this seemingly telescopic lens could go. Closer and closer, further and further until landing on a large cabin. Isolated in pitch-black darkness, it didn't belong with the rest of the forest. Lights on in all of the rooms, a glare cast out on the dense woods surrounding. the following subtitle: "Do not go near the cabin." Mechanical sounds as the camera pushed in slightly closer, with a different clearness, as if the lens was suddenly changed. "If you are near the cabin, do not go inside." Silhouettes of what appeared to be people within the cabin. "If you are inside the cabin, do not leave. It will be too late." And then the camera violently started pulling back, away and away and away from the cabin as static warped the image. "You are nourishment to them." And back to the title card: Timberbrook Hiking Trail Guide. The comforting strings, synths, and woodwind instruments were back. The text underneath the title now just read, "For a hiking experience." Then the tape stopped, and it was just our smudged reflections on the TV now. We sat in the still of the dark. No one moved an inch. The shared, telepathic agreement we all seemed to fall under was, pretend everything is okay. If none of us said we were scared, then we wouldn't give the game away. If we looked like we were alright, then we were alright, right? The tour guide returned. He was hunky-dory as normal. "Alright," I heard him say, opening the door. Light switch flicked on. "Looks like you're all done. Ready to hike?" he asked with chipper delivery. A muted response from us kids. He motioned for us to follow, and so we did. I'm not sure if it was a trick of sound or a hallucination, but I remember the guide whispering, only to me it seemed, "Best of luck," as we joined the larger group. Whether this potential remark was tinged with sarcasm or sincerity, I wasn't sure. The hike happened. It was mundane, barely any elevation. It wasn't a particularly dynamic path, more like a trudge through some level, open forest with an almost industrial-looking path leading the way through. Like any in-depth video guide on the how of maneuvering this was completely pointless. There was no way anyone could have gotten lost, and it looked nothing like the video we'd watched. Only one thing caught my eye on the trail: the insignias that had been carved deep into the trees. Elaborate scrolls and markings all along the path. Then it was over, quicker than one would have imagined. And I had to wonder if the larger group of 26 students actually saw the same tape that my group did, or if ours was different. Now, some odd 21 years later, that same question cuts to the front of the line in my mind, as I reconcile with the bizarre childhood experience I'd severed from my head so many years. It's my 2-year anniversary, as I mentioned at the beginning of this post. My husband pitched renting a cabin for the occasion, something I enthusiastically jumped at. When it came to romantic gestures, this was more bombastic than anything he'd ever done, or anything I'd experienced before. Our love story origins are pretty unremarkable. We actually met as part of a local hiking group, and struck it off immediately. 5 years of boyfriend-girlfriend, 2 years of husband-wife. It's strange to me as I write all of this now that the traumatic experience of watching the Timberbrook guide didn't subconsciously put me off of hiking forever, as I push myself to wonder why. I can't help but find those carved sigils popping up in my head again. Hubby and I drove into the secluded area, and as we got closer, there was a familiarity to the surroundings that I couldn't quite shake. The uneasy gut feeling was manageable at first. Unfortunately, when paired with my husband's increasingly bizarre behavior on the trip, it became harder to ignore. We were supposed to be spending quality time together at the cabin, I thought. Instead, he was quiet, stern, always looking outside, like he was waiting for someone. Then, at night, after what I tried to justify as just an unbelievably off day for him. I woke up to find he wasn't in bed. I left the room, creaked down the stairs to ground level, to see him sitting on a couch and staring at the TV. Before I even saw what was on screen, the musical chimes and soothing ambient tunes I heard brought the flood of memories back. I saw the title cards on screen, the stairs, followed by friends, followed by midnight, and he was transfixed. I ran back upstairs and locked the door to the bedroom. After that, I tried to recall anything and everything I could about the video, and noted it down in this post. And now I'm trying really, really hard not to panic. It's been an hour. I swear the tape has looped 10 times over, judging by the muffled and obscured sounds coming through the wall. It finally stopped only a few minutes ago. Now he's at the door. He's trying to reason with me. He says there's nothing to be concerned about, that we should go outside, that he wants to show me something cool in the woods nearby, some passage in the ground. As he says it, I can tell there are people standing there with him, trying to stay quiet. It's only him talking, but still I can hear their presence, their breathing. I'm having to keep this part of me that wants to jump out the window and run into nowhere at bay. After all, I can see that there are people outside too. They're in the woods, barely peeking out from behind the trees. A full crowd who look very, very much like the members of that same hiking group I met my husband at. I can hear the tour guide's voice in my head again, more vivid. He really did say it, both sincerely and sarcastically. Best of luck. I hadn't seen my father in years. It had been 2 decades since I had set eyes on the man. My last clear memory of him was the one of him walking out the door when I was 5 years old. I had been watching cartoons. I turned just in time to see my dad's back as he walked out the door, wearing his standard blue jean jacket, with his head down as the door slammed behind him. My mother was on the floor, sitting cross-legged, and crying a few feet away from me. The sight shocked me. My mom never cried. She was my rock, and I had never ever seen even as much as a tear from her. I crawled over to her and sat in her lap while she sobbed, completely at a loss of what to do. I remember I stroked her hair to comfort her, something she had done countless times for me when I was sick or upset. "Where's Dad going?" I asked innocently. My mom looked at her, her eyes red and puffy from the crying. "Your daddy is gone, sweetie. Your daddy left us," she mumbled. The divorce had to be done in absentia. No one knew where he had gone. I remember walking around town with my grandmother putting up missing posters for my father. She could never accept that he had simply walked away from all of us. The posters stayed up for a few months before they all got torn down. Years passed. Mom remarried a great guy. I got therapy to deal with my dad leaving and eventually went off to college. Life was normal, though I never stopped thinking about my dad. Not really. Even when I thought I came to terms with it, I'd get the urge to Google his name and search for him on social media, but nothing ever turned up. That's why when he finally did message me, it came as a complete surprise. I was at work, messing around on my phone while I had reports to write when it popped up on my screen. "Is this David Lewis from Topeka? And your mom's name is Penelope? If so, then this is your father. I have been trying to get in contact with you." I sat and stared at the message in disbelief. I set the phone down, then picked it up again and read the message. While I was processing everything, more messages appeared. David, I'm sorry for everything. For these years I stayed away. I really need you to answer me. I need you to agree to come meet with me. My first instinct wasn't to reply. I was half convinced that this was some kind of scam. Someone knew about my past and they were going to ask for a Venmo or money transfer. I finally replied, how do I know this is really my father and not some kind of scam? I waited for a reply. My heart was pounding, and a rush of thoughts were going through my head. If this was really my dad, I had a lot of things to say to him. Most of them weren't good. I promise you I'm your dad. When you were a kid, you had a ginger cat named Polka that died when you were 3. You had a stuffed teddy bear you slept with every night whose name was Mr. Simon. Please, David, this is really me, and I need you to agree to meet with me. I stared at my phone. I was racking my brain, trying to think of what to say. Tell him off. Tell him I'd gladly meet him because I had missed him all these years? I did neither. I need some time to process this. Let me write you back later this evening. I'm at work and I need to focus. Holding the phone, I waited for his reply. It came quickly. I understand, but please, I need an answer by tonight. Going back to my desk to work on the reports was almost surreal. It was like I was a ghost in my own body. I did get everything done, though. It gave me something to focus on. Once I was home, I went straight to the bedroom and flopped on the bed, phone in hand. My fiancée wasn't home yet. Today was her late day at work. Of all the people I wanted to talk to the most, it was her. But she wouldn't be able to answer even if I did call. I read over the messages again. Honestly, I didn't have to reply at all. I could block him, let him sit around and wonder what he did wrong to make me abandon him. But I did finally message back. The curiosity was too much. Why do you even want to meet with me? If there's anything you want to say to me, just type it out. His reply was almost immediate. David, I'm so glad you wrote back. I was afraid I had lost you. Trust me, I need to see you in person. If you never want to see or speak to me after that, I promise I'll never reach out to you again. I lay the phone down on the bed and stared at the ceiling. This was just too surreal for me. The front door opened and Alicia walked in. I'm home, she called out. She walked into the bedroom, and when she couldn't find me in the living room, she looked down at me and furrowed her brow. Are you okay? Did something happen? She asked, concerned. I shook my head and held up my phone. My dad just messaged me. He wants to meet me tonight to talk in person. I don't know if I should agree to go or not. I explained, holding out the phone to her so she could read what he wrote herself. Her eyes went wide. Of all the things I could have told her, this didn't seem to be the one that she expected. She took the phone and read over the messages. What do you want to do, babe? I know he's your dad, but he's essentially a stranger. You don't owe him anything. You still don't have to meet with him. Alicia reassured me, holding my hand. I think I want to meet him, even if it's just to find out why he left. I want to hear it from him, I said, squeezing her hand back. I turned back to the phone and typed out the message. Where do you want to meet? Send me the address. His response. Thank you so much, David. This means everything to me. I'm sending the address now. I was only mildly surprised when the address he sent me was only 30 minutes from our apartment. I looked it up on Google Maps and it showed a tiny cabin out in the woods. I felt a stab of anger from knowing he was this close to me and was only now reaching out to me. How long had he lived there? Years? Months? I would find out soon enough. Alicia insisted on coming with me, but I convinced her to stay at home. She had the address where I would be, and if she didn't hear from me in 2 hours, she would call me. And if she didn't hear from me, she'd call the cops. She wasn't convinced yet that this wasn't some elaborate scam. I had plenty of time to think on the drive out to my dad's place. When I arrived, I felt a pang of anger at the house. It was a lovely little log cabin. I knew enough about the area to know it wasn't cheap, and I wondered what he had been doing all this time to afford such a nice place. Not paying child support, that was for sure. The car had barely come to halt before the door opened, and a man opened the door and awkwardly walked up to the driver window. "David," the man said, breathless, a small smile on his face. It was my dad. Now that he was here in the flesh, it didn't feel real at all. He looked haggard and thinner than his photo had let on. I stepped out of the car and backed away to let me out. The small smile on his face, everything I had planned to say to him vanished from my head as he gestured towards the house. "Come on, let's get you inside. I have a lot to explain before it's time." He started moving to the cabin, not looking back to see if I was following. I followed. I stared at the back of his head, glaring. He hadn't tried to hug me or touch me in any way, for which I was glad, but I was also disappointed that he hadn't tried. The inside was nice, minimally but tastefully decorated. It had a woman's touch, as Alicia would like to say. Maybe he had a girlfriend or even a wife. "Mom's remarried. His name is Steve. He's a great guy," I blurted out. My dad turned and looked at me. The smile fell from his face and his eyes dropped. "I know. I saw that on social media. She looks happy," he said softly. I shrugged. I had said that to hurt him, but now all it did was make me feel a little guilty. "Why did you ask me to come here after all this time? I just want you to know that if you are going to ask about getting a kidney or money from me, you can forget it," I snapped, my voice sharper than I had intended. I wanted to play it cool, collected, but I was too frazzled. He stared at me. His eyes were watery as if he was fighting back tears. He seemed at a loss for words. I shifted awkwardly on the couch, averting my eyes. "I just needed to see you. I wanted to explain why I left. I'm not going to ask for forgiveness, but I do want you to understand why I did what I did," he said in a rush. I looked up at him. The obvious answer was that there had been another woman, or maybe some kind of debt to the mafia. Anything, really. But now that I was about to learn the reason, all I felt was a slow, simmering anger. No matter what excuse he gave me, it wouldn't be good enough. "I'm a werewolf," he said simply, spreading his arms in a gesture of resignation. I had to admit that all the things I had thought he might say, this was not one of them. "I see," I said slowly. He was mentally ill. Maybe he was schizophrenic, or some kind of mental break. "Look, if you brought me all the way out here so you could spin some kind of fairy tale about why you left, save it. I can tell you're doing well for yourself. There's no need to lie to me." I gestured angrily around the cabin. His eyes followed my hands as I pointed to our surroundings, and a tiny smile formed on his lips. "Oh, this isn't my house, David. The people who live here are on vacation and I broke in, but we needed a quiet place to talk," he explained, stepping closer. I stood up and sidestepped away, moving closer to the door. "Are you serious? Do you have any idea how much trouble you'd be in if you're caught? You go to jail for stuff like that," I stammered. This wasn't going how I thought it would at all. I was wishing it was a scammer. It would have been less heartbreaking. He moved towards me. He lifted his shirt, and that's when I saw he had a gun holster on his belt with a small pistol housed in it. In a smooth motion, he lifted out the gun and held it out to me. "I need you to do one thing for me. In all these years I've been away, I've done nothing but try to find a cure for this. To end it, to cure it. It doesn't matter. All I could find was this. The only thing that can truly stop me is silver. I have this thing loaded with silver bullets. It had to be done by someone who loves the afflicted. Otherwise, it won't work. Trust me, I've tried the alternatives. His eyes were dripping tears as he thrust the revolver into my hands. I stared at it dumbfounded. Dad, this is insane. You're insane. You need to go to a hospital. I stared in shock at the gun. I'd never held one before. It must be done by someone who loves me. My parents are dead. I know your mom doesn't love me. It must be you. You're all I have. He gulped as he spoke. I held out the gun to him, but he stepped away and walked towards the door, blocking the exit. Look, we don't have much time. Once night falls, this will happen quickly, and you should know I don't have control over myself when the change comes. I've killed people without even remembering it. You won't be any different even if you are my son. He gulped again, the color draining from his face. I took a step back from him on reflex, clutching the gun to my chest protectively. I didn't want to give it up anymore. I didn't believe for a second that he was a werewolf, but giving him the gun seemed like a bad idea. It's time to go outside now. No reason to ruin this nice house. He huffed. His breath was coming faster like he had just run a mile. His face, already pale, was taking on an alarmingly waxy texture that was making my stomach turn. I had no idea if he was having a stroke, but he suddenly did not look good. He stumbled outside and I followed him, not knowing what to do. I glanced at my car. I could just run to it and leave, take the gun with me and call an ambulance for him. Don't even think of trying to make it to the car. You won't have time anyway. He looked up as the last rays of daylight vanished over the horizon. It's happening. Forgive me, David. Please know I always loved you. I hope you still love me. He rasped as he doubled over, seemingly in pain. Dad? I gasped, taking a few steps towards him. No, he screeched at me, holding his hands out and backing away, before he fell to the ground and started convulsing. It happened instantaneously. In the movies I'd watched about werewolves, the transformation is always drawn out, painful and dramatic. But this wasn't it. His skin split open like it wasn't even skin anymore. It parted like his flesh was made of paper mache. My vision blurred as I took everything in. The beast rising from the sheds of skin and clothing and looking at me. Its eyes were a vicious amber, glowing and filled with pure malevolence. There was nothing human in them. We stared at each other for a few seconds before it took a leap towards me, closing the distance between us in a split second. I shrieked and brought up my arm, the one with the gun. The creature was close enough for me to touch. I could smell the wet animal smell of its fur as it reached out towards me. I fired the gun on instinct. I fired twice, one bullet hitting the thing in its cheek, and the second in the chest where the heart should be. The beast let out an almost dainty and human-sounding gasp as it collapsed sideways. It looked surprised as it hit the dirt. I dropped the gun, my fingers numb from shock, and I ran to my car. I started the car and peeled out of the driveway. The headlights briefly illuminated the thing's body as I drove away. It hadn't moved. The shock hit me as I was driving, and I struggled to keep myself on the road. I kept looking in the rear-view mirror, expecting to see that thing chasing me down, but there was only darkness behind me. I didn't call the cops, or an ambulance. I cried silently the whole way home. There was nothing I could tell anyone that would make any sense to anyone. Alicia had waited up for me, and when I burst in the front door, she gasped and asked me what had happened. I couldn't tell her the truth. I made up a lie on the spot, that I had met my dad and he was a drug addict asking for money, that the cabin wasn't even his but a place he had broken into. I had to talk her out of calling the cops. There was no way I could ever explain why there was a dead lycanthrope in the driveway. She stayed up with me until exhaustion finally took over, and she passed out on the couch. I stayed awake, though. There was no way I could sleep. I sat in the dark, sipping coffee and shaking. When the first rays of light peeked through the blinds, I let out a sigh of relief. The sunlight brought sanity with it, and I could start trying to convince myself that I had hallucinated this whole night. That's when my phone buzzed, and I reflexively looked at the message that popped up on my screen, and my heart dropped. It was just a single sentence. David? It didn't work. I realize now this is all his fault. He made that thing. If you are reading this, stay out of the woods in Australia. It could still be out there, and it's smart. This all started about a month ago. I was startled awake from my couch. Knock, knock, knock. Who is all the way out here banging on my door this early? I grumbled as I approached my front door and gazed through the peephole. Sure enough, there was a middle-aged man, balding with a wrinkled forehead and not very tall. He noticed the peephole and gave me a wide smile. Well, this guy isn't creepy at all. Might as well see what he wants. I opened the door and the man greeted me. Hey there. I just moved in across the street. Just wanted to say hello. I'm Tulio. His aged expression shifted to a grin. Annoyed but not wanting to be disrespectful, I greeted him back. Nice to meet you. Name's Ned. Hiding behind him, I noticed a little girl. Come now, don't be rude. Ned is our new neighbor, Tulio said. Say hello. Hello, the girl muttered. Then more clearly this time, looked up at me and said, I'm Olivia. I smiled. My wife and I were expecting to have a little girl. Olivia's brown hair and eyes reminded me of my wife's, a beautiful shade of orange-brown like that of autumn leaves. I scratched the back of my head and greeted her as well. It's nice to meet you, Olivia. I glanced at the house across the street behind them. Nobody had lived there for years. My house is in the middle of nowhere, and the other closest house is the one right across the long road that stretches for dozens of miles out of the woods. A strange place to put two random houses, I know. But apart from the terrible phone service and internet, for me, it was perfect. If you don't mind me asking, Tulio, was it? What brings you around here? The corners of his grin shifted down slightly. Well, the city life gets kind of overwhelming, you know. I had some trouble at my old job, too. I decided to move out here before my old boss started looking to hire me back. Besides, they need some space, too. He pointed at the van parked beside the road. I know. Let me introduce you. I raised an eyebrow at Tulio. Don't worry. It's nothing strange, he said, noticing my suspicion. My curiosity piqued. I followed him and his daughter down the driveway leading to my front door and onto the pavement to the back of the van. They must have grown tired of staying in here by now, he stated as he opened the doors to the van. My eyes widened. Inside the van were all sorts of birds, parrots, peacocks, many that I've never seen before. Tulio gave me a pat on the back and smiled. Beautiful, aren't they? These guys are my whole life. I'm an ornithologist, you see. Ah, that explains all these birds then. I'm guessing you couldn't keep all of these back where you lived, right? Tulio's dark brown eyes looked down for a bit, as if contemplating the next words. Yes, something like that. I looked back at the birds. They really were beautiful. All of them had vibrant colors, and there were species I'd never seen before. One of them, however, caught my eye. I'd read about them in a book back in middle school. It was a lyrebird, nature's greatest mimic, I thought out loud. I see you noticed, Tullio said as he climbed into the van and took out the caged lyrebird. This one is special to me. You see, she was my wife's favorite as well. I noticed Tullio's expression change to one of melancholy. Your wife? Where is she now? She passed away not too long ago. Tullio looked down at the cage of the bird he was holding, his gentle grasp tightening ever so slightly on the wooden handle. This bird has been with us for many years. It's all I have left to remember her by, but I like to believe my wife's closer to us than you'd think. There was silence between us for a bit. I knew the feeling he had all too well. I opened my mouth to try and break the silence with some words of comfort, when the sound of a woman's soft voice stopped me. Tullio, I love you, sang the lyrebird. It was a gentle voice, even when replicated by a bird. It could give you a sense of ease. I looked down at the bird, its beady brown eyes staring back with intelligence I didn't think possible of an animal, and then I looked back at Tullio. I could see his eyes begin to dampen with tears, his surprised expression shifting to a grimace as he held them back. Feeling a bit guilty about what had just happened, I racked my brain for anything I could say. Wow, that bird's super cool. You're super lucky to have something like this. It's like a living recording of your wife, right? I stammered. Immediately, I regretted my words. That was the worst thing I could have said. In what world is he lucky? For crying out loud, I should have been able to sympathize with the guy, and this is the best I could say? But before I could apologize, Tullio flashed me a smile and wiped his eyes with the sleeve of his sweater. You're right. This little one is a blessing. It's the reason I'm able to see her again after all. In hindsight, that was a strange thing to say, but I was too busy feeling relieved he didn't take my words of comfort the wrong way to notice the grim meaning behind his previous statements. Regaining his composure, Tullio spoke. Now, me and Olivia could use some help bringing these guys inside, if you don't mind. Sure, I replied. Tullio led the way to his house with Olivia following close behind him and then opened the front door. Inside, I was surprised to find that the house was already furnished, and not so surprised to find that everything was painted in a fine layer of dust. Aside from this, the only furniture of note was a large bookshelf and a portrait depicting a white-haired woman, clutching in her hand a long, slender blade. The portrait was beautiful, and as for the bookshelf, its contents were a little odd. Books about biology and human anatomy, as well as bird anatomy. A couple, however, caught my eye. Strange books about rituals and others about alchemical sciences. I took out another book that seemed the most normal. It read, Hiding in Plain Sight by Susan Lewis. Disinterested, I placed the book on the shelf and resigned from inspecting it further. But then something else caught my eye. A small picture frame on a table by the bookshelf. There was something familiar about it. After looking at it for a while longer, I realized it was a picture of young Tullio dressed in a white lab coat and a woman with long brown hair like that of autumn leaves. Why would he lie about just having moved here? Well, technically, he never claimed to have not lived here, but something's off, I thought. I decided to stay quiet about it and turned to face Tullio, who was admiring some of his new free furniture. Lucky me, Tullio laughed. Must be from the folks who lived here. Too lazy to move stuff out, huh? Saves me some money. Looks like it, I replied. Olivia ran up the dusty wooden stairs, yelling enthusiastically. I'm gonna look at the rooms, Dad. Okay, but be careful, Tullio yelled back. Together we made our way back to the van and began to bring all the birds inside the spacious living room of Tulio's house. But when I was picking up the cage of a large parrot, I stopped to look at something. I put down the cage and got closer to the front of the van, where I saw a large bag leaning up against the wall of the van, in the shape of a human body. A strange smell was coming from it. My heart sank, and a million thoughts raced through my mind in the span of a second, but my rushing thoughts stopped when I heard the sound of footsteps coming up to the rear of the van. Tulio's once gentle and aged voice, now sounding cold and empty, called out to me. "Ned, you've been taking a while. Everything all right? That parrot should be the last one." Deciding the best course of action was to act normal, I stammered. Yeah, sorry. Just having some trouble carrying the cage." "Oh, yeah, that one doesn't have a handle, huh? Sorry about that." I carried the bird past Tulio, his small and unassuming figure now looking much larger in my eyes. Inside the house I placed the cage down, and then my thoughts once again began to race. That bag could have been anything, but why was it shaped that way? Could this guy really be a murderer? What about his daughter? Does she know about this? When he comes back, what should I do? The noise in my head was forced to quiet once again as I noticed Tulio returning, and to my horror, over one of his shoulders was the large bag. Act cool. He settled the bag down near the front door. I could feel a cold sweat running down my neck, and stupid as it may have been, I spoke. "Hey, just out of curiosity, what's in that bag?" I pointed towards the large bag he had just set down on the floor. "Good going. You just asked the now potential murderer about his painfully obvious victim. No way this could go wrong, huh?" "Oh, this?" Tulio looked down at the bag. A pit formed in my stomach as he pulled out a pocket knife from his back pocket. I watched in silence as he sliced open the top of the bag and reached his hand inside, showing me the contents. Seeds. The bag was full of bird feed. I felt a wave of relief as my tensed body began to finally relax. Tulio put the knife back in his pocket and then approached me. He patted me on the shoulder and said, "Thanks for the help, Ned. My back has been killing me. You know, I'm gonna go ahead and get the bird situated." I let out a nervous laugh. "Yeah, sure. Anytime you need anything, just let me know." That night, as I lay in bed, I remember feeling glad that my neighbor seemed like a genuine guy, one that I had something in common with. When my wife and I lost our child, she couldn't cope with it, and one night I found her hanging from our apartment balcony. That night, seeing her cold, lifeless body swaying in the breeze, it took every ounce of will I had not to join her. I felt betrayed that she would leave me alone like this, without so much as telling me anything. After this I became irritable and impossible to be around. Not a day went by that I didn't consider ending it all just to see her again, feel her again, listen to her again. I made plans to go through with it, but the day never came. Whether it was because I was too cowardly to end it, or courageous enough to keep living, I'll never know. So I decided that the best thing for me now was to isolate myself. I had always loved nature and hiking, especially in the woods, and that's what brought me here to the middle of nowhere. At first I thought my peace had been ruined when I woke up to that knock on my door, but now I was thinking maybe I could use the company. The next few weeks were pretty normal, but now I was spending some of that time playing with Olivia, who I had noticed was always outside with some of the birds. The birds that weren't good flyers were left outside within the confines of the very tall fence of Tulio's house, although I never saw the lyre bird among them. Spending time with Olivia was bittersweet. It made me think of what life could be like if I had my wife and daughter, but something was off. As the days went by, I saw Tullio less often. When I would see him, he had dark bags under his eyes, as if he was staying up all night doing something. The picture frame I had seen inside the house kept scratching at me. One day I couldn't put it off any longer. While playing with Olivia and the birds, I asked her, "Have you lived here before?" Olivia looked at me, raising an eyebrow, and giggled. "No, silly. We just moved here, remember?" "I know, but I was thinking maybe this was your old house or something. Or maybe your dad lived here before." Olivia put a finger to her chin and thought about it for a few seconds. "Nope, I have no idea." Then she went back to playing with the birds. I sighed and lay down on the grass. So not even Olivia knows anything. It's honestly none of my business if Tullio used to live here and didn't tell me anything, but why lie? And why come back here now? Was there something he needed here? Olivia stopped running around and looked over at me. "Oh, but you know, I never got to have my birthday party before coming here." "Oh yeah? Why not? How old are you now?" "I'm 12. But when we moved out of our old house, Dad said that seeing Mom again was more important or something. He also said we didn't have much time because the funny men from his job were looking for him. But I think he's just kinda crazy 'cause he's getting old." She laughed. "Hey, that's your dad. Show some consideration. He must have been really good at his job if his previous workplace is still trying to hire him back, huh? And you know what? How about we celebrate your birthday soon? Just let your dad know, and I'll get everything ready." I said as I brushed the grass off my clothes and headed home. "Really? Okay. It's a promise then." Olivia beamed as she waved goodbye. Walking home, I thought about what she said. Tullio said they were going to see his wife again. He must be going through it still. And if that is his old house, then it must be bringing back bad memories. Maybe having this party will cheer him up a bit. But the party would never come. That night I leaped out of bed to the sound of frantic banging on my door downstairs. I grabbed the bats I kept beside my bed and ran downstairs. As I got closer to the door, I recognized the screaming from the other side as Olivia's voice. I dropped the bat and opened the door. She had tears running down her cheeks. "My dad needs help. He's really hurt," she sobbed. "What happened?" She struggled to speak through her sobbing and gasping breaths. "He went into the room he always tells me I'm not allowed to go in, but he hasn't come out, and he was asking me for help." I told her to show me, and we ran across the street to Tullio's house. As I got closer to the front door, I immediately noticed that none of the birds were making any sound. At the door to the living room, I noticed that the same bag of bird feed Tullio had cut open was gone. Although not seemingly important, this bothered me. Then I heard Tullio's unseen voice pleading for help. "Please, help me," he screamed. "He's over here." Olivia yelled at me as she led me through the house to a basement door behind the stairs of the second floor. "Help me. Open the door, please." Tullio pleaded from beyond the door, and I had never heard such desperation in another man's voice before. Then I heard loud creaks come rushing close to the door, and Tullio's voice grew even more frantic. "Quick, open the—" His voice was cut short, followed by loud wooden creaks and thumping sounds, this time moving quickly away. "Tullio?" I called out. He must have fallen down the basement stairs, I thought to myself. I reached out and grabbed the door handle. It was locked. There's no time for this. Tullio could be hurt. I slammed my body against the door repeatedly, and then with a final heave, I saw my world turn black as I crashed down a long set of stairs into an inky dark basement. "Ned, are you okay?" Olivia yelled down at me. I got up groggily onto my unsteady feet and yelled back, "I'm fine. You stay up there." I looked up at Olivia, and the faint light that did little to illuminate the pitch-dark basement around me. However, I noticed that the stairs were splattered with blood. I felt a warm liquid run from my head and down to my cheek. I pressed my hand against it, and sure enough, it was blood. But it wasn't mine. Tulio must have gotten hurt. "Tulio, where are you? Are you okay?" I yelled into the darkness. No response. I decided to follow the trail of blood. How did he fall so far from the bottom of the stairs? The basement was large. It wasn't a trick of the darkness. It must have been an extremely wide room. The weirdest part was the strange, extremely intricate circles scattered on the walls, with markings and writings I couldn't recognize or read. The pungent smell of rot grew stronger the further I walked into the basement. Then I neared the end of the trail, where I heard a strange noise, wet popping and snapping. I could barely make out the figure of Tulio on the ground in a pool of blood, and some sort of massive, fuzzy spider tearing away at him. But it wasn't a spider. The thing's feathers slowly retreated, revealing those familiar, intelligent eyes staring back at me. Even in the darkness, they were unmistakable, except this time they were much larger. I barely had time to process the thing's appearance before it started to scream. I don't think scream is the right word for it, though. The only way I can describe it is that it sounded like a large number of people, men, women, children, screaming simultaneously in a dreadful orchestra of collective agony, so loud that I could feel my very bones vibrate. I covered my ears as hard as I could with my hands, my fear quickly transforming into terror. I ran back to the door faster than I had ever run. I could only have been running for a few seconds, but it felt like an eternity. The walls of the basement amplified the sound, making it feel as though it was coming from all around me. My vision began to blur, and the pain in my ears was unbearable. I thought my head might explode. Somehow, in my disoriented state, I reached the stairs, but to my horror, I couldn't climb them. Every step I took sent me crashing down face first into the cold wooden steps, as the screams robbed me of my balance. My mind's pleas to my body to stand and walk fell on deaf ears. I felt the unholy cacophony of voices grow closer. This was it. I reached out toward the light above and felt an arm grab me. Olivia was pulling me up, yelling something that I couldn't make out through the noise. I had to act quickly. My senses in disarray, I used all my might to perform the menial yet grand task of crawling up the stairs. I shut the door just in time and locked it firmly in place by resting my back on it. And then silence. Olivia and I stared at each other in horror for a moment, but the silence was soon broken by slamming on the door. "Run!" I screamed at Olivia, and we bolted for the front door and out of the house to the yard. It was at this point I heard the basement door give way with a loud crash, and the birds began going crazy in response to the thing's presence. I didn't hear the sound of its pursuit. I didn't know if it had even given chase, but I dared not turn around. Olivia and I were halfway across the road to my house when we heard the gentle voice of a woman. "Olivia, wait, it's me." Olivia stopped running, and I turned back to yell at her not to stop, but it was too late. What followed is something that will be burned into my eyes for the rest of my life. The thing loomed over Olivia. It looked like a person, but it was wrong. Its long brown hair, like that of autumn leaves, covered parts of its face, with patches of feathers across its sickly frame. Its elegant tail contrasted with the rest of its repulsive appearance, and those eyes, those same eyes of unspoken intelligence, gazed down at Olivia, the eyes of a predator. Olivia opened her mouth slowly. Mommy? Then in the blink of an eye, the thing leaped at Olivia, its jaw unhinging into a wide, terrible maw, bearing long black talons down at her. I ran, not wanting to see what followed. I heard the sound of flesh tearing and bones snapping through Olivia's muffled screaming. I reached my house and barricaded the door as quickly as I could, gasping for air. What is happening? I have to be going crazy. This can't be real. I cried and my stomach rejected its contents as I threw up all over my living room floor. I couldn't just stay like this. I needed help quickly. I ran up the stairs to my room and grabbed my phone from my nightstand. I called 000 and told the operator there had been a murder. I'm sending help your way, sir. It seems you live in a rural area, so they may take some time. Please be patient and lock your... The call cut out. Hello? Great. Terrible service just when I needed it. At least I know help is on the way. I curled up against the wall with the shotgun I kept under my bed, praying to every god I knew that I wouldn't have to use it, that I wouldn't have to come face to face with that thing again. I tried my hardest not to think about the situation. I felt like I was losing my mind. I waited for what couldn't have been more than 20 minutes. And then I heard them. Police sirens. A wave of relief washed over me. They got here quickly. I'm at least an hour away from the nearest town, I thought. But I didn't care. I was safe. I rushed down the stairs and began to hear the chatter of radios and cars pulling up to my driveway. Then a sound knocking at the door. Hello, sir? We got your call. Is everything okay? Yes, hello, thank you. God, I need help. My neighbor's been murdered. I yelled at the officer through the barricade. Stay calm, sir. We're here now. You're safe. Just open this door so you can explain what happened. Yeah, okay, give me a second. I walked closer to the barricaded door to unblock it, but a sudden realization stopped me. Where were the emergency lights? There was no light coming through the gap under the door, and the police had arrived far too quickly. Something was wrong. My stomach began to sink and unease crept in once again. I slowly stepped away from the door. Hello, sir? You need to open this door so we can help you. What am I doing? Am I going crazy? Help is on the other side of this door, so why won't I open it? I just need to open this door and it'll all be over. And yet, I found myself stepping farther and farther away from the door, away from the logical path to safety, like some sort of primal fear was moving me on its own. Sir, open this door right now, the police demanded. Frustration welling up inside me, I yelled, I'm not opening the door. And then it all stopped. The police chatter, the hum of the car engines, and the voices outside. All of it. All at once. My world became quiet. I stood still, listening. The silence was unbearable. I had to do something, but I didn't know what. Ned? I jumped. Olivia's voice beckoned me from beyond the door. Ned, are you okay? Please come outside. I need help. I felt my chest tighten, and my breath grew short. I needed to get away from that door. I stepped backward quietly, carefully, as the thing rambled on, posing as Olivia. But I wasn't careful enough. The floorboards creaked beneath me, alerting the thing that its prey had caught on, and the path of least resistance was no longer an option. I heard the thing groan and whine as it frustrated, and then it began to slam on the door. Once, twice, 3 times. The makeshift barricade held firm, but by now I was already upstairs, clutching the shotgun close and hiding in my closet. It's been an hour since then. I don't know where the cops are, or if they're even coming. Every sound I hear feels like a trick. A lie. Maybe the call was a lie too. A lie, huh? I bet everything Tulio told me was a lie too. About his city life. About just moving here. Maybe even about his old job. Some neighbor he was. I still hear it pounding on the front door. Yet, moments ago, I heard a door on the second floor creak open. I don't know how it's doing that. I don't know what to believe. I can't trust my ears. It's going to find me, but I'm going to fight back. I'm going to try and kill it. If you hear from me again, it means I was successful. This was the only place I could think to write this, and if I fail, if God forbid you encounter this thing, please don't fall for it. She dropped her cigarette and crushed it out with her foot. Shocking because she was barefoot, and yet not shocking because it was Julie Byers. She was a frail, gaunt woman. Her arms and legs were wire-thin. Her shrunken face was dwarfed by her large forehead and fringed with matted, blonde curly hair. Julie was homeless, but lived with everyone. She hopped from trailer to trailer, spending a week or so in one home, wearing out her welcome and then moving on to another. She had the tenacity of a cocaine-addled salesman, knocking on doors, camping out on front porches, begging and pleading for entrance. Resisting her was futile. Calling the police, useless. She was persistently introducing herself as if no one knew who she was, or had even perceived that she had existed. An existence such as hers was too irritating and obnoxious not to notice. Her presence was abrupt and unwelcomed. Someone had dropped her off in the trailer park like an unwanted mutt, and she was too dumb to find her way out. I had been lucky. She had never thought to grace me with her presence. Maybe it was me. I'm not very sociable. When I see her, I do my best to avoid her. Maybe it was my trailer. Not the nicest on the lot. A bare-boned trailer with a set of stairs and a driveway. Not much more. I'm not one for landscaping or deck building, or even home maintenance in general. The less I build or accentuate, the less I have to take care of. Or maybe it was my neighbor, Mr. Greer. A mean old guy that smelled like rotten eggs and whiskey. Never ventured further than his own lawn chair. He'd sit there all day at the edge of his driveway with a scowl on his face. He hated life in general, but had a special disgust for people, and especially Julie Byers. Pitiful, he would say every time he saw her. A favorite platitude of his. It was consistent and frequent, like a grumpy, old fat parrot. I confronted him on one occasion to no avail. I cared little for Julie, but the spite was a little overboard, and frankly, it made me mad. Yeah, she was down and out, struggling, but she was a person worthy of human dignity. I had never really expressed those sorts of sentiments before. Probably something I heard on a sitcom. He was unaffected by my emotional appeal. She's worthless, pitiful. All right, enough. Give it a rest. You can keep your mouth shut. I'm tired of hearing it. He rolled his eyes towards me without moving his head. I saw an unnatural sway of his pupils as they dilated and contracted rapidly to an abrupt focus. I didn't ask your opinion. She's pitiful and doesn't deserve to exist. She's a waste of existence. That was the extent of our conversations. I thereafter resigned to never speak to him again. Fate guaranteed that I wouldn't have to work hard to achieve that goal either. Not long after, Mr. Greer was found dead in his lawn chair. The silly thing is, I saw the guy. I saw him out of the corner of my eye, but I didn't want to turn my head and draw his attention. I just figured he had fallen asleep. Later that night, the flashing lights of an ambulance woke me up. What happened? I asked my neighbor Angie. Old man died, right there in his chair. No way. And ever since, that trailer had sat there empty. 3 or 4 months, I gather. No relatives had come by and collected his belongings. No one had come to clean the property, or to sell it, or to even show it. Management didn't seem to care. If they didn't care, then I sure as hell wouldn't care. I thought it would be nice to have the corner lot to myself, with only one neighbor to my left, and rid of that nasty old man. And I guess that's why Julie finally felt safe to approach me and introduce herself. Hey boy, you like movies? She asked me as she started pulling out a pack of cigarettes from her back pocket. I had just pulled up into the driveway coming home from work. I didn't see her until I had shut the car door. If I had seen her in time, I would have kept driving. What's your name? My name is Julie Byers. Some folks call me July, being that I'm all sunny and whatnot, an account of my name sounding similar. We ought to watch a movie tonight, me and you. What kind of movies do you like? I like horror movies, but sometimes I'll watch a comedy. What's good is to watch a really scary movie and then watch a comedy after. It balances out your nerves. Although sometimes you can't balance out a really scary movie. I don't care how funny a comedy is. You try to laugh and think about that funny movie, but that scary stuff keeps popping in your head, whether you want it to or not. All the while, she's inching forward. I wanted to tell her that I got to go, make up something, but I couldn't get a word in edgewise. She's masterful at this game. She knew I wanted to ditch her. She knew she wasn't welcomed, but she didn't care. The screen door on Mr. Greer's trailer swung open and slammed shut. We both turned and looked. It swung open again, but not in a smooth mechanical motion as if blown by the wind, but in a deliberate way to signify anger. An angry swing. I know that sounds crazy, but that's what I saw. Julie saw it too. She shook and trembled. He's still there. He don't like me. It happened several more times, swinging out slowly then slamming shut. By this time, she was up on my stairs, and after one more vicious slam, she flung her arms around me and buried her head in my chest. I fumbled for my keys and opened the door. She unleashed me and hopped inside the trailer. I didn't have the heart to throw her out. It's just the wind. Maybe a good comedy will make it go away. We watched several movies. Her on the couch and me in my recliner. She talked incessantly. She narrated the scenes as they happened and provided a full commentary at the end of each movie. I fell asleep during the middle of the last movie, drifting off to a cacophony of slapstick shenanigans, with slide whistles and kazoos and her nonsensical babbling. I was awakened by a chilly breeze and an unexpected moment of silence. The television had been turned off, the front door was open, and the screen door was tapping against the exterior wall. A moderate wind was blowing through the night air. Julie was gone. I can't even begin to express the joy and relief that welled up inside of my soul. I felt like I had been freed from prison, able to do as I pleased. I went to close the door, somewhat miffed that she would just leave it wide open. As I reached out to grab the screen door, I noticed Julie standing on Mr. Greer's front porch. She was staring into the trailer, stiff and unmoving. "Julie," I yelled. No response, her gaze affixed. "Come back inside. What are you doing?" Aggravated, I jumped off the porch and stomped across the lawn. I got to the bottom of the stairs. The inside was dark, but there was a patch of moonlight coming through the back bedroom window. Julie noticed nothing. As I grabbed the rail to climb the stairs, she started to lift off the porch and float. There was an audible hum vibrating throughout, shaking the trailer and causing the metal railing to ring so slightly. Before I could pull my hand away from the railing, I felt a piercing shock of electricity. A shadow moved into the moonlight, an eclipse both obscuring and illuminating. A corona of a tall, slender silhouette, skinnier than humanly possible, taller than the inside of a trailer would allow. A quick glimpse of an alien or a demon, of which I didn't know, but I suspected it wasn't human. Julie's body was yanked into the trailer. The door slammed shut. The hum faded. I was hampered by an immense fear and yet burdened by an overwhelming sense of guilt. After about an hour debating with myself, in the relative safety of my own home, I decided against calling the police and acting on my own. They would think me a madman if I explained that my vagrant neighbor had just been lifted off the ground and abducted by an unseen force. The other consideration was how was I even to fight such a force? Maybe a stealthy getaway. Avoid a confrontation altogether. That was my plan. Sneak in, grab Julie, and get the hell out of there. I grabbed an old rusty fillet knife from my toolbox, a knife I had neglected for years but still sharp enough to cut hoses and other miscellaneous stuff I needed cutting. Not too sanitary for cleaning fish, but not beyond usefulness. With my fillet knife and a small stepladder, I made my way to the solitary window at the back of Mr. Greer's trailer. I surmised it was probably the window over the kitchen sink and the entrance where my presence would be least expected. I folded out the stepladder and placed it right up against the trailer wall. The window was unlocked and easily pushed open. I peered inside, but the darkness was unusually opaque. Not a sliver of light, or even a tinge of gray. The light from outside seemed to be absorbed into the darkness, destroyed as soon as it reached the interior. At once I felt a need to go back and get a flashlight, but then I would make my presence known. Still, I wasn't too keen on stumbling around in the dark chasing after a chatty cat who may have been killed by some mystical evil force, a force not likely to be easily injured by a fillet knife. I was frightened by a sudden moan for help. I heard Julie to the left in a distant corner of the trailer. The thought of calling the police intruded upon my mind. Guns. They had guns, far more effective than my knife. "Please help me," she said in a strained and weak voice. "It's asleep." I didn't move, but she knew I was there. It's asleep. That was her way of telling me that this was my only chance to save her, that the window of opportunity was closing fast and there was no time for calling the police. I needed to take action right then and there. I slid in head first, my chest moving across the faucet. I felt a thin pipe bend forward as it pushed hard into my skin. I tried to move away, but the window was too narrow. I had no choice but to push through the pain and hopefully fall to the floor without making a sound. I shimmied across the faucet and onto the floor. The floor was ice cold, so cold it burnt my hands. It reminded me of the time I changed out a propane tank and didn't close the valve. The liquid gas shot out across my bare hand. It was a burning cold, a fierce, sharp piercing of the skin. I pulled my hands back from the floor and quickly stood up. There would be no crawling on my hands and knees. Even though the floor was frozen, the air was hot and humid. Beads of sweat dripped from my forehead while my toes were stiff and numb. I lost my bearings and considered calling out to Julie. The darkness had confused me, and my mind was preoccupied with the discomfort of experiencing both extreme cold and extreme heat. "It's asleep." "Julie?" I whispered. "Here," she whispered back. I slinked towards Julie's voice, picking my feet up high as I made my way, the cold becoming unbearable. Julie reached out and touched me on the shoulder. I reached up to grab her hand, but instead of her hand, I grabbed her foot. I moved my hand up her leg, trying to understand where she was in relation to myself. Somehow she was above me. The lights flashed on, and standing before me was a sight I struggled to comprehend or explain. Julie was indeed above me, not floating, not on a ladder, but half submerged in the chest of a large alien being. Her right side and head dangled uncontrollably as the beast started to wake up and shake about in anger. This thing was incomplete, in the midst of transformation. It had no legs, only a column with a partial cleavage in the middle, through which I could see the wall behind. The bottom of the column was splayed out like a tree root system, each appendage having spiked hooks firmly entrenched into the floor. The beast's torso and upper body looked human, except that everything was exaggerated. The arms were longer than the length of its body. It had 6 long fingers on each hand that got excessively thinner near the end. Its skin looked like a translucent wax, revealing a detailed picture of its growing internal organs, lungs, stomach, and several hearts, mostly incomplete. Little streaks of lightning were flashing throughout its body. Yet the worst feature, the one that haunts me to this day, was its head. The right side was blank and devoid of form, but the left looked like a burgeoning, grotesque portrait of Julie, an unfinished statue. "Help," Julie whispered with exhaustion. Her pitiful eyes communicated a helplessness I had never encountered. An odd thought popped into my head. Had anyone ever been kind to her? I took the fillet knife and started stabbing the beast wherever I could. A flash of fire burnt my hands. A grayish thick fluid exploded into the air, combusting as it came through the skin, cauterizing the beast's wounds. It swung its arm and knocked me across the trailer, which I hadn't noticed until at that time that it was empty. I had expected to fall into a chair or a dining room table. Instead, I hit the side wall and fell to the floor. The air became charged, and I saw the hair on my arm stand on end. My body lifted off the ground. Throughout the creature's body, streaks of what I could only describe as black lightning cascaded from its head to its lower extremities. I was tossed violently to the other side of the trailer, hitting my head so hard against the wall that I cracked the paneling. Spots blurred my vision, and I felt dizzy and nauseous, close to losing consciousness. The beast inhaled and straightened up its posture. It strained with all its effort to pull Julie further in. Her head sunk into its chest. I heard her scream loud at first, but then muffled as she was suffocated within the beast's body. Her arm flailed around, grasping and clawing for freedom, and then suddenly stopped. I knew I had failed, and at that point, all I could do was to save myself. I hurried up off the floor and jumped back through the window I entered, landing face first in the stepladder. My nose gushed blood, surprisingly, and luckily, the beast was unconcerned with my escape. I ran to my car, unwilling and probably incapable of feeling safe in my own trailer. I drove around for hours trying to comprehend what had just happened. I listened to the radio, and sometimes when a good song came on, I could pretend I was somewhere else and nothing had ever happened. But it wouldn't last. I knew I wouldn't have to report Julie missing. No one cared. Probably her family even less. As the sun came up, I grew tired. My body could take no more. I knew I had to get some sleep, especially when I fell asleep in one lane and woke up in another. I had no place to go but home. As I drove up to my trailer, I spotted Julie sitting outside in a lawn chair at the edge of Mr. Greer's driveway. My mind was racing for an explanation. Did she survive? Did any of that even take place? I didn't pursue an explanation, nor did I approach her, at least not on that day. Several weeks passed, and it was the same routine. I'd wake up, Julie would be at the end of the driveway, come home, still there. Finally, one day after work, I approached her. It was a cringe thing to say, but I'm not known for my charm. Seen any good horror movies lately? She looked up at me with a scowl on her face. What are you talking about? She looked like Julie, but sounded like Mr. Greer. Her breath smelled like rotten eggs and whiskey. I quickly walked away. I wanted to know about the trailer and Julie's new living arrangement. I was blunt about it and asked the manager why they were letting Julie live there. I was hoping he would commit to throwing her off the premises. Curiously, the manager said that Mr. Greer had left everything he owned to Julie, which consisted of one trailer and one lawn chair. I'm about to start my senior year of college. Last semester, I took a job as a desk attendant at my school's library. It's a private university, so they get away with paying their workers below minimum wage, but I don't mind. So long as I make enough to be able to afford my gas, I'm in the clear. I commute about an hour back and forth from home to school every day of the week, so a little gas money goes a long way. The cool thing about the library job is that it doesn't require much from me. I sit at a desk and check books in and out, answer the occasional phone call, and help whenever needed. I have a lot of downtime and spend most of it reading or catching up on homework. Hours are a little sporadic though. My schedule usually looks something like this. Tuesday, 2 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. Thursday, 4:30 p.m. to 10. The library closes at 10. I spend many of those hours doing nothing at all, really. Being in the library for so long with nothing to do, you begin to take notice of certain things. Like when the library is most active, and when there's no one in there at all. It's fairly active towards the start of my shift around 4:30, and dies down from about 5:30 to 7. From 7 to 9, there's usually a good deal of traffic in and out. More often than not, though, I spend that last hour from 9 to 10 completely alone there. Those nights when I'm there until close, I'm responsible for shutting the lights off and locking the room downstairs that houses the library's book collection. I'm never down there during the day. Most of the textbooks students need to check out are kept upstairs and are never more than a few steps away from my desk. Locking that room is the last thing I do before I go home for the night. I took this job because I wanted something on campus, where I could walk straight from class to work. The last thing I want to do is leave school and have to drive somewhere else to go do homework. So having that job right there on campus was ideal. It is incredibly mundane, but I get to see a lot of faces. It's nice to know that people on campus don't just see me as that weird guy in their economics class, but rather that guy in the library. Like I said, from about 9 to 10, it's pretty quiet in there. Most of the other lights in the building are usually already turned off before I even leave. One night when I went to lock up the room downstairs, I thought I heard something coming from one of the back corners. I called out, asking if anyone was down there, and when no one replied, I shut the lights off, waited a beat to see if someone yelled out, "Hey, I'm down here," or something. But when no one did, I locked the door and closed it behind me. I didn't dwell on it at all. In fact, I put the whole thing completely out of my mind almost immediately. I only remembered it again after what happened to me recently. Another great thing about this library job is that it continues into the summer. My friends hound me endlessly about staying on for the summer. "Why don't you just get a job in town?" they say. "Something that's not an hour away and pays better." I don't want a better job, though. I like working there. I like being on campus when no one else is. There's a strange feeling to it, but it's one I like. It makes me feel like a true staff member there, and not just some student worker. The job is different over the summer, though. Since there's no students coming in to check out books, there's really no need to just sit at the desk upstairs. Lots of other libraries request books from us, so the first part of my workday involves packaging up those books for shipment. It's a long, complicated process, and it usually takes most of the morning. Once that is done, however, The summer project has been to go down to the book collection and make sure all the books are still there. There's a huge list, all on an Excel spreadsheet, every book in the entire library, and my job is to go through and check every single one to make sure that it's there and cataloged properly. If a book isn't there, I type an X next to it in the Excel sheet and move on. Lots of books that are shelved aren't even on the list. Those books, I turn on to their spine and my boss comes through later and takes them out. I don't work alone though. There's another girl that works with me. We each take a section and start on either end, checking off books until we meet in the middle. Once we're done, we move on to the next section and start the process again. The collection is large enough that oftentimes starting on either end of one section means that she and I are several shelves away from one another. Summer hours are different too. I work from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Wednesdays and Fridays. I get Saturday through Monday off, which is pretty nice. One day, when work was about over, I came back upstairs from the collection and remarked casually to my boss that I found a book down there from the 1890s. She didn't seem as thrilled as me about the discovery. "Go wash your hands," she said. I was a little confused. "Why's that?" I asked. In books from before 1900, they used to use heavy metals like lead and mercury in the publishing process. I attended a conference a while back and they talked about that. I'm doing my best to take all of those books out and get rid of them. Go wash your hands. I went and washed my hands in the bathroom, and while I was in there I couldn't help but realize the tragedy of what she had said. She was going to be getting rid of any old books she found. It's not that these books were all that interesting. Usually some old treatise on bird watching or something like that, but still, old books are cool, poisonous or not, and I hated to see them going into the dump. Most days down in the book collection, it's my boss, my one coworker, and myself. We often talk back and forth from across the room about strange books we find, calling out goofy titles and things of the like. I occasionally find an old book from the late 1800s and tell my boss. She snatches them up and puts them on her cart. I hate seeing that, so I have taken to just not telling her about them. Summertime temperatures are in full swing, so most days it's about 90 degrees or so outside. Problem is, it's about 60 degrees down in that book collection room. So I always have on a sweater or something over my t-shirt. When I step outside to go to lunch, it's always incredibly too hot for all the clothes I have on. But if I didn't have them, I'd freeze to death down in that book collection. When my boss told me that my coworker would be gone for the next 2 weeks, I didn't think much of it. It was an easy job, and all her absence meant was that it would just take a little longer to get through sections of books now. Lots of times I was down in that room by myself. My boss was often in her office or running various errands around campus. I always knew when she came back down there because I could hear her begin scanning books and putting them on her cart. Though I hardly ever saw her, I'd occasionally catch a glimpse of her between shelves of books. I always bring earbuds because without some kind of podcast or music playing, 4 hours or so in that collection would just drive me insane. I came into work the other day, 15 minutes late, 10 minutes later than usual, and noticed that my boss was not at her usual place behind her desk. I took my seat at my desk and saw a note stuck to the computer screen. "Good morning. I will be out of town today and tomorrow." Thursday and Friday. "If you run into any issues with loans or anything, don't worry about it. We will figure it out next week. Have a great weekend." Reading this note, I honestly breathed a sigh of relief. Now I could slack off and not feel bad about it. It's not that I hate this job, but it's not exactly easy to lock in and work when all you are doing is reading call numbers on books and putting a little check mark or an X on a spreadsheet. I did my best to get all the loans taken care of for that day and immediately took advantage of my boss's absence. Anytime I want a drink when I'm working, I have to walk to a separate building nearby where there is a vending machine. It takes roughly 5 or 6 minutes to get from the library to the vending machine and back. That building with the vending machine is one of the oldest still standing on campus. Even in broad daylight, it gives me the creeps. I got a drink and took the long way back to the library. I was probably gone for about 10 minutes. I went down to the book collection, put my headphones in, and picked up from where I left off the day before. I was at the very back of the library, the farthest corner from the door, but one of the overhead fluorescent lights is out, so it's oddly dark. Having just gotten back from that creepy old building, I was already somewhat spooked when I got back down to the book collection. Like I said, that room is always cold, but that day it felt even colder. I genuinely felt like my sweater and sweatpants were not enough to keep me warm. The longer I was down there, the more I wished I had a jacket, or a thicker sweater or something. I made the mistake of listening to a creepy podcast that day. This was a podcast I always listened to while working down there, but today, all alone in that cold, poorly lit library, I realized that it was a mistake. I periodically took my headphones out because I swore I heard something. Each time I was proven to be incorrect, thankfully. I wondered for a while if the air conditioning in the building was broken or something. I couldn't think of any other reason that it was so cold in the book collection compared to the rest of the building, and especially outside. When I went out for lunch that day, I was genuinely shocked by the temperature discrepancy. I had to take my sweater off before I even got to my car. If you have ever been in a garage or an old basement in the winter, then you'd have a pretty good idea of what it felt like in that book collection. Getting back from lunch, I resumed my work, and yes, that same creepy podcast. As time ticked away down there, I suddenly got an overwhelming feeling that I was being watched. I couldn't see or hear anyone else down there, but I felt it strongly. I set my laptop down and walked around the room, checking every aisle of bookshelves. I looked through all of the windows to see if anyone might have been outside, but there was no one. I was still completely alone. I began to long for the workday to be over. I wanted to go home. I had gotten spooked, and at that point, there was no getting unspooked. I checked my phone and saw that it was 3 o'clock. I was relieved. Only 1 hour left. I went back to my work, but I soon became aware of some kind of sound. I pulled out one of my earbuds and listened. It was some kind of humming. I couldn't tell if it was from a machine or from a person. That collection room of the library contains a lot of doors that are always locked with little signs that say things like boiler room or mechanical room. I figured this humming, which I had not heard at all this summer, must be coming from one of those rooms, but even still, it didn't do my nerves any favors. I left my earbuds out, turned off my podcast, and decided to finish that last hour of work in silence. After all, I was getting sick of pulling an earbud out every 5 minutes or so to check for some strange sound. I heard a book fall. It was plain as day and unmistakable. Somewhere, several shelves away from me, a book just fell off a shelf and hit the floor. That's got to be a pretty common thing in libraries though, right? I got up and looked for it. I saw it. It was one of those old books. It was so old that it wasn't even in English. I'm fairly certain that it was Latin. I picked up the book and put it back in place. I realized while reshelving it that it came from a very tightly packed shelf. I honestly had trouble squeezing it back into its place. Why would that book have fallen? It was almost like someone had tried to pick it off the shelf, dropped it, and ran away. But I knew that couldn't be what happened because I would have heard all of that. But I didn't. All I heard was the book hitting the floor. I checked my phone and saw that it was only 3:07. How had only 7 minutes passed? I decided that I was done anyway. I needed to get out of that room. I was freezing, and I was scared. I shut my laptop off and left. I hit the lights on my way out, and I know I heard another book fall before I closed the door, but I was not going to stick around to put it back. The whole drive home I thought of how ridiculous I was being. A book fell in a library. Big whoop. That's possibly the most normal thing that could happen in a library. I figured that I had just gotten spooked and had overreacted to everything. Fear has a way of heightening your senses. That must have been why I could hear every little noise in that library all day. I wondered if that humming I heard was something that is always going on, or something that kicks on periodically, and I just have never noticed it before. By the time I got back home, I was laughing at myself for how paranoid I had been. I woke up late the next day. It was raining, rolls of thunder kept me from getting up. It was so nice, so peaceful. When I actually looked at my phone and saw the time, that cloud of serenity dissipated. I jumped out of bed and quickly got dressed, rushed to my car, and sped out of my driveway. Halfway to the school I realized that there was no reason for all this. No one was there at work. When I arrived I could be sure that I would be alone. A sinking feeling crept into my stomach at that realization. I thought of the day before. I was scared of my mind wandering again, elevating every little thing I heard or noticed. My fear was not of the library, but of what my own imagination would do to me while I was down there. I didn't want it to happen again. I figured the more I thought about it, the more my imagination would mess with me. So when I actually got into work, I put my earbuds in and turned on some music. Most of the other people that work on campus must have had the day off that day because it really felt like I was the only human being on the entire campus that day. It was so bad that I checked my schedule a few times just to make sure that I was in fact supposed to work that day. I was. There was no mistake there. There were other cars in the parking lots and some parked along the streets near the campus, but I really did not see anyone. I began the typical morning shtick, checking for loan requests and all that. There were none that day. That meant I had nothing more to do that day other than go down to that collection room and start checking books. The room loomed over my mind. My imagination had begun to have its way with it, but I quickly pulled myself back together. It's an old room in an old library. Of course it's gonna be creepy. Of course the central air isn't going to work right down there. Books fall off of shelves. That just happens. It's fine. Get over it. I said to myself as I slowly crept down the stairs. I reached the final step and turned to look down the short hallway to the collection room door. It was still shut, just like I left it. I slowly walked over to it and opened the door. I had forgotten to shut one light off. There was a single fluorescent light panel, illuminating a small part of the collection room. It was closer to the back of the room, surrounded on all sides by darkness. Simple and explainable. But there was just something about it. The sound the light made, the darkness surrounding it, the dull yellowish nature of the light itself. My stomach sank immediately. I debated turning back right then, but instead chose to stay. I flicked the other light switches, and the rest of the lights came on. It wasn't so bad like that. The sinking feeling in my stomach went away. It was as cold down there as it ever was, though it felt colder as my clothes and hair had not yet dried from my rainy walk from my car to the library. The clouds were dark enough that not much natural light got through the windows of that room. This left the corners dark and made the light feel unnatural. The upbeat music playing in my earbuds did only a passingly decent job at keeping my imagination from running wild. A few times, like the day before, I thought I heard something. At some point I remembered the book that had fallen before I closed up the day before. I wondered where that was, and went looking for it. As I walked between the shelves searching for the book, I never found it. I had heard a book fall, right? The sinking feeling came back a little bit. I returned to where I was, towards the backmost part of the room, wary and growing increasingly more nervous. I felt as though the room was getting incrementally colder as the day went on. At one point, I swear I saw my own breath. Suddenly, my hair stood on the back of my neck. I looked up from my laptop. I peeked through the shelves. Something was watching me, and I knew it. I pulled my earbuds out and held perfectly still. I heard that same humming that I had heard the day before. It seemed louder this time. I stepped away from my place in the shelves once again and began to walk down the aisles between the shelves. The humming didn't seem like it was coming from one of those locked storage closets. Honestly, it didn't seem to have any source or point of origin at all. I found a strange spot on the ceiling in one of the aisles. I think that it was near the same shelf where the book had fallen. The spot looked like mold to me. It was black, but not faded or soaked in like how a lot of mold looks. It was dark black and almost shiny. It looked like someone had bought a paint can from Lowe's or Home Depot, opened the lid, and thrown it up at the ceiling. I understand that it must be mold or something, but I just don't think I've seen anything like it before. Another thing about that huge black spot, it was cold. Just standing below it, I felt like I was in a meat freezer. Perhaps just above that spot was where the central air was broken. I really don't know how that even works. Like maybe a pipe or tube was broken or ripped or something. Whatever it was, that explanation satisfied me enough. I walked back to the place where I was before and started working again. I found it incredibly hard to focus on my work. I wanted to leave. I was getting freaked out again, the same way I was yesterday. I was trying as hard as I could to keep my composure, not to become paranoid like I had before. I sat on a stool, staring straight ahead at the shelf of books in front of me. I wanted to ignore the feeling, but the longer I sat there, the harder it became. Someone, something, was looking at me. I could feel eyes on me. When I finally allowed the feeling to manifest fully, I felt paralyzed. As though whatever was looking at me could only sense motion or something. I heard a different sound, like the sound of something freezing or growing. It sounded like water soaking into a dry sponge. I seemed to perceive a dark shape hovering above me, but I couldn't bear to look up. I rationalized that a particularly dark rain cloud had passed close to the windows and blocked out even more of the sun. I heard a book fall again. I got up quickly. I grabbed my laptop and shut it, tucking it under my arm. I walked around until I found the book. It was that same old book that had fallen before. I knelt down to pick it up. As I stretched out my hand to pick up the book, I felt a hand touch my shoulder. The hair on my neck stood straight. My skin tightened around my muscles and became covered in goosebumps. Without turning around, I stood and began to run. I hit a sharp right turn at the end of that row of shelves, and another just a few shelves from that. Then I had a straight and clear path for the door. I could hear it, whatever it was. I heard footsteps behind me. Not running, but footsteps nonetheless. As I neared the door, I reached out to shut off the lights. I hit the switch, and just before shutting the door, I dared to turn and looked behind me. In the darkness, I thought I saw a shape. Something terrible, something tall. Its other qualities I could only speculate, though overall it appeared human-like. I slammed the door shut and ran out to my car. The moment the door slammed shut, I heard the thing scream. I will never forget that sound. I haven't gone back to work there. I've ignored the emails from my boss, which I started getting the week after the incident. After a few weeks, the emails from her stopped. I dreaded returning to school. I did all I could to avoid setting foot in that library. If I ever do have to be in there, I avoid the bottom floor, and even on the other floors I keep it brief. I figured I would get a chewing out from my boss if she ever saw me again. The first time I saw her, though, I did not see disdain or anger in her eyes. What I saw was understanding, trauma, as though she knew why I had left and never come back. We didn't talk, but rather shared this look of understanding. After this, I ventured to open the emails which she had sent me. I found in the first email confusion as to why I had not gone in to work that day. The next email from a day later had more anger to it. Then there was the third email. It simply said, "I understand." Towards the end of that fall semester, one cool October day, I arrived at school to find the library closed. I saw men in hazmat suits going in and out of the building. When I got glimpses inside, I could see plastic covering everything. They told the students that there was black mold discovered in the library, and that considerable efforts were required to clean up and dispose of the mold. They told us that the librarian had taken a job at another school and would not be returning. I never believed that, and the fact that the library never reopened only confirmed what I had thought. I've put as much detail into this as I could possibly remember, just in case anyone here has ever encountered anything similar. I've thought about it, and was wondering if black mold exposure causes hallucinations or something. I don't want to believe what I saw down there that day, but I'm haunted by the memories. Memories too vivid to pretend like they are from a dream, but maybe if someone else had a similar experience, or knows exactly what I was encountering down there, then perhaps I could feel some kind of closure about this whole thing. Many people are afraid of spiders or heights. My phobia is fairly common as well, you see. I am afraid of clowns. When I say I'm afraid of clowns, I really mean it. I can barely even look at the most benevolent clown for more than 10 minutes without screaming and crying. Trying to watch any killer clown horror movie would probably cause my premature death. That being said, I'll tell you about the time that I tried confronting my fear. I doubt telling you this story will help me get over my fear of clowns. However, it might make you afraid of them, so don't continue reading if you don't want another phobia in your life. The story goes as follows. A couple of months ago, I was enjoying the weekend with a friend in his house. Only he and his cat live there, so his house is pretty much the perfect hangout place. We were playing video games while my friend's cat was curled up in my lap. Usually, cats hate me, but Bob always had a soft spot for me. He loves to follow me around everywhere I go. He especially loves when I use his fuzzy back as an armrest. After a couple of hours, we decided to buy some whiskey and Coke from the nearby supermarket. We quickly exited the house and walked towards the supermarket, which was only around 3 minutes away. Unfortunately, our trip wasn't as simple as I originally anticipated. Standing right next to the supermarket, we saw the one thing that makes my blood run cold. A clown. A panic attack hit me as soon as I saw the clown. Even though every clown creeps me out, there was just something about this one that made me extremely uncomfortable. He looked like a Ronald McDonald copy, although a very bad copy. The clown was sickly slim and short. His costume had many rips and tears. The makeup on his face was horribly done. It was so awful that his face looked like someone threw a couple of buckets of random paint on it. Even though the clown's appearance alone was frightening enough to ruin my day, what scared me the most was the way he looked at me. Even from a distance, I could tell he was staring straight into my eyes. He was smiling so hard that it looked like the skin on his face will get ripped off by his unnatural smile. Worst of all, he wouldn't stop smiling at all. His smile seemed to widen with every passing second. At this point, I was completely frozen in place. My friend tapped me on the shoulder and said, "Let's just go and grab the drinks. You don't have to look at that weirdo." I somehow powered through my panic attack and said, "Sure, but I'm gonna stare at the guy. Can't be a coward forever. It's about time I tried doing something about my problem." My friend gave me a reassuring look and replied with a simple, "All right." Another even more potent panic attack hit me as soon as I took only 2 steps towards the clown. I started crying. Embarrassed, I barely mustered the strength to tell my friend that I'm going back to the apartment. I speed-walked back to the house. I collapsed on the couch in tears as soon as I entered. Bob rushed to cheer me up by jumping on top of my back and purring. It didn't take more than 30 minutes for my friend to return. He was proudly carrying 2 bags full of drinks and snacks like they were trophies. He put the bags on the nearby table, then cheerily, he started talking. "You know, that clown wasn't that bad. One guy gave him some money and then he..." Before he finished his sentence, annoyed and exhausted, I said, "Please, let's just drink. I don't want to hear about it." He nodded understandingly and went to grab the whiskey glasses. Hours passed. After some time of heavy drinking, we fell asleep on the couch. It wasn't an enjoyable nap for me, because a nightmare involving the supermarket clown, which I would rather not describe, woke me up. I groggily went to the spare bedroom, but before going to bed I realized that neither of us locked the front door. Who knows how long we were asleep? It's not like this is a crime-free neighborhood. Anyone could have entered the house. I walked as fast as I could towards the front door. I checked it, and as expected, it wasn't locked. So I immediately locked it. I reassured myself that no intruder entered the house. Then I went to bed. While laying in bed, morbid thoughts started attacking my mind. What if someone entered the house? What if the clown we saw earlier followed my friend home and is waiting for the opportunity to surprise me? The sequence of disturbing thoughts was instantly stopped by the sound of soft meowing. I was shocked to hear meowing coming from under my bed, but that shock was immediately replaced by a feeling of relief. Even though Bob was just a cat, knowing he's here to protect me while I try to sleep was oddly putting my mind to rest. After some time of rolling around in bed, I finally fell asleep to the sounds of soft meowing and purring. I woke up early next morning. Considering my paranoia from last night, the sleep itself wasn't that bad. I found my friend playing with Bob in the living room. I immediately told him, "Bob's a real lifesaver. If it wasn't for him, it would have been near impossible for me to get some sleep last night." He looked at me in confusion and asked, "What you mean?" "Bob was keeping me company. He slept under my bed last night," I said with a smile. "Nah, he was here with me. He slept right next to the couch." My friend immediately rebutted. "I heard him meowing in my room," I responded. "I know Bob thinks you're cool and all, but he always sleeps next to me. It's like a ritual of ours, you see." He stopped mid-sentence. His calm demeanor was rapidly substituted by absolute fear. "Please, just trust me. "Follow me and don't ask any questions until we're out of the house," he said with an unusual shakiness in his voice. He picked up Bob and ran towards the front door. I followed him as he hastily unlocked it. He barely gave me enough time to put on my shoes before pushing me out of the house, and then immediately locked the door behind us. He rummaged through his pockets trying to find his phone. He quickly realized he left it inside the house. So, he turned towards me and said with noticeable urgency in his voice, "Give me your phone. We have to call the police." I gave him the phone, but before he could use it, I asked him, "Can you at least tell me what's going on?" "You really don't want to know." He brushed me off. I snatched the phone out of his hand. With visible annoyance on my face, I said, "I do want to know. I'm not giving you my phone before you tell me why you're acting like a mental patient." "Fine, I'll tell you. But please stay as calm as you can," he told me before taking a deep breath. "Yesterday, you cut me off before I could tell you why I didn't think the clown was so bad, you see. Some guy gave him some money, then the clown gave the guy some cards with pictures of animals on them. As soon as the guy picked up the card he wanted, the clown would mimic the animal that was on the card. He imitated a frog, then a dog. The croaks and barks were exactly like the real thing. If I closed my eyes, I wouldn't notice that a human being is making those sounds." "Yeah, so?" I asked, very confused about his story. "Well, he could also do a cat impression," he said, with a defeated look on his face. The house was beautiful. It was like a dream. 2 stories, 2 bathrooms, 2 beds. The living room dropped down like in the 70s, and the kitchen was complete with an island and a beautiful view of the garden and a large, towering apple tree. There was even some decor left by the previous residents. Little bird feeders, a stone Buddha by the front step, a tree of life tapestry hanging in the living room. The realtor had told my parents the previous resident wouldn't be needing these things back, but she would remove them before we moved in. But my parents told her not to. It made the space feel cozy and lived in. We moved in at the beginning of summer, so I don't have to worry about school for a while. It was nice to have no additional stress. But it made me sad to have those months free without much opportunity to see my friends. I found myself worrying about what they were doing, if they were having more fun without me, if they'd already forgotten I existed. It didn't take long for me to realize moving was lonely. I spent my summer in the garden pretending I was a forlorn maiden, cast away from everything she knows. I lay in the cool dirt beneath the apple tree, watching the leaves flutter in the warm breeze. Sometimes I would even eat an apple, but they were always a bit too bitter for my taste. I would wonder about the silver in the wood, like someone had hacked at it with an axe, then gave up. Who would try and chop down such a beautiful thing? The apple tree became a sort of sanctuary. The shade protected me from the blazing sun on the hotter days, and the trunk became an incredibly comfortable backrest to lean back on and read. One day, while I was doing just that, something blew up against my leg. A dirty, stained piece of paper. I set my book down and picked it up, curious. I scanned it quickly. It looked like a letter, from what I could make out, but it cut off at the end, and there was no backside. I shifted from my spot against the tree, digging my fingers into the soft dirt and searching around. I thought that if this letter had been here, maybe, just maybe, the rest were too. I was desperate for excitement at that point, and I wasn't beyond getting my hands dirty to find some. Sure enough, soon my fingers were prying at dampened notebook paper, carefully edging it out of the soil. I think I found most of them just searching in the dirt. They weren't buried very deep. As soon as I finished reading those letters, I went to find my parents, heaving. We left that house, and we never came back. I'll do my best to relay to you what the letters said, at least what I could read of it. Dear Sylvia, I miss you the worst in summer. The winter here is cold and unforgiving, but the summer is worse. I cannot even bring myself to leave the house anymore. I fear some days that death follows me, like a stray dog nipping at my heel. Now that you and Elsie are gone from my life, I have nothing left to run from. How could I be meant to stay here when you were not? Even so, I feel very strongly that dying now would be a betrayal to you, no matter how much I would love to join you, wherever you are. My days are lonely and plain now. I eat nothing but what I can take from the garden. Thank you for my nourishment and my survival, my dear wife. There isn't much flavor to my food without the smell of you cooking it in the kitchen. I think often of my time as a butcher. I used to be happy with that kind of work, but now it only disgusts me. The thought of slicing through meat that was once a living creature, nearly brings me to tears. Some nights when I close my eyes, all I can see is muscles twitching. It haunts me in your absence. I swear, Sylvia, I will never consume that stuff again. The apple tree is the only piece of you I have left. The only living piece. I could go catatonic for hours just watching it sway. When I see that tree, I feel that you are nearby. I miss you. R. Dear Sylvia, yesterday I went to sit under our tree. It pains me that when you were alive, I didn't spend much time in our garden. Perhaps I had old hermit in my blood. Even then, I preferred to watch you from the kitchen, admiring your gardening prowess from a distance. Perhaps that makes me a bad husband, but I think you liked that about me. How I always gave you enough space. It's nice out here. Very peaceful. The fresh air feels like you touching me. I could have sworn I could hear Elsie's laughter in the breeze. I noticed something strange. As I sat against the trunk, enjoying the sunshine on my skin, it felt like the tree moved against my back, almost as if it were squirming. Perhaps my mind is not what it used to be, but perhaps it was you. If it was you, thank you. I hope you'll reach out again. That night I had a very hard time falling asleep. No matter what I did, I could not feel comfortable. My bed felt wrong, felt lumpy and strange, as if it were not made for me. I gave up and went to our kitchen, and I watched the tree through the window until my eyes grew heavy. It was so beautiful in the moonlight, glowing gently, drawing the eye. It was so quiet, so dignified. It made me feel uneasy, but in a comforting way, as odd as that may sound. When I got back to bed, it didn't feel wrong anymore, and I was finally able to rest. R. Dear Sylvia, these days all I find myself doing is wandering the house, reminiscing. I don't dare move or change anything. I want to preserve everything just the way you left it. Our house is covered in little trinkets, hippie things that I don't entirely understand. You always had such an earthly style. Some of it I don't care for. It simply isn't my cup of tea, but I never would have told you that. I would never want to step on your toes. It's apple season again. I remember watching you and Elsie climb our tree, shrieking and laughing uproariously as you hung from the branches like monkeys. Elsie, my little monkey. I know she never cared for that nickname when I called her it, but it stuck. You were such a good mother, Sylvia. I hope you knew I knew that. I used to love apple season. I loved watching you pick them, dropping the ripe ones into wicker baskets in the grass, and a couple of days later, the entire house would smell of pie, sweet cinnamon and sugar, and it would linger for days, even all the way up in the attic. This is something I miss dearly. Please come back, Sylvia, and bake one last apple pie. R. Dear Sylvia, today I went out to pick apples. I thought maybe I could take a crack at your old apple pie recipe, perhaps treat myself to something besides wilted vegetables. However, something very strange and disturbing happened to me. I was collecting the ones that looked the ripest. I am not the most well-versed in things like this, but I can make an educated guess. I found one that looked so perfect. It was red and shiny, not a scratch on it or a single wormhole, which felt lucky. I went to take a bite, and what I found caused me to vomit into the grass. Inside of the apple was meat, raw meat. It was not quite the kind of meat I used to butcher, although it twitched as such. I could see white muscles and tendon. It oozed with pink plasma where my teeth had parted the skin. It tasted metallic and rotten on my tongue. The flavor still hasn't passed. I cut open every single apple I had picked. The trees seemed to shudder. They were all like that, made of meat. Some entirely, and some as if a rot was spreading over them. I can't help but wonder how long it has been this way. I feel unnerved. I feel that I can't trust my brain, my vision, or my taste buds. I feel I may vomit again. I do not know if what I experienced is real, but if it was, I do not know what to do. It is unholy what I have experienced. Tonight I will pray. R. Dear Sylvia, today someone knocked on the door. I was still feeling shaken up and disoriented, so this caused my nerves to be completely shot. I do not enjoy interacting with strangers, or anyone for that matter. It was a man, and he was carrying a box. He asked me for you, and for Elsie. I told this man that you had not lived here for a while. He seemed confused, so I clarified that I was your husband and Elsie was my daughter, and you had both passed away in a tragic accident. That caused him to look even more confused. Forgive me, but I felt defensive and uncomfortable. I figured maybe this man looked so confused because I am old and you were younger. Oh, how I wish I could rid this planet of all judgment. This man seemed as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't. He left then. He did not give me the box, which I assume was meant for you. Perhaps he was a co-worker of yours, or an old friend, or maybe even just a mailman. I feel sorry that he had to hear the news from me, even despite my disdain. I cried today. I didn't dare go back out to the tree, but I wanted to. I feel as if I may be losing my mind. That interaction with that man at the door made me feel unnerved. I wish he had not come. I only wish to be with you again. My bed feels strange and alien. It feels too soft, and I swear something smells rotten. Perhaps an animal has gotten trapped in the walls and died. I cannot sleep. R. Dear Sylvia, the smell of rot has become unbearable. I cannot live this way. When I sleep, what you could barely call sleep, I see you. I dream of that first day I saw you and my daughter, climbing that tree in our garden, how I watched from the street. I watched you climb and play and laugh, and you looked so happy, so holy. I saw that underneath this happiness was a lonely woman. I was drawn to you as if to a flame, the only warmth in a cold, barren life. I was drawn to you so quickly, and I knew you were all that was right, and I only wanted you, and I only wanted our daughter. It was you or nothing at all, you or the cold. and even these dreams twist and turn into nightmares, and I'm brought back to the day of your death. How you knew you could leave me before I did, and you looked at me with tears in your beautiful brown eyes. All I pray for is a chance to go back, although I know it isn't possible. I know if I could go back, something would be different. I could save you from yourself and Elsie too. You wouldn't have to die. The smell of rot has become unbearable. I am too afraid to look out the window and see the tree. I am too afraid to see it moving. Something is alive in that tree. I feel it in my bones. It is watching me. I fear it is not just the tree that is alive. R. Dear Sylvia, I have ripped apart our bed. Forgive me, I couldn't bear it. All I have found is more meat. It throbs and stinks. I have been sleeping on top of sopping, rotting flesh. I have destroyed our beautiful home. I have ripped apart the sofas and the carpet, and I have smashed the plates. And all I have found is flesh. Flesh and cracking bone. It is alive. It is all alive and moving. It wishes to swallow me. I am being condemned. I am sorry, Sylvia. I'm sorry Elsie found me in the attic that day. I'm sorry you were so afraid. If only you had known I only had good in my heart and love for you. If only I could sleep above you and listen to you snore once more. If only I could watch you one more time out of your kitchen window in the summer. You with our daughter, so oblivious, glowing with ignorant joy. I could have made you happy in that way and more. I loved you, Sylvia, and you loved me. I remember how we fought a few days after I told you you couldn't leave until we worked everything out. How you called me sick. If I am the one who is sick, why am I the one still breathing? It is all made of meat. It sickens me. It makes me want to scream and vomit and bash my head into the wall. It is all wrong. It is all rot. I can't help but feel that you are doing this to me on purpose. Do you want me to join you so badly that you would haunt my every waking hour? I hear sirens now. The blue and red lights flash against the throbbing crimson walls. They twitch with glee at my suffering, at my terror. I will go to the garden with my axe, the last thing you saw with mortal eyes. I will chop down our tree, and I know what I will find inside. I will find meat. I will bury these letters for you in the dirt above your head, and I will chop it down, so that you cannot haunt me any longer. And if they try and stop me, I will take them with me. They will not take my wife and my daughter from me again, nor me away from them. That was the trouble in the first place. I will see you soon, my dear. R. I wonder how my life would be now if I hadn't let my idle curiosity get the best of me. No therapy, no doctor's bills, no nightmares, no constantly looking over my shoulder, agonizing over the thought that today could be my last. So if I do disappear, at least I can leave my story behind. Okay, I can do this. You have a junk drawer in your house, right? Usually it's in your kitchen and holds all your miscellaneous items collected over the years. Our drawer contained a pair of dull scissors, 2 koozies from a DWI law firm, a broken screwdriver, and a brass antique key of unknown origin. Based on its size, the key looked like it opened a jewelry box, but I couldn't be sure. It mainly just collected dust in the back corner of the drawer. I glanced at it every time I needed to grab the scissors, and wondered where it came from. My buddy Sam and I moved into the house shortly after we finished grad school. It was an older house, but it had a ton of space and a short commute downtown. where Sam and I both worked. We had another roommate named Rocky, who was a bit older than us, but we didn't mind. At the time, I worked in the mayor's office while Sam worked in finance. Rocky was a line cook at one of the fancier restaurants in town. We all worked long hours, so naturally, we spent a lot of time together. Rocky had a ritual of cooking dinner for us when we returned from a long shift at work, usually drunk, and we became fast friends. He was quite the character, covered in tattoos and kept his hair wrapped up in a red bandana. I remember that he could fix anything, and served us our de facto handyman because our ghost of a landlord was too lazy to make repairs. I assumed the key belonged to Rocky. After all, he liked to collect things, and the house was covered in baubles and trinkets he'd picked up over the years. My favorite being a life-size poster of Jackie Brown in our living room. I asked him about the key one day after a couple of beers, but he had no idea where it came from. The key had been in that drawer ever since he moved in around 10 years ago. Rocky figured it was his old roommate's key, and left it alone since the two didn't get along. So that was the end of that. We settled further into our lives for a bit until a rainstorm nearly tore the roof off. Naturally, our landlord went missing, so Rocky had to patch the leak in the attic. I'll never forget that day. Rocky trotted downstairs, soaking wet and covered in dirt, headlamp still lit. "Fellas, I think I found something," he said while grinning. Inside his hands, he held a lockbox. The box was metal, maybe iron, and almost totally rusted. The three of us stared quietly at it, wondering whether we should use the key. "Screw it, why not?" Sam said, grabbing the key from the drawer. It was a perfect fit, and the eroded lock fell to the ground with a thud. Rocky carefully lifted the top open and turned his headlamp on. "What the?" he whispered. Inside, we found an old composition notebook filled page by page with odd symbols, a military-style compass, a map of Texas, and a faded Polaroid of a young woman with blonde hair smiling at what looked to be a birthday party. The back of the Polaroid listed the coordinates: 30.565882 minus 95.569881. Huh, Sam said while looking at his phone. It looks like these coordinates are in the Sam Houston National Forest. Not too far away at all. "We should go," Rocky yelled. "You two have always talked about taking me camping." It was true. Sam and I were astonished that Rocky, a man of many talents and adventures, had never been camping. We teased him often about it since Sam and I met in the Scouts when we were kids, and we were well accustomed to the outdoors. Now seemed as good a time as any. "Who knows how many people have lived in this house?" Rocky pondered. "Maybe we'll find something worth keeping." I dream about that day often. I'm locked to a chair and watching the three of us rummage through the box, and I'm pleading, no, screaming, for Rocky to throw it away. I can feel my screams turn into laughter in a voice I don't recognize. We set off a few days later, listening to John Denver and Willie Nelson along the way while Sam twiddled with his new sat-nav device. The three of us parked our car at base camp and prepared for the 3-mile trek into the unknown, following the trails before the sat-nav incessantly beeped for us to go off the beaten path. We sidestepped broken branches and poison ivy before passing through a wooden archway into another forest clearing. "Your destination is 500 meters north," the sat-nav droned. "Finally," Rocky muttered. "You would have made a terrible scout," Sam teased. Rocky was about to retort, but something made him stop in his tracks. In front of us lay a path sandwiched by 2 rows of trees. Cloths, Tattered t-shirts and dirty towels hung from their branches. Some looked like they were tied recently, while others were nearly rotted away. I had never seen anything like it. Your destination is in 250 feet. The sat-nav hummed again as we marched forward, gazing at all the trees. At the end of the pathway lay a decaying stone well covered in moss. Arrived, arrived. The sat-nav yelled at us before going quiet. Jesus, wonder how far down it goes, Sam asked. I picked up a rock and threw it down the well and was almost immediately greeted by a thud. Looks like someone plugged it a while ago, Sam said. Before Sam could finish his next sentence, Rocky had already plunged into the well. What are you doing, Rocky? We both yelled as he disappeared into darkness without a sound. A couple of seconds of silence followed before we saw a flash of Rocky's headlamp. Hey guys, grab the rope. I found something. We pulled Rocky out of the well and cursed at him while he brushed the dirt off. He rolled his eyes and pulled out something from the back of his pants. It was an old wooden box made to look like a small coffin. Someone engraved the same weird symbols from the composition notebook on its top. They'd crudely nailed the coffin shut, and several rusty nails protruded from the bottom. Creepy, Sam noted. I know what you're thinking. Are we idiots? Are we blind to the color red? Perhaps so. But back then, I didn't believe in the unknown, and only accepted what I knew for certain. Now I can only be certain of my inevitable demise. Rocky cracked open the coffin with his crowbar. It immediately splintered, and a brown mass fell onto the ground. It looked like a primitive doll made out of hard brown clay, with holes for eyes and an agonizing frown on its face. Several faded blonde tufts of hair jutted out of the doll's head. It was then that I felt something off was going on. I felt an inexplicable sensation that someone was watching us. I darted my eyes around but saw nothing, instead noticing that the cicadas had stopped humming. It was deathly quiet, barring a weird clicking sound. Guys, I think we should put that back. I know I said. Well, fellas, Rocky said, remind me never to go into the attic again. He then launched the doll into the sky. That's not going in the living room. Sam laughed. Well, at least we found something. Come on, let's get out of here and set up camp. We left the clearing and set up at the designated sites. Rocky regaled us with tales from his youth as we drank liquor by the campfire with a woman named Bonnie, whom we met on the trails and was camping with her dog. I had a great time, but as I went to sleep, I couldn't escape the feeling that we weren't alone. The next morning, we awoke hungover and drove back home, satisfied with our adventure. I think that redhead liked me. I should have given her my number, Rocky muttered while trying not to hurl. Things soon went back to normal until one day we received a letter in the mail. Huh, Sam said. Looks like our landlord died. I don't think I ever met her. Yeah, she was in like a coma or something when I moved in, Rocky stated while digging through his backpack. Hey, has anyone seen my bandana? She was in a coma when you moved in? I asked. Yeah, something like that. Definitely bedridden. That's why we send our rent checks to the LLC. Huh, always wondered. Sam started. Wait, it says here she died in a fall. How can someone in a coma die from a fall? Why would they even tell us how she died? I think I left my bandana at that campsite. How am I supposed to go to work? Yeah, I think I left my hat there, Sam said. I have to stop mixing liquors. Rocky threw up his hands in frustration and left for work. It was the last time we saw him alive. I don't know the exact details, but the story is that Rocky stuck his hand in a pot of boiling water and nearly cooked his hand off. We heard from another line cook that Rocky didn't say a word until someone finally noticed what he'd done. It took 4 guys to pull his hand out of the pot, and only then did Rocky scream. We rushed to the hospital, but Rocky had already died by the time we arrived. Doctors said they had him stabilized and were preparing him for surgery before he flatlined. We notified his family and attended his small funeral service in Long Island. Sam and I returned to the house and decided to break our lease. We hired movers to send Rocky's stuff back to his hometown and made plans to move into a new spot. That's when things started getting weirder. We received no communications from the LLC that managed the house, but someone had definitely been in the house while we were gone. Someone moved subtly, and the whole house seemed cleaner. We chalked it up to inspectors preparing the house for viewings, but it felt weird that someone was snooping around while we were gone. I noticed my reading glasses were also missing. The house also felt warm all the time. It was summertime in Texas, so it became almost unbearable to be in the house without the AC on. The thermostat always stayed low, so we figured it was a problem with the HVAC. We knew that new repairs were never going to happen, so we decided to brave it until our new place was ready. 2 weeks was no problem, but soon we wondered if that was possible. Sam woke up one morning sore and covered in bruises, while the top of my head felt like someone had yanked some hair out of it. Every night started to feel the same. I would go to sleep, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was in our house, poking around even though the nights were deathly silent. Sam finally gave up and told me he was going to spend the rest of the week at his girlfriend's. I was welcome to come and sleep on the couch. I told Sam to go ahead, and I would meet him the following night as I needed to pack a bag. Adios, muchacho, Sam said on the way out and closed the door behind him. The next time I saw him was in a funeral casket. Car accident. Sam was on his way to his girlfriend Allie's house when his car veered into a telephone pole at over 90 miles per hour. He died on impact. Nearly every bone was broken in his body. I consoled Allie, who felt responsible. She read the autopsy report and noticed that while both arms were almost shattered, Sam's left arm appeared to have broken prior to the crash based on impact. She couldn't get over it, and asked if Sam had injured himself earlier that week. I couldn't provide any answers. He was covered in bruises, but I would have noticed if he'd broken his arm. After grieving the loss of my 2 friends, I finally left the house and moved into an apartment across town, falling into a pattern of unhealthy coping mechanisms. One day, I received a package in the mail. The package had no return address. I carefully opened it and was horrified to discover it was the same box from the attic with the original key taped to the front. My stomach churned as I opened the box. It was full of Polaroids. The first Polaroid shows the 3 of us surrounding the well in the forest. Rocky's back is to the camera, but I can tell that he's holding the small coffin we found. The second Polaroid shows Rocky in his sleeping bag by the camp with his red bandana off. The next 3 Polaroids displayed dolls similar to the one we found, except these clearly depicted us. One wore Rocky's bandana, another sported Sam's Chicago Cubs hat, which looked shrunken, and the final one, which appeared to be mine, had jet black hair and seemed made from a different material. All 3 dolls were photographed in the attic. 3 more Polaroids showed what happened to the dolls. Someone set Rocky's doll on fire and twisted Sam's into oblong shapes. They photographed my doll in a different location, resting on a rock in the woods, with a large black crow creeping in the background. I sent the package to the police, who promptly said they would get back to me, as they were still investigating Rocky's death. That was 3 months ago. The assigned detective now sends all my calls to voicemail. I've been in therapy ever since the mayor's office demanded I go or lose my job. I've been a distraction at work recently, and it probably has to do with my appearance. My skin has been slowly falling off. It started a week after I received the package. I noticed small sores on my legs and feet and immediately went to the doctor, who not only could not identify what caused the sores, but denied they even existed. I refused the referral to a psychiatrist and went to get a second opinion, but they all told me the same thing. Meanwhile, the sores grew larger until the flesh literally dripped off my arms and legs. I received more Polaroids of my doll, taken in the same space but at different times. It appeared to be slowly decaying, starting with the legs and then slowly moving up to its face. In each photo, more crows huddled around the doll. Therapy hasn't helped. My psychiatrist diagnosed me with walking corpse syndrome, rooted in PTSD. Treatment isn't improving, and I'm worried my doctor will institutionalize me. Hopefully I'll be gone before then. Then they'll see. They'll all see. So I'm here, glued to my screen, as I feel my left eyeball brush against my cheek, typing my story with nothing but bones and spitting out the bile congealed in my throat to warn all of you. The scariest thing you can find isn't a stalker in the woods, a night with no moon, or a monster under your bed. It's a key in the junk drawer. Not the first time my vices have gotten me into a bad situation. If we're being honest, it's probably not the last either. I have a lot of bad habits that get me in trouble more often than not, but my worst is definitely gambling. I can't help it. I just get in the zone. When I feel like I'm in the zone, I can't stop winning. I get the fever. Then as soon as I'm on top of the world, everything crashes down and I lose it all again. You would think I've learned my lesson by now, but it's the thrill of the chase, I guess. It started out innocently enough, with bets on high school football games and stuff like that on the local level. Don't judge me. Then it just wasn't enough. I needed to keep going, even when I lost it all time after time. First, the car was repoed, then my home when my mortgage was too far gone, even when I finally made enough money to pay off the entire balance. I just kept thinking, I can make more. Guess that explains the problem with billionaires. Some people are never satisfied, even after 8 figures. Now, though, my debt is out of control. I'm talking over $1 million. More than any human could hope to pay back in a lifetime, even with a miracle. The people I owed weren't super accommodating either, sending people to watch me at all hours of the day, letting me know to count the hours and dollars before they sure as hell were. Didn't even have a choice when they finally decided I had gone long enough without paying. I was paranoid at this point, checking out my blinds, keeping all the lights off at my little motel I was staying in week to week. I even had the people at the motel keeping an eye out for me, giving them a call to make sure nobody was waiting around the other side of the lobby where I couldn't see. Thinking back, the poor clerk sounded really nervous when I made the last call, likely being threatened by the guys that came for me to tell me the coast was clear. I was barely 3 feet out the door when someone grabbed me, throwing a bag over my head like they were in a mafia movie. Before I knew what was happening, I was shoved in the back of a car and driven for probably 3 hours. Honestly, I lost track of time. As much as I babbled and tried to plead with the guys who had me, they wouldn't say a word except, "Shut up." When they finally pulled me out of the car, taking me into a hot, dank building that smelled of mildew. They still hadn't taken the bag off yet. All I was told was to stand in one spot and hold my hand out. That freaked me out, thinking they were going to do like some old-timey stuff where they cut off my hand for stealing their money or something. After a moment, I could hear other people too. Some sniffling. A couple outright sobbing, but muffled by their own bags over their faces. There was no common thread between any of the voices, but all were begging to be let go. A voice crackled to life over an old speaker above, coming in sharp and loud, hurting my ears. "Hello, everybody. It's so nice that you all could join us today, especially since you've been making efforts to avoid us for so long." Whoever it was, they're way too cheerful about what they're about to do. Now, all of you owe some of us a lot of money. So much that you'll never pay it back, even if you get to our level. We don't like it when people fall behind on their bills, so we'll help you out a little. Bags off. A snap came over the speaker and suddenly bright fluorescents were blinding me. It was like a migraine hitting, the huge lights above us making everything else fade, too bright to focus. As my eyes finally adjusted, I could see 4 other people gathered around me, each with their own little personal guard now holding the bag. We were arranged in a circle, all aligning with a point of the pentagram drawn on the floor in front of us. "We're going to lock you in here overnight and watch what happens. If you survive, your debts are cleared. If you die, well, we're doing our own little gambling on that," the voice said again, glee ringing behind it. Things were coming into focus a little more, my pupils finally finding the right dilation to handle all the harsh light. The pentagram we were standing upon was more clear, not drawn onto the smooth pavement below but etched in, deep, fine lines interconnecting through the circle. Rusty red stains were abundant over the entire circle, and I felt like puking when I realized what it probably was. "Gentlemen, proceed." Each of our guards stepped forward, raising ancient-looking daggers and grabbing our left hands. I drew in a sharp breath, feeling the blade slice across my skin, making a diagonal slice over my forearm that started oozing blood immediately. A woman nearby screamed. The man on my right began cursing at the guard holding him, while the other 2 were in the same shocked silence I was. I still hadn't come around to exactly what was happening, much less that I was being sliced open over a pentagram in the middle of a warehouse. It felt like I woke up in a low-budget horror movie, like a nightmare or one of those crazy interactive haunted houses. My breath started to catch as the blood and pain made everything become suddenly real. The panic attack was setting in. "We consecrate this domain to you, our great lord, and everything you have given us." The voice cackled over the speaker again. Now that I was unmasked, I could see the old crates and pallets set up in the warehouse corners. Everything else was barren, just plain white walls, smooth concrete, and steel beams holding up the roof. Large fluorescent bars were hanging from the rafters above, making the reflections of the smooth concrete sway as something moved them. "For you, we bring this meal, a pittance for the bounty you have given us. Please, enjoy as you see fit." The speakers crackled out again. After each of us had spilled a satisfactory amount of blood, the guards each put their blades on the floor, pulling a roll of gauze from their suit pockets. They field-dressed our wounds, leaving the daggers where they lay in front of each of us before filling out the only door. I could hear chairs being drawn over the door as it was sealed from the outside. There was no getting out, for any of us. Now, each of you has a dagger to defend yourself or improve your odds. If you look to either side of the building, there's a window to see the current time. Survive until daylight, and you'll be free to go. Good luck. The voice trailed off with a laugh, leaving each of us to sit in silence, all dealing with our own personal panic attacks. "Who are y'all?" The man to my right, the same one who had been swearing, was now looking at all of us in turn. "Why are we here? Who is doing this?" He was losing it, obviously already on edge before any of this went down. Even worse, it looked like he was having some wicked withdrawals from some sort of drug. Veins were popping on his bald head, eyes bloodshot, and face almost just as red, as he picked up the dagger in front of him, brandishing it at all of us. We fell back in fear. I managed to grab the dagger in front of me before sliding back, desperately pushing myself across the smooth floor to get away. "What? Did Tony put you all up to this? He trying to scare me because I haven't paid him yet?" He was waving the knife around like a madman, threatening all of us one by one. As the rest of us backed away, he stepped into the pentagram, moving towards us, still waving the knife. It was only moments after he stepped on it, though I'm still not sure of what I saw, and he was gone. As he was walking towards us over the pentagram, a massive amount of blood started bubbling out of the etchings. It came up slow at first, just seeping through the fine lines, covering the floor around. As it filled the entire pentagram, scarlet lines growing in the bright lights, every angle made by an intersecting line on the pentagram, suddenly shot forward, right into the center where he was standing. Dozens of liquid strands, no thicker than a fishing wire, pierced through him, extending right through and crossing as they impaled him. He dropped his knife, words catching in his throat now as his lungs were punctured. Some of the filaments were through his neck, and one I saw come right out of his left eye. For only a moment he was paralyzed there before hands began reaching from the circle below, clawing at his legs. He couldn't make a sound as they dragged him down into the pooling blood. Through solid concrete, hands coming up in waves to grab and push him under. Only moments passed and he was gone, along with all the overflowing blood that never went outside the circle. There was no trace he had ever been there, save the knife still lying on the ground, covered in scarlet blood. "Oh my God!" A woman, wiry frame and dark bags under her eyes, whispered under her breath. Murmurs arose from everyone, all of us wondering what we had just seen. Through the window, we could see the last rays of light beginning to leave the sky, the last sunset any of us may ever see. "We need to get out of here." Another woman stepped forward, tall, dark hair, and piercing gray eyes. She ran for the door, slamming into it hard enough to knock the breath out of her. Despite the force, chains rattling on the other side made no sign of giving. "We ain't going anywhere," a man who looked like a starving rat said from nearby. He was definitely in the same boat as the guy who just died, going through major withdrawals from something. "They won't let any of us go." "Then we'll make them," Gray Eyes said again. She was still beating at the door, though I'm sure she knew it was pointless. "You hear me? You better let us out of here." A scream ripped through the air, full of dread, anger, and sorrow like I'd never heard. I was looking at the three others, none of whom were making the sound. It maintained for almost 30 seconds, all of us freezing in response. My blood was running cold, every hair standing on end. It finally stopped, cut off suddenly like they had been forcefully quieted. "What was that?" Ratman said, nervously looking around. Nobody said anything, all realizing that we only had limited time. God, I'm going to die." "So, anyone want to try killing someone again?" Gray Eyes asked, looking at each of us in turn. "We need to get out." "I don't know how you plan on doing that," Ratman replied with a snort. That door is chained, unless you have some bolt cutters. What about the windows? I said, pointing up to the now dark squares near the ceiling. Night had fallen, leaving the bright lights of the warehouse to reflect off the windows, shrouding anything that may be outside. Maybe one of these knives could break it. Worth a try, Beggs replied. She looked like she would fall asleep at any moment, but her eyes were still wide with fear, darting around everywhere. It's useless, Ratman said, staring at me. They'll kill you even if you get out. Well, better than whatever that was, I replied, heading over to the crates in one corner. Someone help me stack these. The wooden crates must have been old, but when I got closer I could notice dark red stains on the rugged wood. There was a rotten smell around them, like meat left out in the hot sun for too long. Good God, that stinks. Gray Eyes was next to me now, covering her nose. Hope it's not what I think. It is, Ratman chimed in, walking over from where he was previously cowering on the floor. Okay, who are you? You seem to have an answer to everything here, so spill the beans for the rest of us. Beggs was looking towards Ratman now, gripping the knife at her side. These guys that brought us in here were some former associates, he said, grumbling. Beggs clocked him right there. Don't even think he knew what was happening until he was already on the ground. Knew I recognized you, she said, spitting on him. Whoa, hey, let's calm down a little, I said, putting my hands up, standing between them and looking at Beggs. What's the deal here? He's the guy that killed my husband, she said, still gripping the knife in her other hand. I've killed a few people, but he ain't one of 'em. Ratman was grumbling again. Not my fault he was a tweaker. It's your fault there was fentanyl in it. You killed him. He was sober for 10 years and you pieces of crap killed him. Beggs was shouting more, now waving the knife. I knew there wasn't going to be any stopping her, so I stepped back. Gray Eyes stood beside me, the stench of the boxes forgotten as we watched the situation unfold. Don't kill him, Gray Eyes shouted, trying to get Beggs' attention. The woman was still raving, though, waving the knife more erratically than before. Not yet. We need answers. I don't have any, Ratman spat back. I only put people in crates. I never saw this before. So what was that? I asked, pointing over to the pentagram. Beats me. Like I said, I only put people in crates, he said, shrugging again. Why? Gray Eyes was staring through his soul at this point, glaring in his direction. Ratman was cowering again, curled up on the floor with his hands up towards Beggs, no longer ranting but still holding the knife toward him, point out and gripped in both hands. I just did my job, okay? He spat back, fear in his voice. I got my orders on who to off, and I did my job. Jeremy Prim, Gray Eyes said, glare intensifying. 1 year since I've seen my brother. Was he one of them? Probably. I don't remember every guy I've put. Ratman was cut off by Gray Eyes, who was now pulling him up from the ground with one hand, while stabbing with her knife in the other. You, she was shouting. Suddenly she stopped, halting the knife before she brought it down again. Instead, she got up. Ratman, still breathing raggedly on the ground, and started dragging him. Please, no, I'm sorry. He was barely able to get the words out. Probably had one of his lungs punctured when she was going at it. It didn't matter, though. She threw him right into the pentagram, rage making her even stronger somehow. Please, don't kill me. I don't want to die. I don't care, she said, walking away from the etchings on the floor. They began to glow once more, just like when the first guy was taken. Ratman was crying in the center as another noise began, this one a low rumble. It grew steadily, becoming a roar in seconds. A massive, beastly mouth burst from the pentagram, sharp teeth and huge jaws devouring him in one bite, severing a leg in the process. The circle went dark again, leaving only the severed leg to bleed on the floor. Gray eyes looked at me next as she returned. You part of this too? All I could do was raise my hands and shake my head, still in shock from what I had just seen. Just a dude with a gambling problem. Gray eyes fell to the ground, sobbing. Beggs moved over to her, in much the same state, but still trying to offer comfort. It only took her a minute, but Gray Eyes pulled herself together, coming off the floor and walking towards the crates again. I'm getting out of here. We're getting the cops, and these guys are going to get dragged to the death penalty if I have to do it myself, she said, pulling one crate out from the edge of the pile before they started stacking up. It scraped across the cement, making an awful sound, but she kept pulling until she could get behind it, shoving it bit by bit toward the window. You gonna help? Guess so, I said, going toward the pile myself. The crate I pulled was heavy, and when I pushed it, I could feel something almost sloshing around, making the awful smell come in stronger waves. All I could do was try not to throw up as I kept shoving it further toward Gray Eye's crate, now positioned under the window. As I got further, she squatted on the other side of the crate, giving me a count of 3 before both of us heaved it up, sliding it fully on top of the other one. From the looks of it, we would need about 3 more, at least. Think that'll work? We'll make it work, Gray Eyes answered. Beggs was now moving a crate of her own, and both of us helped to lift and stack it. There are pallets too. They'll be easier. As they continued moving boxes, I started collecting pallets, bringing them closer so we could start making steps to get up. Even after what seemed like ages, we had barely made progress, needing to take breaks as all of us were wheezing in exhaustion. We realized pretty quickly we would need to make a stair pattern to get to the top, and pulling that off took a ton of work. I finally asked to tap for a break, both women nodding in agreement. My smoker lungs couldn't take this. Knock, knock, knock. 3 knocks, each in a quick succession, rang out, making all of us freeze. It sounded like someone jumping on the metal roof, making thunderous booms that I could feel resonate through. Then they came faster, always in quick bursts of 3, but now from almost every direction. The walls, the ceiling, the chains rattling as the doors were hit. I couldn't tell if it was knocking to get in or out, but I knew I would rather be out of here. All at once the knocking stopped, just as quickly as it began. The lights flickered, going out for a moment before flaring back on, making the migraine feel worse. We sat to take a breather after that, getting our bearings back together. Eventually, we got to it again, though we only got 1 trip in when everything went to hell. The window was maybe close enough to reach it with another pallet. Beggs and Gray Eyes were both pulling another crate, each toward the stack. Finally, it looked like we may have a chance to get out of there. As Beggs moved hers closer, pulling it right next to the already high steps, a hand reached from the crate, coming right through the solid wood to grab her. Help, please, she was screaming while the mottled, rotting hand was trying to pull her closer, bringing her into the putrid box. It had her by the left arm, yanking hard to get her closer. Another hand reached out to help it, clutching at the same arm. I ran up, desperately trying to pull the knife I had stuck into my belt loop. I stabbed the grabbing hands, desperately trying to hack them off her. They pulled her closer, but she tried bracing her arm against the box to keep from going in. It was a mistake. They pulled her in closer, more hands coming to bring her in faster. She went straight through the solid wood, her screams becoming muffled as she was pulled inside. I could hear the screams turn to wrenching as the putrescent contents of the box overwhelmed her. She disappeared into the crate completely, hands receding alongside her. Gray Eyes and I both looked at each other. Beg's shrieks were intercut with desperate gasps for air, muffled through the box's wood. "Oh God, please." "Use your knife," Gray Eyes shouted at me, pulling hers out and positioning it in the crack between planks on top. I got beside her, doing the same and pressing down with both blades. It took a minute, Beg screaming the entire time. Her retching sounds were disgusting, and the smell coming from inside was quickly creeping out as we got the lid loosened. Eventually, it finally gave way. Gray Eyes grabbing one side while I grabbed the other to lift it off. Beg's screaming became louder as it came up. The sight that met us made me turn to the side, puking any contents still left in my stomach. Beg's was in the bottom of the crate, surrounded by rotten human. Goo is the best way to describe it. She was rapidly decomposing into the goo herself, decay working its way up her body as she was absorbed into the putrid muck. Screams faded to silence as her lungs liquefied, sliding into the human stew. Both of us fell back, scurrying as far away from the crate as we could. The knocking started again, rapid, staccato booms from every direction. The banging was echoed by the crate top snapping back shut on its own, sitting like it was never moved. The knocking slowed, centering from every direction as it moved toward the chain doors. The force of it increased tenfold with every knock that joined the pounding rhythm, eventually bursting the doors open from the outside, chains whipping through the air and embedding in the wall across the warehouse. "What the hell did that?" Gray Eyes asked, looking from me to the door, quickly back and forth. Her piercing eyes were suddenly clouds of fear, something crawling through the doorway that was now open to the darkness outside. It didn't come in from the outside, though, all of it materializing in the threshold as it made its way out. Arms, mottled in gray with rot, made their way through, a legion of skulls all stemming from the same torso, bunched around each other in various states of decay. All looked like they had died in different ways, from some with burns to others with eyes scooped out and gunshot wounds visible on their heads. It finally dragged the remainder of its body through, scrawny legs scraping the ground behind it as it began moving slowly towards us. I was feeling nauseous again as a new wave of smells hit me. The rotting bodies mixed with the smell of burning flesh and smoke made me gag even more. "Run it around and get out the door," Gray Eyes said, holding an arm over her nose and studying the abomination in front of us. Every mouth on the thing was screaming now, even the ones that barely had mouths from injuries. I could see one gurgling, lower half of the skull totally missing, covered in blood from what looked like a shotgun wound. As it screamed, blood came flying out, spraying the floor ahead of it with sizzling drops of blood. "Don't get hit by that either. Jesus Christ." We both ran, going down the furthest end of the warehouse from the putrid mass as we could. It kept crawling towards us, picking up speed as it went. When we finally got it clear of the doors, both of us swept a wide arc, each going around a different side to hopefully try and confuse it, even if only briefly. I was able to reach the door first, hitting the threshold and bursting through, Gray Eyes right behind me. As she tried to leap out, the thing suddenly heaved itself forward, grabbing her with one long, rotten arm and holding her by the leg, dragging her away from the freedom in the dark night. "Help!" she screamed as I desperately grabbed at her, trying to pull her back toward the doorway. The abomination was digging fingernails into her leg now, drawing blood that seeped into its own skin instead of flowing down. It invigorated the monster, grabbing her other leg and fully pulling her back, making me hit the doorway and get knocked back on my butt on the concrete outside. I got up before I realized there were no screams. Rushing through the door, I saw why. There was nothing in there. It's like I ran into a totally different building. Lights off, dark rust on the rafters, and the window we were trying to climb through shattered into jagged edges. Gray Eyes was gone. No sign any of us were ever here in the layers of dust on the floor. Even in my shock at everything, I wasn't going to stick around this hell house. I got out of Dodge, though I was lost for a lot of the time until I found a major road. Lost count of how many cars passed by me until one finally stopped and took pity, right around the time dawn was beginning to brighten the horizon. I didn't even ask them for a ride, just to dial the police and tell them where we were. I think that spooked them a little, because they locked the doors and rolled the window up while they didn't. Cops got there later. I gave them the name of the guy that I owed the debts to, telling them about the 5 of us being kidnapped and held there. I didn't mention what killed them, just that they had been murdered by the guards that brought us there. Police wouldn't have taken me seriously if I mentioned all of that anyway. The only good thing to come out of this is that I've effectively quit gambling altogether. I've taken up drinking a little since all I can see when I'm sober is that abomination. I hope Gray Eyes didn't suffer, because I can still hear her screams when I close my eyes. The smell of death hasn't left my nose, no matter how much bleach I take to my house. Hell, no matter what I use, it doesn't leave. I can't eat most of the time. I can barely sleep. But at least I'm not gambling. I guess. I don't know where to start. I live on my family's 250-acre property. Being a farm, it's pretty open with rolling fields surrounding my home, except to the left of my house where there's a small 2-acre woods. It took me a while to check it out, even though growing up I was always running through the woods wherever we lived. Since this particular wood's so thick, I never spent much time in it. But one day I decided to explore. I grabbed a machete, knowing it would be a slow trek cutting down various plants and vines out of my way. I had made a complete circle around the outside of the woods instead of going through the center, which was full of vines and poison ivy. I had almost made it back to my starting point until I was stopped in my tracks. Sitting in front of me in a small clearing was an old, dirty mattress. I remember audibly saying, "What the?" when I got close enough to see. Even worse, next to the mattress were 2 things, an old stuffed rabbit doll and a bowl of water. Well, it obviously creeped me out being in the woods alone, with nothing but a now dull machete from hacking down various plants. Eventually my curiosity got the better of me. I got closer and closer, almost chuckling at my reaction to what, albeit creepy, looked abandoned. Still, something seemed off, and I could feel a pit growing in my stomach. That's when I looked up. I had been so focused on the mattress itself that I didn't even notice it was pointed directly towards my house. The woods in front of the mattress had been lightly trimmed, not enough to notice any difference against the thick backdrop of the woods, but just enough to see my home. I was feeling uneasy and decided it best not to dwell on it too long. Probably just a spot some teenagers used to hang out on, an old mattress, I thought to myself. No doubt trying to ignore the multitude of questions flowing through my mind. Why would someone clear the weeds to have a direct view of my house? Why wouldn't someone throw the mattress away? Why put it in the woods right off the edge? All these questions were an obvious distraction to the thought that was slowly growing on my subconscious. Is someone watching me? By the time I got back to my house, I was almost laughing at myself for the stupidity of it. You really think you're interesting enough for someone to watch you? What are the chances someone is actually watching me? Eventually, the mattress fully left my mind while I got distracted watching TV. Still, I never felt completely comfortable knowing that old, dirty mattress was just sitting in the woods next to my home. Every day when I got home from work, I would look towards the woods in passing, and each time I passed by, I got an almost uneasy feeling. Being on a farm in the middle of nowhere, it's almost pitch black at night except for the light on my front porch that was turned on by a motion sensor that you had to get pretty close to for it to turn on. One night, while getting home from work pretty late, I got out of my truck and grabbed my keys to lock it. That's when I saw it. As my headlights illuminated the woods in front of me for a split second, two dots reflected back towards me. They almost looked like eyes, but were too big and spread out to be a person's eyes, and I convinced myself that I had been seeing things. When I tried clicking the lock button again, my headlights illuminated the woods once more and I saw something. I went inside feeling a little better, letting the thought slowly float away from my mind. If only I had known what I know now, maybe I wouldn't have been so calm. I should have called the cops, but can you blame me? If there really was someone there, they would have no doubt been gone the moment they saw a cop car pull up, and all that would have been found was an old mattress in the woods. Well, certainly creepy. I doubt the police would have given any serious thought to it. I should have done something. Anything. Because no matter how much I tried, I still couldn't get the idea out of my head. Someone was watching me from the woods, but I would never be able to confirm it. The moment I would go to investigate, the person could have run upon seeing me coming. I wish I would have thought of something, but I tried my best to just ignore it. A few months passed by, and the idea that someone was watching me had escaped my mind. At some point, my friend Ryan, who had been living with me, decided to make a dirt bike track through the woods. I showed him the mattress one day while we were walking through the woods and he just laughed. For one reason or another, Ryan didn't share the same feelings I had towards the mattress. We grabbed an old machine from the barn with a bucket on the front and lifted the mattress into it. We took it back to the barn and threw it away in the dumpster. I remember a feeling of relief when we left it in the dumpster. Ryan slowly worked on the track, going back and forth from the machine to his dirt bike, tweaking every turn, jump, and straightaway until, after a few months, he had finished what actually turned out to be a pretty nice and fun track. Running through the woods, it had a few twists and turns, going around trees and clearings he had made with the old tractor. Hearing him ride around on his bike, and the sound of an old diesel engine starting up, had grown so familiar to me on the weekends that I would almost forget the sounds were even happening. God, how I miss those sounds. Hey, I'm gonna go work on the track. I think I'm almost finished with it. It's going to be awesome, Ryan said on another Saturday morning. I had gotten so used to him disappearing into the woods weekend after weekend that it had almost become second nature. So much so that I didn't even notice as the time rolled around to 11 p.m. that day. I hadn't seen Ryan in a while. I didn't even realize that the noise I had been so accustomed to over the last few weeks was also missing. I stepped outside to a silent, chilly night to check on where Ryan had gone. His truck was still parked next to the house, as were mine and my girlfriend's vehicles. The old tractor was sitting behind the house, just in front of the opening that led into the woods following the track. It looked like a deep, dark abyss with the faint light I could see coming off the moon. I knew going in there alone at this time of night was the last thing I was going to do, so I resorted to every other option I could think of. I checked the barn where we kept the old tractors and found nothing but a calm breeze and crickets in the night singing. I checked the other houses that were on the property for the people who worked on the farm, hoping he had maybe gone over to one of them. Still, I found no sign of Ryan or his dirt bike. I tried calling his phone a few more times before giving up. After hearing his voicemail one last time, I knew there was only one thing left to do. So I grabbed the only flashlight I could find, one of those old-style bulb flashlights that was barely bright and made everything have a yellow tint to it. After taking a few more deep breaths and desperately trying to think of any other possible place he could be, I finally made my way towards the deep, dark, almost tunnel-like opening that led into the woods. I walked around the entire layout of the track for what felt like an eternity, even though it had only been 45 minutes. I almost started to feel relieved that I could walk out of this dark, seemingly endless forest and think of another place to find him. Still, I had to look one last time. As I rounded the third pin turn, something caught my eye. Just past the turn, lying on its side in the weeds, I saw something that looked like plastic and was red in color. My heart dropped when all the ideas ran through my head. What if he's out there hurt? What if he had been waiting for me for hours with various broken bones? Or worse, what if it was too late? What if one of my best friends died because I was too scared to go out into a small patch of woods right next to the safety of my own home? I pushed the thoughts out of my head while starting to move closer to the bike, hoping I'd find a possibly injured but at least alive friend. What I found, in a weird way, was so much worse. Laying down on its side was Ryan's dirt bike, with the same stickers that he had put all over it, but no Ryan. I searched everywhere I could, hoping he had maybe tried to crawl back to the house, but I couldn't find a single sign of him. Not in the woods, not near my home, not anywhere. It was almost like he had vanished. Against my better judgment, I went back into the woods hoping to find some sort of clue, and while I somewhat found what I was looking for, it didn't make me feel any better or answer the biggest question going through my mind. Where are you, Ryan? As I got closer to the bike, it looked seemingly normal. It was dirty, but that was to be expected on something with dirt in the name. I tried my best not to move it while searching for clues. I was looking closely at the side facing the ground when I noticed something. Sticking out of the back tire was a small piece of metal. I soon realized it was a nail sticking out of the tire, something that wasn't unusual on a farm, but then I kept looking. There were maybe 15 or 20 nails all along the back tire. Far too many for it to be a coincidence. I checked the front tire and found the same 20 or so nails sticking out from it also. Obviously something had happened here, but I wasn't going to be the one to find out what. So I ran out of the woods as fast as I could before calling 911. The police showed up maybe 15 minutes later. That was one positive to living in a small town. The police were never too far away. The cops searched the woods, brought out canine units and everything, but they couldn't find a single sign of Ryan anywhere. We'll open a missing persons investigation in the morning, but for now, try to get some sleep. We'll find your friend soon. I'm sure of it, said Officer Langley. The first cop to show up on the scene and the last one to leave. His words were almost comforting in a way, like we might actually find Ryan wherever he may be. A few months had passed, and Ryan was still missing. The police search was slowly fading out of anyone's mind, and I felt Ryan may soon join all the other missing people who were never found. Every few weeks in the bright sunshine Florida is known for, I would walk around the track. It was almost meditation for me. Maybe I thought I might find something that would lead me to Ryan or where he went, but that never happened. By this time, the track had slightly overgrown with fresh green weeds, except for the small trail I would leave behind me walking around those woods. I missed Ryan, but knew I couldn't dwell on it forever. In the back of my mind, I thought I would never know what really happened that day, until I saw it, laying in those woods on the ground, just off what now resembled a walking trail, was that old, dirty mattress. The feeling I got this time was almost revolting. I know we threw that mattress away. How could it possibly be there in the woods? Why did it take so long for it to show back up? By now, it should be 10 feet deep, buried under piles of garbage. I don't know what to do. I just had to sit down and write everything down the best I could remember it all. I don't know if I'll ever post this, but I can't get this uneasy feeling out of my stomach no matter what I try. P.S. I wrote this a few weeks ago. I never thought it would see the light of day, but things have gotten much worse. I can't explain it right now, but I knew that before I explain what is happening right now, I need to give some backstory. I'll update as soon as I can. Personally tailored ads saved my life yesterday. To understand what happened to me in the past 24-ish hours, a little backstory is needed. This is a long one, so bear with me. I never understood the distaste for AI filtered ads. You know, like the ones you can toggle on or off when browsing. That use those dang cookies they're always asking about. I love them. I love the concept that I don't have to waste time seeing constant ads that have no value whatsoever to me, and instead seeing relevant information from the paid content that floats around my feed during my doom scrolling. I've actually made a lot of purchases for things I needed with an added bonus that frequently comes with buying directly from an ad. Click to receive an extra 25% off on product now. An exclusive discount applied only to this ad type of thing. So call me crazy, but I welcome the age of AI monitored tailoring of the vast sea of internet content into bite-sized pieces that are flavored just for me. And with what just occurred yesterday, that mindset has been forever solidified. It started after I'd come home from the grocery store. After hauling in several weeks' worth of groceries, I placed my cell phone on the countertop and opened up the clock app for background noise while I put everything away. My husband got me this cool little device that allows me to scroll the next video without needing to use my phone to do so. It's a nifty little ring that has buttons to scroll up or down the screen, and it's actually really useful. Anyways, got a little off topic there. But my brain is still a bit of a fuzzy mess, so forgive me if there's a random tangent or two. Okay, so, yeah. Putting away the groceries. The sound of random skits and funny stories about people who work in retail coming from the countertop. I clicked the little button on my scrolling ring, and the clip that followed was an ad. Not unusual, as every few videos is an easily bypassable advertisement, but this one made me pause. Standing in front of the open cabinet, holding some off-brand spaghetti sauce in one hand and a jar of peanut butter in the other, I carefully set them back down on the table and walked over to the countertop, eyebrows furrowed, to see if I'd heard the ad correctly. Tonight's episode of 911, the hit TV show, features an episode that may feel like deja vu. Don't make the same mistake as the unlucky woman on tonight's show, and check your locks before you go to bed tonight, including the window in the guest bedroom with the green and blue curtains. Green and blue curtains? oddly specific for an ad, and described the polka dot curtains in my own home guest room. I laughed it off, mentally applauding the targeted advertising from the show's marketing team. They probably did some sort of deep dive into the most commonly searched guest room curtains, and what colors they are to make the ad feel more personal. Honestly impressive, I thought to myself, scrolling past to the next clip, and continuing to put away the jars I had left sitting on the table. After finishing up, and still feeling a little shaken up about the whole curtain thing, I sat down on the couch with my iPad to get some work done that I had already procrastinated with grocery shopping, and I now lacked any excuses towards putting it off. I work from home as a graphic designer, and my husband was away for the weekend, a few hours away for a mandatory sales training course for his job. I didn't mind the alone time, as I usually get more done without the added, unavoidable distractions that come with working from home. Navigating to Google, I searched the name of the client I was hired to create the design for, something I typically do before starting a project, so I can get a general feel for the overall vibe they project. Just before clicking on their company's website, my eyes drifted above it to the sponsored ad result. Reading over it 3 times, thinking I had misread it, a deep chill slithered down my spine as my eyes darted across the words again. Working for yourself can be hard, especially when your business relies on creating content for strangers without knowing how they'll use your creative talents, and solely trusting they are who they say they are. Knowing your client can be more vital than you realize. Run a free background check today on any potential or current clients, and receive the same information they have already obtained about you. The last sentence made me nauseous, and I felt my face begin to flush, and sweat begin to soak the palms of my hands. The information they've already obtained about you. The sentence continued repeating on my mind, as it sounded to me like the ad was telling me my current client had been researching me, and using the website featured in the ad to obtain my personal information. It sounds paranoid to think an ad is speaking directly to you, but I actually had already had a weird feeling about this client, hence the procrastination on touching this project, and this ad just fueled an already burning pit of anxiety in my stomach. The first red flag I should have noticed was when the client had emailed my personal email address to contact me about a design project they wanted to hire me for. I had shrugged it off, thinking that maybe they had seen me conferring on my personal with a friend on Facebook or Reddit or Instagram about a previous project I'd done, and found my email on the personal account profile. Strange, but not too unusual. The client's email had read, "Hello there. I came across your work recently, and I am very impressed by your design work. I would be honored to hire you for a new project I need done. Nothing difficult, really, and I've attached some references to get things started. I'm willing to pay generously, and look forward to seeing you come up with something wonderful. Name, company name." The references he had included were standard and straightforward. A fairly easy project by the look of the links. The last 2 links, however, both led to 404 errored websites that were different than the other links provided. Thinking back, I'm pretty sure these links were just a way in and not the deceptive error that had been displayed. But the other attachments were more than enough to use, so I had decided not to bother inquiring about those last 2 when I emailed back to confirm the job and accept the project. At the time, I just figured they were old links that had probably been sitting in some company computer's folder labeled references for God knows how long, and he'd probably attached all of them without checking that they all worked first. I saw no point in worrying about 2 broken links with the other 20+ references working just fine. This was the second red flag I had just dismissed after getting distracted by the massive payout quoted for the project in his following email. It was triple the amount I usually got for my work, and would take significantly less time since I had all the needed information I would usually needed to spend a day or two putting together with my own research. It sounded too good to be true, but to my credit, I did at least have the sense to inquire as to why he was offering so much more than my usual price for designing similar projects I had done in the past. I'd sent over my portfolio, with final costs of each finished project included in my original response. Since I didn't know how exactly he'd found my contact information, with it being my personal address, and if he'd even been to my website for my actual portfolio, or if he'd just come across a project that my name was pinned to, and liked the work I'd done. He responded with, clearly now a response meant to use flattery to turn the red flags green, a short and sweet email about me deserving more for my effort, and skill like mine should be paid accordingly. Yeah, I know, I should have seen through it, but I'd recently had a client a few works prior who had loved my designs, only for her to decide she hated them when came time to pay, and refused to compensate me. When I informed her that I would not release the final product to her without payment, she went full Karen on me, and blasted some made-up BS about me, ripping people off, and I'm just a fake who baits and switches people. Like, no, Karen, you decided you didn't want to pay the original and agreed-upon price and tried to bully me into giving you 10 days of work and hours of original content design for free. Not happening. So I was still licking my wounds from that mess, and this project more than made up for the wasted time I spent on that other project that I never saw a dime of. It also just felt good to be complimented on my work, and that little ego boost had propelled me right into the sand where I happily buried my head from the cloud of oddities surrounding this client, which brings me back to why this sponsored ad made me feel like I'd emerged from plunging into a frozen lake, but the money quickly washed over and poisoned the logical parts of my brain before the alarm bells could sound. Hovering again over the company website, I tapped the link, barely registering my own movements. The page started loading, clearly a free website that had been launched as more of a placeholder for mainly contact and policy information than an actual blog or useful website for facts about the company itself. I scanned the page, pretty much useless for the project, and was grateful I had all of these references as resources because there was nothing to squeeze from this besides a bio page with a picture of the client and the full spelling of his name. The page was full of those annoying little ads that plaster the page, the ones that are like a game of minefield avoiding clicking on when browsing the page. Home security sale. Protect yourself when you're home alone. Weird. There may be more than skeletons in your guest room closet. Call this number, Exterminator, to get rid of pests hiding in your home. Weirder. Our probiotics ensure your gut is clean and healthy. Always trust your gut. Okay, not too strange, I guess. Don't become a true crime podcast topic. Local women's self-defense classes teach you to pay attention to your surroundings, teach increased awareness, and prevent surprise attacks when you're at your most vulnerable. That was the last straw. This was getting way too freaky. I set my iPad on the couch with shaky hands. The silence in my home suddenly felt suffocating, and the pounding of my panicked heart echoed in my ears. I tiptoed my way towards the kitchen, silently relieved I was wearing socks and could move through without a single sound. I slowly opened the sliding door that opened up into the backyard, and slipped through the slim crack, sliding it back into place, careful not to click it into place. I jogged to the side of the yard, leaning on a small tree in the yard, out of view of any of the home's windows. I stared at the blue and green curtains of the guest room window, and within minutes, I saw the shadow of a figure and without hesitation, pressed call on the screen that I already had 911 dialed on the moment I had gotten outside. The sirens followed afterwards, and not too long after, an officer slid open the door and walked over to me. I was still crouching over by the tree, too scared to move from the temporary safety zone. Officer: "You must be the owner of the home." Me: "Yes, I called 911. Was there anyone in there?" My voice was shaking and the officer crouched down next to me. He placed a hand on my shoulder, then stood up, offering me a hand and pulling me up. A second officer had joined us outside, and the two of them led me inside. The front door was wide open, and as we walked through to the front yard, my eyes grew wider and my stomach did little flips as I stared at the man in handcuffs in the back of the police vehicle. I had just seen a picture of him on the company website, next to his full name and contact information. Officer: "It seems he came in through your guest room window while you were out. He'd hid under the guest bed and was found with multiple weapons: rope, a handsaw, and a garbage bag. I'm not sure yet what his plans were exactly, but considering he stayed hiding under there until we found and dragged him out instead of attempting to run back out the window when we announced ourselves upon coming inside the house, he was clearly hoping he could just hide long enough to finish whatever it was he wanted to do." I stood there, mouth dry, shivering, quickly coming to the terrible revelation that, had it not been for some oddly specific targeted ads, I would have just worked on the project this creep had hired me to complete, and went to bed without a second thought. So please, if you ever see some ads that feel like they're speaking directly to you, listen to them. Life can take us in strange directions. No matter how intricately our best plans are laid out, life has a way of disregarding them, as if they were nothing more than a fly buzzing around its head. For example, I wanted to be an electrical engineer. I'd had a few colleges in mind and was looking forward to graduating high school. Now I'm in Ketchikan, Alaska, getting ready to head north. I'm gonna be leaving a lot of my technology here, as it'll be useless once I get where I'm going. Which, come to think of it, is nowhere really. I don't have a plan, but regardless, I wanted to take a moment to recount the events of the last couple years that led me here. For starters, my name's Jake, and I've been living on the road for quite a while now. I'm from a small town in the Midwest called Riverstone, where I was born and raised. Some people from small towns tend to dislike them, or at least can't wait to leave. Not me though. I loved Riverstone, and it breaks my heart to know I'll never be able to go back. All because of the events which took place my senior year. It was a cool Friday night at the end of homecoming week. My classmates and I sat on our school's bleachers, cheering on our football team with enough energy to power the whole town. We were seniors, so this was going to be our last homecoming game. We wanted to enjoy it while it lasted. At the end of the first quarter, there was a short timeout to let people get snacks and use the restroom or whatever while the teams got ready to play again. My friends and I were sitting at the back of the bleachers, so we had a pretty clear view of the field and surrounding area. Two of them had gone to get snacks, while the other, a guy named Matt, was messaging his girlfriend on his phone. I, meanwhile, just stared out at the crowd and field, not really thinking about anything. As I scanned the crowd, my eyes fell upon a girl across from me in the away team's bleachers. It was hard to make out any details of her face, but from what I could see, she was gorgeous. Long brown hair, glasses, and a smile so bright it rivaled the overhead lights. I continued to steal glances at her occasionally. Her looks aside, I was really just trying to see if she was there with a boyfriend, or if she was playing for their team. She wasn't wearing a jersey, which gave me hope, but that fact was made immediately irrelevant just before halftime. After a particularly good play by her team, I looked up to gauge her reaction, only to be met by bare flesh where her face used to be, and she was looking in my direction. At least, the chill down my spine told me she was looking at me. It was hard to tell without any facial features. On top of that, she was dead still, like a scarecrow in a field of swaying corn. The people around her jostled and swayed, but she didn't move an inch. Not a single person took notice of her either. People bumped into her a few times, but they didn't react, as if the way she acted was perfectly normal. Thoroughly freaked out, I nudged Matt and got his attention. Thankfully, I'd pointed her out to him earlier in the game, so he knew where to look. In the moments I looked away and back again, though, she had returned to normal. Matt gave me a quizzical look for pointing the girl out to him again, but I was too dumbfounded to care. I thought maybe it was the distance, that my eyes had simply lost focus for a second, and turning my head got them to refocus. An explanation which, at the time, made total sense. So I brushed it off and continued watching the game. Now, I need to give a bit of context for this next part. From where my friends and I were sitting, we could see the opposing team's sideline clearly. This was perfect, since their coach was an absolute hothead. I mean, like, forehead vein bulging, red in the face kind of guy. Every time his team would mess up, he'd be shouting like his life depended on it. And it was hilarious. So when his players made a mistake, I would scan their sideline to see his reaction. After one such play, I did like I always had, but found the bare flesh looking up at me once again. Just like with the girl, the coach stood completely still despite all the people moving around him, and no one seemed to notice his odd behavior or lack of a face. Afraid that looking away might cause it to disappear again, I tried to get Matt's attention without breaking line of sight. Unfortunately, the universe had other plans as a man shuffled past me just as I was tapping Matt's arm. By the time the man passed, the coach was back to his shouting, red-faced self. Matt looked over at me. The look on my face must have caused him to speak up. "Hey man, you alright?" he asked, placing a hand on my shoulder. I continued to stare at the coach, but was pulled out of my dismay by Matt's hand. "Yeah," I said, not facing him. "Just thought I saw someone I knew." "You sure? You look like you've seen a ghost." I turned to look at him. "Yeah, man, I'm good." My words were cut off as a lump lodged itself in my throat. Behind Matt were my two other friends, but next to them were people we didn't know. The closest of those people, the one right next to my friend, was leaning forward in his seat. His arms hung straight down, limply swaying within the crowd. His head was turned at an angle just too sharp to be natural, and his face was gone. I lost it. I stood up and barreled through the audience with instinct and adrenaline guiding my every move. Before I knew it, I was out of the crowd and racing towards the parking lot. My phone began to ring, but I didn't answer it. All I could do at that moment was run, so I did. My feet hit the pavement and my lungs heaved air as I ran to my car, jumped into it, and peeled out of that parking lot faster than ever. Honestly, looking back, I'm surprised I didn't get stopped by someone or pulled over. Yes, I should count myself lucky, because in that state, I probably would have been arrested. But that didn't happen, and I made it home in one piece. I told my mom I wasn't feeling good and locked myself in the room for the rest of the night. I tried to rest, but my mind wouldn't stop thinking about the faceless people. No matter what I did to distract myself, the thoughts just kept coming. I did manage to fall into a restless sleep eventually though, but when I woke up the next morning, it was into an entirely new world. Over the course of the next school year, I continually saw the faceless entity. There was no consistency to it, at least not that I could notice, but it only popped up in crowds and only affected humans. Activity slowed dramatically as the weather grew colder, but picked right back up again in the spring. That was when I got the idea to try and get proof that what I was seeing wasn't just in my head. It started as a spur of the moment thing. I was out with some friends, including Matt, when I noticed it standing across the street. It had possessed a businessman and was staring at me. Notably, it still held a cell phone to its ear with one hand and a briefcase in the other. My skin began to crawl with the chill of its gaze, but my phone vibrated in my hand, causing the light bulb to shine. Without a second thought, I held my phone in my peripheral vision, careful not to pull my focus away from the creature, and opened the camera app. I held the device as steady as I could and snapped multiple pictures. When I was done, I felt comfortable enough to look away so I could examine the photos, only to find they were useless. The pictures were so blurry, it was impossible to make out any significant details. The shape of the man was obvious, as was his surroundings, but everything else was incomprehensible. I considered at first that maybe I'd been shaking while I took the photos, but when later attempts looked the same, I knew it wasn't me. Disappointed, I deleted the photos like an idiot and sighed. I looked back to where the creature had been, and found the businessman walking by as if nothing had broken his stride while he talked on the phone. I looked over to my friends, and found Matt giving me a quizzical look. "Thought I saw a cool bird," I said. "Since when do you birdwatch?" he asked, grinning. "I don't. It was just a cool-looking bird." "Well, let me see." The picture didn't turn out. The camera was out of focus. Matt gave me another look, this one a mixture of knowing curiosity. The subject was quickly dropped, though, and we got back to just hanging out. Ever since, I've tried multiple times to get pictures of the thing with multiple different cameras, both digital and analog, only to get the same result. A blurry image with no discernible details, which I guess could be evidence in and of itself, or it's just proof that I'm a crappy photographer. From there, things continued to escalate as summer rolled in, and it got to the point where I was seeing the thing every single day. Even on my days off, when I never left the house, I'd see it standing in the street outside my house, just staring at me through the windows. I tried researching it, believe me, but every time I looked up something about faceless people, I'd either get Slender Man or some obscure creepypastas. I considered talking to my friends, but I thought they'd think I was crazy. Hell, at the time, I thought I was losing it. So I did the only thing I could, and confided in my parents. One thing you should know about my parents is that they loved me and my little sister with all their hearts, but they were not what you'd call cool parents. They could be very strict at times and were very demanding more often than not. They expected a lot from me and my sister, but it's only because they wanted us to succeed in life and never sell ourselves short. That being said, I heard them mention throughout my childhood how they didn't believe in mental illness. They thought that depression, anxiety, hell, even schizophrenia is something that could be just thought away. That should make it clear enough that such things don't run in my family at all, at least as far as I know. So I was scared going into the dinner. I'd had everything I wanted to say laid out in my head, and I even had a few of the better pictures I'd taken to help plead my case. My sister was staying at a friend's house, so she wouldn't be there for any fallout. It was foolproof in my mind. "Mom, Dad, there's something I need to talk to you about," I said once we finished eating. We were sitting at the table, My dad was at the head to my right, and my mom was sitting across from me. "What's up, sweetie?" my mom asked, wiping her mouth with a napkin. Dad didn't say anything. He just tilted his head to face me. "Well, I'm not sure how to explain it," I began, so I'm just gonna cut right to the chase. I pulled out the photos from my back pocket and handed them to my mom. She took them and her expression grew confused. "I've been seeing faceless people," I said, feeling ridiculous. As soon as I spoke, my mom's eyes grew wide and the color drained from her face. She threw the pictures on the floor and stood up from the table in unison with my dad. "You what?" my dad shouted, making his way around the table towards me. I stood and held my hands up defensively. "What? Dad, what's the big—" I tried to say, but was interrupted when he grabbed my shirt collar with both hands. "How long has this been happening?" he yelled. My mother retreated into the kitchen, her sobs practically shaking the walls. "I don't know," I stammered. Since September, I guess." "September? Why didn't you tell us sooner?" he continued to yell. I don't know. I didn't think you'd believe me. I could hardly believe it myself." I raised my voice with that last sentence, trying to gain a semblance of control. "Does your sister know?" he said, pushing me away from the table towards the living room. "No, I haven't told anyone but you," I said while trying to keep my balance. "Good. Then get the hell out of this house and don't ever come back," he shouted, moving his steel grip to my shoulders and pushing me with even more force. "Mom," I yelled, trying to fight back against my dad's force. "Why?" she wailed in the kitchen. "Why did it have to be my baby?" I struggled with my dad for a while, begging him not to do this, but his face was resolute, despite the tears welling in the corners of his eyes. In the end, though, he won out with a knee to my stomach that winded me enough to let him shove me to the floor. He dragged me by my arms across the living room and towards the front door. He opened it, picked me up to my feet, and gave one last shove, sending me sprawling out onto the front step. Just before he closed the door, I could see the sadness overtaking his anger, and heard my mother's continuous wails. For the next couple hours, I banged on the door repeatedly, begging to be let back in. I got no response. Eventually, the realization they weren't going to let me back inside took hold, so I switched to begging for my car keys, so I could at least sleep in there if I had to. I heard some shuffling inside, and after a few moments, my keys and wallet came flying out of the bedroom window. I picked them up from the front lawn and walked to my car. I sat there for a long time, just swimming in my thoughts and emotions until the streetlights came on. The sudden off-white glow pulled my attention for just long enough to get my head on straight. For the moment, my emotional turmoil was buried beneath ideas of what to do or where to go next. My first thought was to call my extended family. Aunts, uncles, cousins, even my grandparents lived within driving distance. I figured I could stay with one of them and let this situation blow over, but all of my calls were rejected. Assuming my parents had contacted them, I started calling my friends. Most of them answered, but when I explained the situation, they instantly hung up. So as much as it killed me, I decided to call Matt, but not tell him the specifics of what happened. I wanted to see him in person before I told him any of that. "Yo," he said after a few rings. "Hey man, you busy?" "Nah, I'm just chilling. What's up?" My parents are throwing a fit right now, and I just need to talk to somebody about it." "Sure, man. You want me to come by your place?" "Actually, let's meet at Brewery Park." "Bet. Let me get into some nicer clothes and I'll be there in 10. "Alright, man. See you soon." With that, I drove to the park in silence. With how hectic my head was at the moment, the radio would have been just noise anyway. I got there well before Matt would, so I got out of my car and headed over to the playground. I climbed to the top of the dome-shaped jungle gym and sat in my usual spot on the cool metal. I watched the sky turn from light blue to pink and orange on the horizon as the time ticked by. My paranoia grew every minute I was out there, but from my position, I could see everything around me. If anyone or anything appeared, I'd see them long before they got close. I checked my phone over and over again, but had no word from Matt. When he finally did arrive, I'd been there for over 20 minutes. He pulled up, parked next to my car, and jogged over shortly after. "Man, it's been a minute since we were here last," he said when he was close enough. "What happened to be there in 10? I asked, masking my anger poorly. "Sorry, I got a bit distracted. But I'm here now. That's gotta count for something, right?" "I guess." "So what's up?" he said as he climbed to sit beside me. I sighed and looked down at my interlocked hands in my lap. Despite an extra 10 minutes of prep time, I hadn't even thought about how to bring this up to him. "Gummy worm?" Matt asked. I turned to face him and saw he held a freshly opened bag of gummy worms in one hand and was offering me a few with the other. "Sure, thanks," I said, taking the treats. We sat in silence for a bit, eating our candy and watching the sky continue to change. I knew time was short, though. I wanted to get out of town while there was still daylight if possible. So I finally spoke up. "Listen, Matt, this is really hard for me to talk about," I began. "It's okay, bro," he said. "You know I got your back no matter what." I turned my head to look at him, and he beamed at me. Then his eyes grew wide. "Aw, man, don't tell me you're coming out to me right now," he said. "What?" I replied. Matt laughed. "I'm just saying. You told me your parents were having a fit, and you didn't want to be home right now, so I just figured, you know." "No, dude, that's not it at all." "Oh, that's good. Not that I wouldn't accept you if you were gay. It'd just be weird for me." I just stared at him incredulously. Okay, I'm sorry. Tell me what's up," he said, popping another gummy worm into his mouth. I took a moment to gather myself again, and then spoke. "Do you remember homecoming? When I freaked out and ran from the bleachers to go home?" I asked. "Yeah, I remember," Matt said while chewing. "You said you were real sick and had to go home." "Yeah, that night, well, I wasn't really sick. I was freaked out because I kept seeing a faceless person in the crowd." Matt furrowed his brow and turned to look at me. "What do you mean?" he asked. I then explained everything from that night onward. I explained the reason I took pictures of the businessman when we were out, and my parents' reaction when I told them about it. As I talked, Matt's expression turned more and more serious. By the time I was done, he wasn't facing me anymore. His head and eyes cast downward to the wood chips below us. An uncomfortable silence passed before either of us moved. "I can't be around you," Matt said, jumping off the jungle gym. He hit the ground hard and straightened up, still not looking at me. "I'm sorry, Jake," he continued. "My parents warned me something like this might happen and told me to get as far away as possible from whoever told me about it." He began to walk away, and I leapt to the ground to follow him. "Wait, Matt, please," I said, desperation creeping into my voice. "I don't know who else to turn to or where to go. I'm scared, man. Please." He continued walking without saying a thing. "So you're gonna forget about me? Just like that?" I spat venom, replacing the desperation. "Everything we did as kids, all the stuff we got into in high school, all the times I was there for you, you're just gonna forget that?" "This is different," he said as he unlocked his car. "How?" I shouted. "How is this different? Dude, I don't know what's going on or why everyone is ignoring me. Can you at least tell me that? I feel like the only person on Earth who doesn't know what's happening. Matt got into his car and started the engine. My heart sank at the thought of him just driving away, but instead he rolled down his window just enough to talk to me. It doesn't have a name, he said, still not looking at me, but my grandma called it Gazetdieb. What is that? I asked. It's German. I don't know what it means. Look it up when you get a chance. Okay, but... Before I could say another word, Matt put his car in reverse. I slammed my hand down on the roof of it to stop him. Matt, wait, I yelled. He didn't move, but also didn't put his car back in park. Let me stay at your place tonight, please, I said. One night, that's all I'm asking. I just don't want to be alone if this thing is coming after me. Indecision played across Matt's face. I felt bad for doing this to my friend, but I just needed the one night to get my feet under me and come up with a real plan. Okay, he said after a long pause. One night. Follow me home. You know where it is. With that, he backed up quickly and sped out of the parking lot. I hopped in my own car and sped all the way to Matt's place. We got there in record time, and Matt walked with me inside, though he still gave me the cold shoulder. His parents greeted me as warmly as ever, and it almost brought me to tears thinking that I'd more than likely never get this response from my own parents ever again. When they asked why I was coming over so late, Matt chimed in with his coming out of the closet story, and I didn't argue. The rest of the night was spent in Matt's room, going through bouts of silence broken up by the occasional game of Halo or Mario Kart. Most of the time we just sat on our phones or watched Netflix. We both agreed to go to sleep around midnight, but before we really got settled in, Matt started digging through his closet. After a few seconds, he pulled out a backpack and his old Nintendo Switch. He put the handheld into the bag and began filling it with snacks from the hidden stash he kept under his bed. When he was satisfied, he moved over to his stack of games and looked at them for a moment before turning to me. "Which ones do you want?" he asked. "What?" I replied. "Which ones do you want?" he repeated. "You can't have Smash Bros, though. That one's mine." I knew right away what he was doing. "Matt, I can't take..." I began. "Look, if you're going to be out on the road, then you'll need something to entertain yourself," he said, looking back at the games. "So which ones do you want? If you don't pick, I'm going to pick for you." In spite of my misgivings, I took Mario Kart 8 and Breath of the Wild. "I'll throw in Puyo Puyo Tetris for free," Matt said, dropping the game case into the bag. He zipped it up and handed it over to me. I hesitated for a moment but took the bag from him still. "Thanks," I said, placing the bag next to my spot on the floor. "Don't mention it," Matt said. He turned off the lights and got into his bed while I got comfortable on the floor. I knew sleep wasn't gonna come easy for me, but I managed to drift off after a little while. I was awoken in the middle of the night by loud clanging downstairs. It sounded like someone was sifting through pots and pans in the kitchen. I sat up and checked my phone. The time read 4:36 a.m. Rubbing the sleep from my eyes, I looked over to Matt's bed and found it vacant. His blankets were strewn aside and the door to his room was open. My heart began racing in my chest as I got up and crept over to the open door. I peeked around the corner and saw Matt crouched at the top of the stairs. Light came from downstairs on the left side, which led into the kitchen. "Psst," I hissed as quietly as I could. Matt's head whipped around so fast, I thought it'd twist off his neck. Relief washed over him as he realized it was me, and he gestured for me to come to him. I inched my way out into the hall and crouched over to him. "I think someone broke in," Matt whispered when I was close enough. It was then that I noticed he held his pocket knife in one hand. "What should we do?" I asked. Before Matt could reply, the clanging downstairs ceased. We both tensed and stared at the bright doorway just below us. We didn't hear any footsteps, but the lights in the kitchen suddenly went off. Something that shouldn't have been possible, since the light switch was a good 8 feet away from the stove and cabinets. Now bathed in darkness, we crouched there in silence. My eyes had adjusted to the bright light, meaning I was basically blind until they readjusted to the darkness again. They never got the chance, though. Even in the shadows, I could see it poke its faceless head around the corner from the kitchen. It moved with mechanical smoothness, stopping just where the nose would be and only exposing the top half of its head. Its hand reached out and gripped the corner of the wall as if to steady itself. No, not to steady itself. It was getting ready to pounce. "Matt, we need to move," I whispered, tugging on his shirt. "That's my mom," he said. In the heat of the moment, I'd forgotten that the creature didn't have a form of its own. It always had to borrow one. "Matt, she's gonna be fine, I promise," I pleaded. "Right now, we need to get away from it." Normally, it would vanish as soon as I looked away, but something was different now. I'd seen it move. It was in a position to attack. I didn't know what would happen now, but that same instinct to run screamed inside me like it had during homecoming. Okay, let's go," Matt said. We both began to move backward, but the creature mirrored it by moving closer to us. We stopped, and it stopped. My heart pounded impossibly in my chest as I realized we were at a stalemate. As soon as we made a break for it, so would the creature, and I'd put money on it being faster than the two of us. "Run," Matt hissed through gritted teeth. "What?" I asked. "Go get the bag and climb out my bedroom window." I then remembered that Matt's house had an old metal trellis just outside his bedroom window. We used it tons of times to sneak in and out of his house when we were younger. But that was years ago. "It's not gonna hold me," I said. "It will," he said. "I used it just last week to go see Kylie." I knew there was no arguing with him, and a small part of me hoped that if I ran, perhaps the creature would chase me and forget about Matt entirely. "Thanks," was all I could say to him before I slowly crept backward. As expected, the creature mirrored my movement. I stopped, took a breath, and went for it. I turned as quickly as I could and bolted for Matt's bedroom. I heard the thing rush up the steps behind me, followed by Matt's scream. In one fluid motion, I grabbed the bag he'd prepared for me and ran for the window. Thankfully, we'd kept it open last night, so I was able to burst through the screen and hang on the windowsill. I got my feet planted on the trellis, just as the sound of footsteps raced towards me from inside. I reached down with one hand and grabbed the metal just as a steel grip took my other one. An ungodly crunch sounded through the air as the creature gripped my fingers so tightly it felt like they were broken. As if I weighed nothing, it began to pull me back into the window, but I screamed and pulled back. My arms stretched unnaturally and more pain flared from my wrist to my shoulder. I thought it was going to rip my arm clean off when I heard Matt scream again from inside. He collided with the creature and stabbed the hand that held mine with his pocket knife. The creature's grip loosened, and I managed to slip free. The force from my pulling caused me to fall backward off the trails and hit the ground hard. All of my breath escaped my lungs, and I laid heaving on the ground, hearing the sounds of a scuffle up in Matt's room. My friend was screaming still, but it wasn't in defiance anymore. It was terror and pain. I got to my feet and stumbled through Matt's backyard and around his house. I got to my car, started it, then laid on the horn. "Hey!" I shouted at the top of my lungs. "I'm out here!" Within seconds, the front door to Matt's house opened, revealing the thing standing there. Now that I had its attention, I put my car in reverse and peeled out of Matt's driveway before bolting it down the road. I checked the rearview mirror, but didn't see it following me, which I took as a good thing. I drove for as long as my gas tank would let me. It was about 8 a.m. when I had to pull over for gas in a town I'd never seen before. Now in broad daylight with minimal people around, I took a second to sift through my bag. I found a granola bar, ate it, then went out and paid for some gas. Once I was filled up, I continued my journey for another couple hours until coming to a rest stop at about 10 a.m. I went inside, bought myself a lunch, and withdrew every penny I could from my bank accounts. Then, with cash in hand, I kept going. After a few more hours, I found a wayside and pulled over. I wasn't particularly tired, but I had to take a break from driving, and figured this random wayside would be devoid of people for a while. I leaned back in my seat and rubbed my forehead. I reached into the bag for another snack, but my head brushed against something soft and rubbery. Confused, I pulled it out and remembered Matt's old Switch was in a cheap carrying case. With nothing better to do, I opened up the case and took out the console. That's when I noticed the cracks along the screen, and realized I must have landed on it while I fell from the window. My heart sank as I stared into my own fractured reflection. I prayed that it still worked and turned it on. The screen came to life with the Nintendo Switch logo, and not too long after showed a perfectly clear menu. I breathed a sigh of relief and hoped that this was a sign Matt himself was okay. Unfortunately, I'd left my phone charging in his room the night before, so I had no way to find out what had happened. For the rest of the night, I oscillated between playing games and sitting on the trunk of my car. There wasn't much else to do, since I didn't want to drive anymore. The one night I'd had to plan was wasted, so I took the time to plan out my next move, but was too tired to really think of anything solid. I went to bed just as the sun began to set. When I woke up the next morning, a dense fog had settled in the area around the wayside. I couldn't see hardly 30 feet in front of me. The air was cool when I got out, though, and it felt really good to stretch my legs. I soaked in the silence, thankful at first, but then it hit me that everything was too quiet. There were no bird songs, no bugs buzzing, and nothing rustled in the forest next to the wayside. Even the wind was calm. A steely fear crept into my veins, and I quickly got back into my car. The automatic headlights came to life with the engine, and their sudden brightness pulled my eyes to the front of the car. I switched them to the fog light setting, and was about to put the car in drive when a dull smack radiated from my passenger window. The steely fear I felt before turned to ice, freezing me in place. It was stupid to look, I know. I should have just drove off and never looked back, but people are curious creatures, so I did look. On the other side of the window was the Gazetstieb. It was still possessing Matt's mom from what I could tell. Her pajamas were covered in mud and blood, scratches and cuts clearly visible across every inch of its body. It had one hand coated with dried blood pressed against the glass. Everything else about it was as you'd expect, only this time, it had a face. It had taken the skin off of another person's head and stuck it onto its own head like a sick mask. It had facial features, like a mouth and eye sockets, but beneath them was just bare flesh. My breath froze in my throat as it reached up with another hand and pushed up the corners of the mouth, forming a smile. That's when I recognized the face of my best friend. His smile was undeniable. I don't remember much after that, just a lot of pavement through teary eyes. Over the next few years, I traveled the country, working odd jobs that paid cash while sleeping in my car. It was during one of these jobs that a coworker of mine mentioned a job opportunity in Alaska. I was hesitant at first, but then I remembered the creature's aversion to cold. Nowhere in the US was colder than Alaska, so I asked him for more details and he got me in touch with the guy running everything. Suddenly I had plans to travel to Alaska in a couple weeks. During this time, I decided against my better judgment to head back to Riverstone. It had been a long time since I was there, and I knew I'd probably never get to go back once I was in Alaska. So I went. I went to Matt's house first. The cars out front looked like his parents, but they were both caked with dirt. The grass had also grown very unkempt, as if it hadn't been cut in months. All of the shades were pulled down, blocking me from seeing inside. Not that I wanted to, of course. Then I went to my old house. It was abandoned, but not totally destroyed. All the doors and windows were boarded up, trash littered the yard, and the grass looked just like Matt's. Otherwise, it was as it had been the day I left. I looked up to where my bedroom had been on the second floor and felt a tug in my heart at the memories. "Jake?" a female voice said from my right. I looked over and saw a girl who looked vaguely familiar, but I couldn't place a name to her face. She wore an olive green sweater with black jeans and a beat-up pair of Vans. Her hair was blonde, and she wore glasses in front of her sea green eyes. "Don't recognize me?" she asked, taking a step forward. "No, I'm sorry," I said, leaning back against my car. "Jake, it's me, Kylie." Immediately I recognized her. Though when I last saw her, she wore band tees and had jet black hair. I guess the blonde was her natural color. "Oh my God, Kylie," I began, standing up straighter. "It's okay," she said, holding up a hand. "I'm not mad at you." I'm sorry," was all I could say. She pursed her lips and looked down at her shoes. "You know, he called me that night," she said, looking back up to me. "When you were driving to his house, he called me. He told me what was going on and was unsure about letting you stay. I told him he was being ridiculous and that it was just one night." She sniffled and tears welled up in her eyes. "He said he wanted to go with you," she continued. "Said he didn't want you to face this alone, but he was afraid of leaving me behind." Her sobbing grew stronger, and she placed her head in her hands, muffling the tears. I just stood in silence. "As afraid of that thing as he was?" she continued after a few moments. "He knew he'd never live with himself if he didn't help you, so I told him to go. I told him to help you." Another pause. "That was the last time I spoke to him," she finished. She wiped a few tears from her face, and I offered her some tissues that I kept in my glove box. Once she was composed, I spoke. "What are you doing here?" I asked as kindly as I could. "I figured you'd be over at Matt's." "His parents don't want to see me anymore," she said. "I told them what I just told you, and they didn't take it too well. And their house isn't abandoned. Yours is. I come here to make sure no one has vandalized it." "I appreciate that." Another silence passed between us while Kylie composed herself a bit. "I'm sorry. I know it was a while ago, but it still hurts," she said. "Believe me, I get it," I replied, glancing back at my old house. "So why are you here?" she asked. I explained how I'd been living the past few years, the job in Alaska, and my desire to see the town one last time. I left out the part about the Gazetstieb and Matt's face. "Wow," was all she could say, turning to look at the house with me. Kylie and I had never been super close. We only knew each other through Matt since they were dating. In that moment, though, we were both walking down our own memory lanes, each slightly different, but both rooted in my old house and Matt's life. I remembered coming home from school with Matt by my side as we ran to my room to play Xbox. I remembered riding our bikes through town, stopping at various parks to just hang out and talk with our friends. I remembered sitting with Matt at Brewery Park, talking about anything and everything that came to our minds until the sun was setting, and we had to leave before it got dark. Everything was much simpler then. In the blink of an eye, it was all over, and years stood between now and then, an impossibly long distance. A familiar chill ran down my back, pulling me out of my memories. I looked to my right, at the nearest street corner, and saw the creature there. It's taken over some poor woman who'd been walking her dog. The animal tugged on its leash, urging the woman forward, but the Gazetstieb didn't budge an inch. Despite its ghastly appearance, which I'd grown accustomed to, the thing didn't have any malice in its glare, like it was letting me have this moment, but wanted me to know it was still there. "Hey, you okay?" Kylie asked. "It's there," I said, not breaking my stare. In my peripheral vision, I saw Kylie glance over at the woman. She looked for a moment, then turned back. "Where?" she asked. "Right there," I said. "That woman walking her dog." "Jake, there's no one there." I continued to stare at the creature without saying another word. I could feel Kylie getting tense next to me, but I didn't care. I wasn't gonna let this thing scare me off. That's when it did something I would have never seen coming. It reached up with the woman's free hand and placed her index finger and thumb about where the corners of her mouth would be and pushed them up. Panic welled up in my gut and I tore my gaze away from the monster. I began shivering like it was 20 below outside and hunched forward as nausea rolled over me. "Jake, are you okay?" Kylie asked, placing a hand on my back. I swallowed the impending vomit and took control of my breathing. After a minute or so, I felt good enough to stand back up. I looked over to where the creature had been, and thankfully it was gone. "I need to leave," I said. "Thank you for watching the house, but it's okay if it rots. I don't care anymore." Kylie stood back and was about to argue, but stopped herself. The look on my face told her I wasn't gonna budge. "Well, reach out when you get to Alaska, okay?" she said. "Will do," I replied. Looking back, I feel sort of bad for not following up, but I just can't bring myself to message her. So, Kylie, if you're somehow reading this, I'm sorry. But that brings me back to where this post started. I've been in Alaska for a bit now, and will be heading north soon. The creature has been around, but it seems hesitant now. It's appeared to me from farther away than usual, and hasn't made moves to get closer. Maybe it knows what I'm planning. Regardless, I'm going through with my plans. I can only assume the change in behavior is due to my actions, so pushing onward is the best thing I can do. I won't have an internet connection where I'm going, so don't expect any updates after tomorrow. I wouldn't post even if I did, to be honest. I'd rather leave all of this behind me and try to live my life as best I can, for as long as I can. Matt, I'm sorry for everything. I hope you're at peace, wherever you are. Jack sat slouched in the chair across from me, his shoulders hunched, eyes constantly flicking toward the camera mounted in the corner. His fingers, pale and trembling, kept tugging at the frayed cuffs of his prison jumpsuit. He looked like a man who hadn't slept in days, worn down by something much deeper than exhaustion. It was fear and something else. I leaned forward, keeping my voice calm and controlled. "You said it started with a crack?" Jack nodded slowly, barely meeting my gaze. "Yeah," he mumbled, "just a crack in the wall. That's how it all began." He paused, running a hand through his hair, and for a moment I thought he wasn't going to say anything else. Then he took a shaky breath, his eyes distant, like he was trying to relive those first few days in his mind. "Solitary's always been a mess," he continued, voice hoarse. "The walls in there, cracked, dirty, you get used to it. It's like the whole place is rotting from the inside out. You stop noticing after a while. Mold in the corners, cracks everywhere. Normal stuff for a place like that." His fingers drummed absently on the table, the sound sharp in the otherwise quiet room. "I noticed the crack in my cell a few days before everything started. It was small, maybe 3 or 4 inches, right down by the corner where the wall meets the floor. Nothing unusual, right? These walls were falling apart all over the place, so I didn't pay much attention at first." He looked up, his brow furrowed as if trying to decide how to explain what happened next. "But the next day, it wasn't just a crack anymore. There was something growing out of it. Black stuff. I thought it was mold. That's what you'd think, right? This place isn't exactly sanitary." Jack took a deep breath, his fingers tapping faster now, more erratic. "It didn't move, at least not that I could see, but every time I looked at it, it seemed like there was more of it. I swear to God, it was spreading. Slow, maybe 6 inches a day. I couldn't see it move, but when I'd wake up in the morning, it had crept further along the wall, like it was crawling while I was sleeping." I wrote down the details and looked back up. "You were saying it was growing that fast? Just overnight?" Jack nodded, his voice growing more agitated. "Yeah, I'd wake up and there'd be more of it. Not much at first, just a few more inches, but I could tell it was moving. The crack was getting wider too, and it wasn't just mold. I knew it wasn't mold. Not the way it looked. It wasn't just sitting there on the surface. It was alive." His voice grew quieter, as though he wasn't sure if he should be saying the words out loud. "It was like it was breathing." I raised my eyebrow but kept my expression neutral. "What made you think that?" Jack shifted in his seat, eyes darting towards the walls of the room before fixing on the table. "It wasn't just that it was spreading. It was how it made the room feel different, like the air was heavier. It smelled wrong too, not like the usual mold or dampness. This was something else. It smelled like something rotting, foul, the kind of smell that makes you gag." He paused, rubbing his fingers against his temples, trying to recall every detail. "I told the guards the second day, right when I noticed it had spread. The guy dropping off food just shrugged it off. Said he'd file a report, but I knew he wouldn't. Why would he? It's solitary. They don't care what happens in there as long as we stay quiet." Jack's fingers clenched into fists, knuckles turning white. "So I waited. Figured maybe someone would check it out, but no one came, and each morning when I woke up, the black stuff had spread a little more. Not fast enough to notice while it was happening, but enough that I knew it was growing." His voice lowered, his eyes widening slightly as he recounted those days. By the 3rd day, it had covered the entire corner of the wall. The crack had gotten bigger, and the black stuff, it wasn't just growing anymore. It was feeding. It had to be. There was no other explanation for how it was spreading so steadily. Every morning it was a few inches closer, and the smell kept getting worse. He ran his hands through his hair again, his face etched with frustration and fear. I kept telling the guards. Every time they walked by, I'd bang on the door and shout that something was wrong. They thought I was losing it and told me to shut up and deal with it. But I wasn't crazy. That stuff was real and it was spreading. Jack took a deep breath, his voice dropping almost to a whisper. I wasn't imagining it. I know what I saw. The room felt heavier. his words sinking in like stones. He paused, waiting for a response, but I let the silence stretch, giving him time to collect himself. Finally, I asked, "What happened after the third day? Did it stop?" Jack shook his head, his voice wavering. "No, it didn't stop. It just kept growing, slow but steady." Jack took another shaky breath, his fingers tapping nervously against the table. He looked around the room again like he was searching for something that wasn't there, then rubbed his face with both hands. I could tell he was trying to push back the memories, but they kept clawing their way to the surface. "It kept spreading," he muttered, his voice strained. "Every morning, I'd wake up and that black stuff was a little closer. 6 inches, maybe more. Every day. The crack, too, it was getting bigger, like something was trying to push its way out from behind the wall." He stopped, staring at the ceiling for a moment, then shook his head. "I couldn't take it anymore. I started banging on the door, yelling at the guards every time they passed. I told them the black stuff was spreading and that the crack was getting worse. They didn't believe me. They just looked at me like I was crazy." His hands clenched into fists. I wasn't crazy. I knew what I saw, but to them, I was just another inmate trying to get out of solitary. They told me to calm down and someone would come check it out, but no one ever did. Not for days. Jack's voice dropped lower. By the 4th day, I could barely breathe in there. The smell, it was like something had died in the walls. Worse than that, it was foul, like the whole room was rotting from the inside out. He stared down at his hands, and I could feel it. In my bones, you know? Like something was wrong with the air itself. It felt thick and heavy, like it was pressing down on me. I couldn't sleep anymore. I'd lie awake at night staring at that black stuff creeping along the wall, knowing it was getting closer. Jack paused, shaking his head again like he was trying to clear the memory. I begged them. Every time a guard walked by, I begged them to move, to get me out of that cell. They ignored me. Days passed. The black stuff kept growing. I could feel it getting closer, but they didn't care. He let out a bitter laugh, the sound hollow. It wasn't until the lawsuit threats started flying that they decided to move me. They couldn't risk me going to a lawyer, saying they were keeping me in a contaminated cell. So they moved me. I watched him carefully. "Where did they take you?" "To another cell in solitary," Jack muttered. "A dirtier one, if you can believe that. No black stuff, though. But I could still see my old cell from the window in my door. Just a few doors down. I'd look at it every day, but I couldn't see the fungus. Not yet." His voice dropped, barely a whisper now. I wasn't the only one in solitary anymore. They put someone else in my old cell. Jack stared at the table, his face tight with anxiety. At first, I didn't hear much about him. The guards didn't talk to me after I moved out. But after a few days, I started to overhear things. Little bits and pieces. They said the guy they put in my old cell, he touched the black stuff. They had to move him to the med wing. He stopped, rubbing his hands together as if trying to warm them. I didn't know what happened to him at first, just that he was unconscious, and they didn't think he'd wake up. Then the rumor started. Jack's eyes darkened, his voice lowering. They said his skin was changing. One of the guards said it looked like it was blistering, like something was eating him from the inside out. Another said his veins were turning black, like the stuff was crawling under his skin. I scribbled down notes, glancing up at Jack. "How long after they moved you did this happen?" He shrugged, his voice distant. "A couple of days, maybe. Not long. Whatever was in that cell, it got him fast." Jack's hand shook slightly as he continued. "I started hearing more after that. The guards didn't want to talk about it, but I could tell they were scared. They were trying to keep it quiet, but everyone knew something was wrong. The guy they put in my old cell, he wasn't just sick. He was changing. Jack shifted in his chair, his eyes narrowing slightly as if the memory of what came next still gnawed at him. It wasn't long after that when things started changing. I could feel it. Something was happening in that place. The guards, they stopped talking, just did their rounds without saying a word. No more gossip, no more jokes. Nothing. He paused, his fingers drumming nervously on the table. The guy in the med wing? They said he wasn't getting better. They'd quarantined him and locked the whole wing down. That's when they started wearing those suits. You know, the ones they wear when there's a biohazard. Full suits, gloves, masks. I couldn't even see their faces anymore. Jack's voice grew more agitated. When they came to drop off my meals, they wouldn't look at me. Just shoved the tray through the slot and walked away. I tried asking them what was going on, but they didn't answer. They didn't say a thing. It was like I didn't exist anymore. I watched him carefully, jotting down notes as he spoke. Did you see anything unusual from your cell this time? Jack nodded slowly, his eyes flicking up toward the small window in the door. Yeah, I started watching my old cell more closely. I couldn't see the black stuff at first, not from where I was, but after a few days I saw it. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a whisper. The fungus. It was spreading, creeping along the walls of my old cell. I could see it through the window. It had covered almost the whole corner by then. And the crack, it was bigger, a lot bigger. I couldn't see it move, but every day it was a little further along, a little darker, like it was eating away at the walls. Jack swallowed hard, rubbing his hands together again. And the smell, even from where I was, I could smell it, like rot, like something festering. It made my stomach turn every time I caught a whiff of it. He shook his head slowly, his voice growing more desperate. I kept banging on the door, shouting at the guards, asking what was going on. They wouldn't tell me anything, just dropped off the meals and left. No one spoke to me anymore. It was like the whole place had gone silent. Jack's eyes met mine, wide with fear. That's when I knew. Whatever was happening in that prison, it wasn't just some sickness. It was something else, something worse. Jack's voice wavered as he continued, the fear evident in every word. A couple more days passed, and that's when the real stuff hit the fan. They stopped delivering meals on time. One day, nothing. No food, no guards, just silence, and I knew something had happened. I could feel it in the air. He rubbed his arms as if trying to shake off a chill. I kept looking out my window trying to see anything, but the hall was empty. No one came by, no sounds, nothing. It was like I'd been forgotten. Jack paused, his voice trembling slightly. And then I heard the screaming. His eyes grew wide as he relived the moment. It wasn't loud. Solitary's far enough from the main wings that you don't hear much, but I heard it. Faint, like it was coming from down the hall near the med wing. Someone was shouting, panicked like they were fighting something. I didn't know what was happening, but I knew it wasn't good. Jack's breath hitched, and he gripped the edge of the table, knuckles white. That's when I saw them. The guards, they were running. I've never seen them run before, not like that. They were trying to get out of the med wing, but something was wrong. One of them looked terrified, and I could hear them shouting at each other. Then, silence. He stared at the table, eyes wide and unblinking. That's when I heard the footsteps. Jack's breath quickened as he continued. They were heavy, dragging, like something was limping down the hall. I rushed to the window trying to see what it was, but the hall was empty. The sound grew louder and closer, and I swear it was coming from the direction of the med wing. Whatever was making those footsteps, it wasn't walking like a person. He paused, his fingers gripping the edge of the table so tightly that his knuckles turned white. I heard the guards again. They were shouting something about getting the doors open. I didn't know what was happening, but I knew they were scared. And that scared me. Jack looked up at me, his eyes wide with fear. I saw one of them, a guard running down the hall. He was heading toward my cell, fumbling with the keys, trying to unlock the door. He kept looking back like something was chasing him. He swallowed hard, his voice shaking. I didn't see it at first, but I heard it. This wet, squelching sound like something was dragging across the floor, and then I saw it. The thing they'd put in the med wing. It wasn't human anymore. It was changed. Jack's hands shook as he spoke, and I could see the fear in his eyes, the memory of that moment burning like a fresh wound. I couldn't move. I just stood there staring at it. The thing, it wasn't human anymore. I don't even know if it remembered being human. His voice cracked, his breath uneven. It was big, taller than I remembered, the person being like it had been stretched somehow. Its skin, if you could even call it that anymore, was swollen, bulging in places like it was filled with something. The black fungus had grown over most of its body, but it wasn't just on the surface. You could see it moving underneath. Crawling through its veins, thick and dark, its skin was splitting in places, oozing this thick, black liquid. Parts of it looked like they were rotting, but it was still alive. Jack leaned forward, his voice dropping as he described the creature in horrifying detail. The worst part was its face. The fungus had taken over most of it, but I could still see parts of what used to be a man. His mouth was hanging open, slack like it had forgotten how to close. His eyes, God, his eyes, they were completely black, not just the pupils, but the whole thing, like they'd been swallowed by the darkness inside him. Jack's hands gripped the table, his knuckles white. It wasn't just the way it looked. It moved wrong, too, like its bones had been broken and put back together in the wrong order. Its arms were too long, its legs bent in ways that didn't make sense. It didn't walk so much as lurch, dragging one foot behind the other. Every step it took made this wet, squelching sound, like the fungus was eating away at it from the inside out. He paused, staring at the floor, his voice growing weaker. It smelled too, like rot, like meat left out too long. The air around it was thick with the stench, and I could barely breathe. I don't know how the guard could stand being that close. Jack swallowed hard, eyes wide. He almost had the door open. I was right there watching through the window, and I could see him fumbling with the keys, trying to get the lock undone. His hands were shaking so bad, I thought he'd dropped the keys. His voice trembled as he continued. He was muttering to himself, saying something about needing to get me out. I don't even think he saw the thing coming for him until it was too late. Jack squeezed his eyes shut as if trying to block out the memory. The door clicked open. He finally got it. I thought for a second I was going to make it, but that thing, it was right behind him. It grabbed him before he even had a chance to run. Jack's voice faltered, barely above a whisper. I've never seen anything like it. The way it grabbed him, like it didn't even care. It just tore into him. His hands, if you can even call them that, They were twisted claws, black and dripping with whatever the fungus had turned it into. It sank them into his chest like they were cutting through butter. He shook his head, eyes distant. He didn't scream, not even once. 1 second he was there, and the next, he wasn't. Just blood everywhere. The thing was ripping him apart, tearing chunks out of him like it was feeding, and I just stood there watching, too scared to move. Jack took a deep breath, his voice still shaking. I don't know how long it lasted. It felt like forever. But after it was done, it didn't even look at me. It just turned and started dragging his body down the hall, like it didn't have any purpose, like it was just following some mindless act. His hands were still trembling. Jack lifted his head slightly and his voice was growing faint. And then it left. Jack's breathing was shaky as he continued, his hands still trembling slightly from the memory. I thought it was over. I thought once it killed the guard, I'd be next. But it didn't even look at me. It just dragged the body down the hall. His voice wavered, growing more desperate as he relived the moment. The fungus, it had spread. I hadn't noticed it before, not like that. I could see it now, seeping out from under the door of my old cell, black tendrils creeping into the hallway. It had gotten bigger. Much bigger. Thick, dark strands covered the walls near the cell, growing into the cracks, spreading further and faster than I'd ever seen. Jack swallowed hard, his voice shaking. The thing, it grabbed the guard's body right up to the spot where the fungus was leaking out into the hall. I thought maybe it was going to leave him there, but no, it did something worse. He looked down at the table as if ashamed of what he'd seen. It shoved the guard's body into the fungus. Just pushed him right into it like the wall wasn't even there anymore. The black stuff, those tendrils, they wrapped around him, pulling him deeper like it was absorbing him. Jack's voice grew quieter, his fear palpable. I could see it. The fungus spread over the guard's body, crawling over his skin and covering him like a web. His face, what was left of it, disappeared into the black mass, and then the wall seemed to eat him. I pulled him in until all I could see was this black mound stuck to the wall like it was holding him there. He stared at the floor, eyes wide. It was like the fungus had claimed him, like it was feeding off of him. The more it wrapped around him, the bigger it got, spreading faster now, reaching further along the hallway. Jack paused, his breath catching in his throat. And then the thing that killed him, it started eating. His voice faltered, his eyes wide with terror. It crouched down right by the spot where the fungus was growing the thickest, and then it started tearing chunks off of it, big, wet chunks of black mold, and shoving it into its mouth. It was like it was starving for it, like it needed the fungus to survive. Jack's body shook, his hands clenching into fists. I couldn't watch. It was eating the fungus like it was meat, like it was devouring something, and the more it ate, the more the fungus seemed to spread. I could see the walls pulsing, like they were alive, like the whole place was breathing. He looked up at me, his voice barely a whisper. I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was still the prisoner or something else entirely, but whatever it was, wasn't human anymore. It was part of the fungus, part of whatever was growing inside the walls. Jack's breath hitched, his eyes wide. I was too scared to move. I just watched as it fed. Jack's voice was quieter now, but there was a tension in every word. I don't know how long I stood there, watching it eat. I was too scared to move, too scared to breathe. I thought if I made a sound, it would turn around and I'd be next. He swallowed hard, staring at the table as if seeing that moment again. But eventually, it stopped. The thing just stood up slow, like it had all the time in the world. I thought for sure it would notice me then, but it didn't. It just turned, shuffling down the hall back toward the medwing. The fungus was still spreading behind it, creeping further down the walls. Jack took a shaky breath, his hands clenching and unclenching as he continued. That was my chance. The door was unlocked. I didn't want to go out there, but I knew I couldn't stay in the cell. Not with that thing out there. Not with the fungus spreading. He paused, his eyes wide, still rattled by the memory. So I opened the door. As quietly as I could, I slipped out into the hallway. The place smelled worse than ever, like the air itself was rotting. The walls, they were breathing, pulsing with the black fungus. It had spread further since the last time I looked, covering the doors, the cracks, creeping along the floor. His voice wavered, fear threading through his words. I didn't know where to go. The hall was empty. No guards, no prisoners. Just me. I thought about heading back to the main wings, but I didn't know if anyone else was still alive. I didn't know if the fungus had spread to the rest of the prison. Jack rubbed his temples, trying to push back the panic that still clung to his voice. The sound? I couldn't get it out of my head. The walls were making this wet, squelching noise. Every time the fungus pulsed, it sounded like something living was inside the walls, moving with it, like the prison itself was infected. He looked up at me, eyes wide with fear. I kept moving, but it was slow. I was terrified of making too much noise. I didn't know if that thing was still out there, and I wasn't going to take any chances. I stuck close to the walls, avoiding the patches of black mold that were creeping up from the cracks in the floor. The whole place felt wrong. It felt alive. His hands trembled as he spoke, the fear in his voice growing. I made my way through the hallway, past the other cells. Some of them were still locked. I could hear things inside, but I didn't stop to listen. I couldn't afford to. I just kept going, trying to get as far away from that thing as I could. Jack swallowed hard. I don't know how long I walked before I reached the door to the main wing. I thought maybe I'd find someone, another guard maybe, but the door, it was locked. No way out. He leaned back in his chair, his eyes darting to the camera in the corner of the room. I was trapped. He rubbed his hands over his face, his voice trembling. That's when I heard it. The creature, the thing that killed the guard, it was coming back. I could hear its footsteps, that slow, wet shuffle dragging something along the floor. I knew it was coming for me this time. His hands clenched the edge of the table. I panicked. I didn't know what to do. I looked around trying to find somewhere to hide, but there was nothing. The fungus was everywhere, crawling along the floor, the walls. I could hear it pulsing. I thought I could feel it inside my head, breathing like a second heartbeat. Jack swallowed hard, his voice dropping to a whisper. And then I saw it. An air vent just above the door. It was small, barely big enough for me to squeeze through, but it was my only option. I climbed up using the edge of the door for leverage and pulled the grate off the vent. It wasn't quiet, but the creature, it didn't seem to care. It just kept coming. He took a shaky breath. I shoved myself inside the vent, trying not to make too much noise. I could hear it below me, dragging itself closer. I could feel the heat from its body, the smell of rot filling the air. I didn't dare look down. I just kept crawling, inch by inch, through that narrow space, praying it wouldn't hear me. Jack rubbed his hands together, the tension clear in his body. I don't know how long I crawled through those vents. It felt like forever. I could hear the fungus growing inside the walls like it was alive, spreading through the ducts. But eventually I found another opening. He looked up, his eyes wide. I didn't know where I was anymore. The prison was like a maze, but I knew I had to get out. I climbed out of the vent and dropped down into another hallway. This one was quieter and cleaner. I could hear voices in the distance. Someone was talking. It wasn't a guard. It sounded official. Jack's fingers trembled slightly. That's when I saw them. Federal agents. They were wearing protective suits, walking through the hallway and talking into radios. I tried to call out to them, but my voice was barely a whisper. I was weak, starving, and my body felt like it was shutting down. He rubbed his face, his voice quieter now. One of them saw me. They turned and pointed, and the others came running. They grabbed me, lifted me up, and I blacked out after that. When I woke up, I was here. The room was quiet for a moment as Jack finished his story. He stared down at his hands, pale and trembling, the words hanging in the air like a fog. I watched him carefully, my mind turning over the details of what he'd said. The transformed prisoner, the fungus, the guards. It all lined up with the reports, but something felt off. I glanced at my notes, then back at Jack. You said the fungus was in the walls, that it was everywhere. Do you think it spread beyond the prison? Jack hesitated, his fingers twitching slightly. I don't know. It was moving fast. If it's still there, it's probably spread even further by now. I tapped my pen against the table, considering my next question. What about you? Did you come into contact with the fungus? Jack's eyes flickered toward the camera in the corner of the room, his expression tightening. No, he said quickly. I stayed away from it. I made sure. I watched him closely, noting the tension in his voice. You are sure? No spores? No mold on your skin? Jack's hands clenched into fists, his voice dropping. I said I didn't touch it. But something was wrong. I could see it now in the way he moved, the way his skin looked under the harsh fluorescent light. There were small, barely noticeable black spots on his hands, like tiny cracks forming just beneath the surface. His fingernails were chipped and discolored, and there was a faint sheen of sweat on his forehead. I leaned forward slightly. Jack, are you feeling all right? He didn't answer at first. He stared down at his hands, his breath growing shallow. His fingers twitched again, and then I saw it. Just the slightest movement. The skin on his knuckles shifted, bulging for a moment, like something was crawling underneath. Jack's eyes widened, his breath quickening. No, this isn't happening. I didn't touch it. But the evidence was clear now. His skin was changing, dark veins spreading slowly under the surface. The fungus had gotten to him. I could see the horror in his eyes as the realization hit him. He backed away from the table, his voice trembling. You've got to help me. I can feel it under my skin. It's spreading. I stood up, reaching for the door, but Jack grabbed my arm, his grip weak but desperate. Please don't let it take me. Don't let me turn into one of them. I pulled away, calling for the other agents. The door swung open and they rushed in, their eyes wide as they saw the black veins creeping up Jack's arms. He collapsed to the floor, shaking, his breath ragged. "It's too late," he whispered. "It's already inside me." And then the agents restrained him. I saw the first crack in his skin. The black tendrils were already spreading. After Jack was restrained and taken away, I sat there in silence, my mind racing. His story was almost too terrifying to believe, but the black veins spreading under his skin told me that something far worse than we could have imagined had happened in that prison. The medical team rushed Jack out of the room, and I made my way to the surveillance office. The tapes from the prison's security cameras had been pulled, but I knew where I needed to start. The med bay. Jack had mentioned the prisoner who had been quarantined there, the one who had touched the fungus. If I was going to understand what we were dealing with, I needed to see what happened to him. I sat down in front of the monitor and loaded the medbay footage. The timestamp matched the days Jack had been talking about, right around the time they had moved him to a new cell and put the infected prisoner in the old one. The screen flickered to life, showing the sterile, dimly lit interior of the medbay. At first, the footage seemed ordinary. The prisoner lay on the bed, motionless, connected to machines that were monitoring his vitals. 2 guards stood nearby, occasionally glancing at him but not paying much attention. It all looked normal until the prisoner's body twitched. I leaned forward, watching closely. The prisoner shifted again, his arms jerking slightly, his head rolling to one side. At first it looked like he was waking up, but something was wrong. His movements were erratic and unnatural. The guards noticed it too. They stepped closer to the bed, exchanging nervous glances. And then it began. The prisoner's body convulsed. His back arching off the bed as if something was inside him was forcing its way out. His skin started to blister, bulging in grotesque patterns, as if something was crawling underneath. The guards rushed toward him, shouting for help, but it was too late. I watched in horror as the black veins spread beneath the prisoner's skin, creeping up from his hands, his arms, his neck, everywhere. His face twisted in pain, his mouth opening in a silent scream, but no sound came out. His eyes turned black, completely black, as if the darkness inside him had consumed everything. The guards panicked. One of them backed away while the other tried to restrain the prisoner. But the prisoner was no longer human. His body was contorted, his arms bending at impossible angles, his skin cracking open to reveal the black fungal growth underneath. It spread across his body like wildfire, taking over every inch of him. Then, with a terrifying burst of strength, the prisoner snapped free from his restraints and lunged at the guard closest to him. The camera shook as the scene descended into chaos. The other guard screamed, backing into the corner, as the prisoner, now a monstrous creature, ripped into his colleague, tearing him apart with inhuman strength. I paused the footage, my heart pounding. The image on the screen was frozen. The creature, mid-attack, its black eyes staring soullessly into the distance as it tore into the guard's chest. The room was a bloodbath, and the transformation was complete. Whatever that thing was, it was no longer the man they had brought into the medbay. I hit play again, watching as the creature dragged the lifeless guard's body across the room, tossing it aside like a rag doll. The other guard tried to escape, fumbling with the door, but the creature was faster. It leaped at him, bringing him down in an instant. Blood splattered across the camera lens, obscuring the footage for a moment, and then silence. The creature stood over the bodies, breathing heavily, its chest rising and falling in sharp, unnatural movements. Black fungus covered its skin, growing thicker and darker with each passing second. It lingered there, almost motionless, and then turned slowly toward the camera. I froze. Its black hollow eyes were locked directly on the lens as if it knew I was watching. I shut off the footage, leaning back in my chair, my breath ragged. Whatever had happened in that prison, it had started here, in the med bay, and now it was spreading. Okay, so I know everybody reading this will probably think I'm some nutcase. I'm prepared for that. I just wanted to share this story in case anyone else has experienced anything similar. It all began 2 months ago. I had recently moved to British Columbia from Washington State for a new work opportunity. I had been interested in Canada and was still relatively close to my friends and family, so I took the role and moved to a city called Kelowna. Nature had always appealed to me, and I was excited to move to a place where I could be surrounded by the beautiful scenery of the Okanagan Valley. I'm a pretty anxious guy, and thought this move to a calmer, more scenic location would help me with that. Unfortunately, what didn't help my anxiety was the difficulty in finding a place to rent. But after a few weeks, I managed to find a place with a great mountain view and a beautiful park within walking distance. While I was correct that the scenery did improve my mood immensely, I'll admit the neighborhood creeped me out. A lot. This should have been my first sign to turn tail and get out. The neighborhood was gorgeous landscape-wise, surrounded by beautiful mountains, but still felt ominous at the same time. The residents seemed much older and, by their reactions to my moving truck, not very happy about my being there. Almost all of the houses except for mine seemed run down. Lawns were overgrown, paint was peeling. All the windows seemed to have blinds for curtains. Now and then I would see someone peering out from their blinds, but no one ever came to greet me. Still, it didn't get to me too much since the house I was moving to was newly renovated, and the rent was much lower than others on the market. I felt like I got a deal. I settled in, and the first 3 weeks were fine, but still there were constant red flags. Each night when I took out the trash, I would see some of my neighbors sitting out on the porch at 10 p.m., drinking. I didn't find this too out of the ordinary, but it always seemed like whenever I would show up, they would instantly stop talking and start looking at me, as if they were talking about me. I know that seems really self-centered, but what would you think if every time you showed up, people stopped talking and started staring? I chose to ignore it. It first happened on the 4th week after I had moved. I had just come back from work, tired and hungry. I made some TV dinner and decided maybe it was time I got to sleep early for once. I turned off the lights and promptly went upstairs. It wasn't more than a few hours into sleep when I heard it. Click, click, click. At first it sounded like something was knocking at the window. I wasn't fully awake, but the noise was getting louder. I thought it was coming from outside. Maybe a raccoon was jumping on the roof. But then my heart sank as I slowly came to the realization. It was my doorknob. Someone was trying to get in. It almost felt like my mind was read though, because as soon as I realized this, it stopped. I was paralyzed with fear that whoever did that might come back. After a while, I mustered up the courage to rush out and turn on the lights. I yanked open the door, but obviously, no one was there. I turned on all the lights in the house and went to check the door, but it had been locked the whole time. The windows were all closed and locked as well. I felt my stomach drop. There had to have been some squatter from previous years still living in the house. I barricaded my door and tried to go to sleep. I woke up early the next day and started scouring the entire house, and I mean inch by inch. When I was done, I started checking the walls to see if there were any cracks or hidden entrances. None. I was doubting myself at that point. Maybe I had dreamt it, or maybe it was some weird version of sleep paralysis. Obviously, I wasn't fully awake at the time, and I'd had wacky dreams before, but maybe this was just one of them, or maybe the door just does that sometimes. I couldn't really come up with an explanation. I had thoroughly checked the house and found nothing. I wasn't sure what to make of it. I tried to move on, but due to paranoia and a mix of fear, I decided to set up a lock in my room so it could be locked from the inside. Things went back to normal, and I didn't notice anything strange for a bit. That wasn't until I noticed that for some reason, in the morning, the door to my room would be unlocked. At first I thought maybe I had forgotten to lock it, so the next night I made sure to actually lock it. I woke up the next morning and, lo and behold, it was unlocked. Now I knew something was going on. No more doubts. I decided then I would stay up and confront whoever this squatter was, or at least find out what was going on with my door. I bought some energy drinks and got ready. I turned off all the lights, drank my energy drinks, and locked the doors to get ready for the long night. Time crawled as I kept watch, trying to pass the time, but every minute felt like 1,000. Time was moving so slowly that it felt like morning would never come. After about 2 hours, my bladder started filling up, and I started taking more trips to the bathroom. I was worried this would scare off my potential squatter, but I had no choice. I kept waiting and kept drinking energy drinks to stay away, but at this point, it was 3 a.m. and still no sign. I was starting to worry this whole thing might have been for nothing. That was until I had to take another quick trip to the bathroom. I finished and started to head back to the room. That was when I saw it. Just then, as I was walking in the hallway, someone, or, to be honest, I should say something, was walking up the stairs. My skin instantly went cold as my heart leapt up in my throat. There was no sound. It moved without touching the stairs, but as it was turning the corner for the second flight, it saw me and stopped. That was when I realized this wasn't a squatter at all. It was pure black, almost as if it was a shadow that came to life. It had the outline of a person, but it didn't seem very human. It was much too small. The outline of its head seemed entirely too big for its body, and the arms much too short. It had no face, but I knew it was staring right at me. I could feel cold sweat dripping at this point. Then it started moving towards me. It was slow, but its movements felt very fast. It seemed to float up the steps. I couldn't move a muscle. I couldn't breathe. My body refused to respond. At this point, it was 4 to 6 feet ahead of me, and that was when I somehow broke out of my paralysis. I quickly turned on the light in the hallway, but inadvertently blinded myself for a second as my eyes took a moment to adjust. But just when I was able to see again, it was gone. I knew I wasn't going crazy. I knew what I saw. I bolted downstairs, turned on all the lights, and started looking around the house. Then I rushed outside to see if I could find anything. Nothing. But I spotted something else. It wasn't clear at first since it was still dark, but the street lamps illuminated just enough to spot something that brought back that terrible feeling I had just felt. I saw someone peering out from the blinds. I thought it was just one of my neighbors, but as I looked around, I spotted 1, 2, 3, 4. Almost the entire neighborhood was watching me at 4 a.m. stumbling outside. And I knew it wasn't because of any noise, because I had made absolutely none while looking outside. All I did was open the door and come out. It was almost as if they had been awake too, expecting me to come outside. Why else would almost the entire neighborhood be awake at 4 a.m. watching me? I walked in the middle of the street looking directly at them as they watched me, but no one took a step back. They just kept watching. And the way they were looking at me wasn't just out of neighborly curiosity. It was different. It was like they were privy to something I didn't know. Like I said, I can be somewhat prone to anxiety and paranoia, but even I could tell there was something else going on here. I went back inside, locked the doors, and just stayed in the living room for the remainder of the night with all the lights on until the sun came up. The next day, I got all my belongings, put them in a suitcase, and started renting a hotel. I didn't care how many months were left on my lease, or how much it would cost to break it. I just left. I was 4 when I first saw it. I lived in a fairly safe and comfortable neighborhood. We never wanted for anything, and I was an only child. I had 2 loving parents. By all accounts, there was no real inciting incident. No trauma, no fear, no nothing that would make me hallucinate. I was by all accounts a gifted child who lived with great, loving parents in a large house. I remember I had come home from school. I had gotten a snack from the pantry, and I was taking over the living room to watch Power Rangers, as was my after-school tradition. As I walked into the living room, I looked out into the backyard. At the time, my little brain could only register a furry lump. A squirrel. It hadn't been torn apart or killed by anything, just died of old age. I knew death was a thing, but I had never seen it in real life up to this point. This was the first time it occurred. From the corpse of the squirrel, I saw what looked like stringy tethers break loose from its body. Ethereal blue things, barely thicker than twine, pulling apart as I saw a ghostly, blue version of the squirrel emerge from its body. It regarded me for a moment as I watched it. Could it see me? Did the dead watch us? Then I saw it immediately scamper off. My family wasn't religious. I wasn't religious. We were Christian, sure, but we didn't exactly visit church every Sunday, nor did we avoid specific vices or espout virtues. Still, we believed in the basics. When you die, you go to heaven if you're a good person. Hell if you're a bad person. But at the time, I called it heck. Seeing this, well, I didn't know what to do. How was a 4-year-old supposed to handle this? Instead of watching TV, I went to my mom in the office. She was busy on a computer, having a serious talk with someone I didn't know. Are you sure it's nothing serious? If you... I'll have to call you back. We'll pick this up soon. Sure. Goodbye. She'd hang up the phone, turning her chair to look at me. Yes, Danny? Mom, there's a squirrel in the backyard. I'm sure there is, honey. Is that all you wanted to say? Mom, I think it died. Her face twisted in a look of revulsion. All right, dear. Let me get Daddy to take care of it. She left the office. I could hear her calling, Jacob, Jacob, baby, need you to do something for me. She didn't get it. I mean, how could she? What was there to understand? And I didn't exactly blurt out that I saw ghosts. I was 4. What was I supposed to say? So I hid it. I locked it away in my brain, and it was my little secret. In a way, it gave me catharsis. I wasn't having existential dread at the age of 4, but the unknown still scared me. To know that your soul lives on, well, it gave me some measure of peace even as a child. My parents weren't exactly going to think I was telling the truth either, so why bring it up? Kid me knew grown-ups couldn't see stuff kids could, but it was alright. There was no rule book, but I picked up some things as I watched, some minor rules. Creatures had to be big enough. A mouse seemed to be the cutoff. I didn't see ants or gnats appear. From death, it took about 40 seconds for something to break free. I didn't know what would happen if you were brought back after legal death, but I assumed your soul was dragged back to you. You didn't get to fly, but you could walk through walls like a ghost most of the time. That was about all I had gathered for about a few years. Things were going good for those 2 years. I had my secret nobody else knew, and it gave me peace. I knew one of the great unknowns of humanity. Me, a kid. I felt like a genius. Then the greater truth was revealed. It was December 8th, at about 6:15 in the morning on a Sunday, that things went to hell. I had been dreaming peacefully when the scream woke me up. I bolted upright, almost too afraid to speak. My mom was on the second floor of the house and my parents were down the hallway. If I screamed, I'd wake them up. I had nightmares before. Was that all it was? Just a bad dream and a sudden scream. When you're a child, your mind tricks you to justify things. It couldn't trick my eyes, however. Across the street from us was Jeffrey Raymond's. Mr. Raymond's was an old guy. Not quite senile, but his best years were behind him. He was a kind man. I loved going to his house when we went trick-or-treating. He liked to boast he gave out full-sized candy bars. That made him my favorite neighbor. I got out of my bed to see where the scream had come from, as it had been outside my window and across the street. Was Mr. Raymond's in danger? I didn't know, but I had to look. Mr. Raymond's was entirely blue, just as I had seen other dead things before, but he wasn't acting like himself. He was panicked. He was in his pajamas, howling, screaming, running through walls. He had died, probably from old age, but this wasn't like the squirrels or rabbits I saw. No, he was screeching, sprinting, sometimes going through walls, sometimes hitting them. It's like his body wasn't solid enough. It scared me. I ran down the hall, heavy steps ignoring how early it was. As I'd entered my parents' room, I went to my dad's side of the bed. "Dad?" I'd say. "Dad, wake up. Can you wake up?" He'd groggily groan, leaning over to look at the alarm clock. "Hey, bud, it's really early. You okay? Nightmare?" He'd ask, sitting up from the bed. Mom wouldn't wake up, heavily sleeping. "I think something bad happened to Mr. Raymond's." Why so, buddy? Just a bad feeling?" "Nightmare?" "No, Can you go check on him?" Mr. Raymond's might be sleeping. You know he's an old guy. Dad told me. Dad, please. Can you, please? His eyes said, I'm not going to sleep until I do this, am I? But his face said, anything for you, sport. He'd push himself up, getting his slippers on. All right, I'll go check on him. As Dad went to the stairs, I returned to my room. I'd watch from the second-story window, hearing him open and close the door. Dad waved at a passing jogger, exchanging a quick discussion before he'd walk across the road. All the while, Mr. Raymond's spirit continued to howl, flail, scream. I don't think it knew where it was or what was going on. Dad knocked on the door. Silence. Dad looked concerned for a moment. He knocked again. Silence. Now I think he knew something was wrong. He'd do a quick jog back across to our house, where I heard him in the kitchen grabbing the phone and talking to someone. I hoped to see Mr. Raymond's spirit calm down, but he'd just keep screaming, keep running throughout his rooms and through his walls. There's a danger in nature. When an animal gets wounded, it calls for help. Sometimes a kind human finds it and pulls it out of a trap. Other times, a fellow member of the species finds it and saves it. But most often, those cries attract a predator. And in this case, Mr. Raymond's spirit was a siren. I stayed glued to the window, watching the scene, my eyes switching between the actions of the physical world as an ambulance pulled up and spiritual world. Mr. Raymond's ghost tirelessly howling and scrambling around. I wasn't sure how to help him, so I was going to decide to go to bed. That's when I saw it. All this time, I had only seen blue spirits, human, animal, or otherwise. They'd fluctuate in tone and opacity, sure, but always blue. This was the first time I ever saw a red spirit. It scrambled on all fours, long and lanky. Its arms were too long, its legs not ending in feet but in two sharp talons. One in the front, one in the back. I covered my mouth, watching what I think was its head bob. It had no eyes, a sort of heavy shell covering the top half of its body. It was beelining to the screaming Mr. Raymond. Paramedics were having a polite conversation as it barged through them, phasing like a ghost. One paramedic turned around as if someone had tapped his shoulder, but he looked back to see his friend. I saw a primal terror in Mr. Raymond's eyes. He knew this was a predator. He screamed, howling less like a man and more like an animal, before he'd charge into the house. The thing followed soon after. I couldn't see it, but I could hear it. Panicked screams, guttural cries, and then silence. Eerily quiet. Maybe Mr. Raymond's had got away. Maybe he went somewhere further into the afterlife. A child struggled to comprehend non-existence, and the universe was now asking a child to comprehend what came even further after. Nausea was going to overtake me before my dad went in my room, making me turn away from the window. Hey, kiddo. Hey, Mr. Raymond's. Listen, yeah. He seemed unsure of how to broach the subject, doubly so considering I somehow knew Mr. Raymond had died. It's okay, Dad, I whispered. I thought it was a nightmare, but... Bad dreams, I know. Hey, listen. Do you want some breakfast? Whatever you want. No, I'm not really hungry right now. But thanks, Dad. I love you lots. I love you too, buddy. Dad closed the door, probably wanting to give me some peace while I processed this. There were things to process, to be sure, but I didn't want to speak on it. I turned back to the window, watching to see if the red thing had gone. It hadn't. The red thing now stood in the middle of the street, hands twitching, hands that ended in knives, not fingers. And it was staring at me, without eyes. I covered my mouth in horror. Kid logic said that safety from monsters was always under the blanket. That made sense to me, scrambling under it as I got away from the window. Maybe it hadn't noticed. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Did it want to get me next? Did it want to kill me? The blanket covered me, head to my knees as I hid. I didn't need to see it. I could hear it. The clicking and clacking of its knife fingers on the walls. The red glow as it moved inside my room. I was trapped under my blanket, quivering, and as it came into my room, it just sat there, knees to its chest, right across from me. Time seemed to slow. Did I sit under the blanket for a minute, 20, 2 hours? I don't know, but it wouldn't leave, sitting there watching me. I felt bile well in my throat. I wanted to throw up from panic and dread. Experimentally, and against the child's code of what kept you safe, I removed the blanket. The thing was easily 7 feet tall, maybe more, but its arm length had to be about 8 or more. The shell on its head was more of a carapace. fused to the top of its head like a helmet, leathery red skin, taut and tight, like leather stretched over muscle. The worst was the mouth. It had no lips, no jaws, no normal teeth. What instead I saw was a slowly rotating blender of a hole, sharp and jagged. It was uncanny to feel a stare with no eyes upon you. We locked gazes, or at least I think we did, as I trembled in bed. I think I had peed myself, quivering, watching it observe me. It looked back, seemingly unaware of the horror I was in. We were in a stalemate until one long, bony knife finger uncurled. I watched that knife etch into the wall of my room, not damaging the physical space, but doubtlessly marking my room in the spirit world. It read, "Can you see me?" I looked at the wall, then to it, then to the wall. I nodded. Its razor maw rotated, sharp and jagged teeth spinning. "Can you hear me?" it asked. Its voice guttural, like it came from a drain pipe clogged with muck. I nodded. Of all the words to come out of its mouth, I didn't expect what it said next. "Sorry. I didn't want to scare you." Sorry? A monster made of knives and jagged pieces was apologizing for scaring me? "Can you hear me?" I asked back. Yes. We stared at each other for an uncomfortable amount of time. "How did you know I could see you?" "Your eyes. They're like a lighthouse. When you looked at me, I thought I was in a spotlight." "Did you hurt him?" I asked bluntly. "Did you hurt Mr. Raymond's?" "Was that his name?" it asked. "Yes, I did. I'm sorry. Things are different when you cross over." "But that doesn't make it right," I'd argue. It looked at me, seeming to finally parse that I was a child, before it'd tilt its head. "You will understand in time. What's your name?" "I shouldn't talk to strangers." "I don't want to be a stranger. You're the only voice I've heard since crossing over." It paused as if trying to figure out how to communicate with a child. "Then what's your name? Strangers don't give out their names." "I don't have a name," it'd respond. I looked at him. It occurred to me in some childish capacity that not having a name was bad. I looked him over, quivering, ignoring the panic. He might look scary, but he was being too nice, too polite. Just because someone looked horrible didn't mean they couldn't be good. "Rocky," I'd say. "Your name is Rocky." "Why?" it asked, tilting its head. "Rocky's the Red Ranger. You're red, so you're Rocky." "What's the Red Ranger?" I stared at him, realizing he probably didn't know much of anything. As an adult looking back, I realized how idiotic it all was. The juvenile desire to help, ignoring my own safety because I felt I was special. Nothing bad ever happened to special people, spoke the childlike mind. In fact, you can help him, and he won't hurt other people. Evil has a choice, and maybe, just maybe, I could make him something good. "Rocky, do you want to be my friend?" I asked, oblivious in my youth to how stupid this was, only focused on how I could help him. "But you have to promise that you'll be good." "I would like that very much." Rocky would make no promise. Only that he would like that. I watched a woman drown and did nothing. I know that makes me basically a murderer and definitely a coward. Well, karma got me. few weeks ago I ended up in the ER for severe dehydration. I nearly died. I didn't run a marathon, wasn't trapped in the desert. I was sitting on my front porch. My neighbor was the one who found me. I wish he hadn't. How did I get here in the first place? It all started 3 months ago. I'm half Korean on my father's side. He died from lung cancer right before his 60th birthday, and shortly after my 30th. After his funeral, I decided I would explore my roots. So I took a lone trip to Korea. I didn't speak a single word of Korean, but I had a translator on my phone. Plus, a lot of people know English. I figured I was all good, right? Wrong. It was a lonely trip, and turns out not knowing the language was a lot harder to navigate than I thought. On my last night, I was eating bulgogi at a restaurant alone. My eyes were watering. It was too spicy, even though I asked for no spice. A few girls who looked around my age giggled and watched as I tried to finish my meal. I coughed and drowned a glass of soju. One of the girls came over and teased, "Too spicy?" I wiped my mouth with a napkin and smiled, glad to hear that she spoke English. Her name was Hana. One thing led to another, and I found myself at a house party with Hana and her friends. Over a dozen people squished in a tiny apartment in Seoul. They spoke in Korean most of the time. I couldn't keep up with my translator, so I just sat and nodded, pretending to understand. Hana gave me a pill. "Make you happy, not lonely and sad," she insisted. Screw it. I swallowed the pill down with my beer. She was right. It did make me happy. Suddenly I felt like I could understand every word that was being said. We laughed and drank and partied all night long. Then at some point ghost stories came up. Some guy warned me about Malguishan, water ghost, and the vibe shifted. This guy seemed serious. Everyone suddenly seemed serious. In Korean folklore, Malguishan are spirits of people who've drowned and now they're trapped in the water. They cry out for help, acting like they're drowning, and when you go in to help them, they pull you under, drowning you, and you take their place. You better watch out. His face was stone. No one said anything. I thought maybe someone would laugh, but no one ever did. The night was over. Hana said she'd walk me home. We walked alongside the Han River. There were lights reflected on the water from the Banpo Bridge, which is known for having this awesome rainbow fountain. Look it up. It's beautiful. It was super quiet. Not a lot of people out, which was surprising. Sure, it was 2 in the morning, but I guess I just expected more people. About a block from my hotel, Hana said she had to pee really bad and dipped into a 24/7 mart. I waited outside. And that's when I heard it. Something near the river. It sounded like someone yelling. I went to look. I was shocked to see a woman screaming and thrashing in the river. She was drowning. And all I did was stand there and watch, frozen. It all happened so fast. Too fast for me to do anything. That's what I told myself again and again. But deep down I know that's a lie. I could have helped, but I was too scared. Too scared of Malguishan. The woman struggled a while longer, then disappeared under the water. Why didn't I yell for help? I ask myself that question all the time. I don't have an answer. Her body floated to the surface, and still I just stood and stared. Then a voice yelled out. It was Hana. She ran past me, into the water, and pulled the woman out. She tried to save her, but it was too late. I'll never forget what that woman looked like. Her mouth was hanging open, and her eyes were wide, and I don't know, she seemed horrified and disappointed. She was looking right at me. I left Korea in a panic. Never saw or spoke to Hana again. I didn't look up any news articles or anything like that about the drowning. I didn't want to know about the victim. I wanted it all to go away, but it didn't. One day I was on my lunch break sitting in the park. Then I heard a sound coming from the fountain. It sounded like someone crying out for help. My blood ran cold. I went to the fountain, and no one was there. I figured I must be losing my mind. Nothing some drugs couldn't fix, right? My doctor put me on 10 milligrams of Lexapro. She said we'd start with 10, then go to 20 if I needed it. Well, the 10 didn't help, and neither did the 20, and neither did anything else. I started to hear that woman's cries every time I took a shower, coming from the drain, so I stopped taking showers and baths. I got fired from work when coworkers started complaining about the smell. Whenever I turned on the faucet, I heard her cries again. I couldn't drink a glass of water without hearing her, so I started buying bottled water. But then when I opened the bottles, I could hear her down inside the bottle. When it rained, it was the worst. During a storm, the wind sounded like her howls. The rain beating against the windows sounded like her arms smacking the water. Wherever there was water, she was there crying out for help. Then she was there in all liquid, milk, juice, all of it. When I opened a can of soda, it hissed and sounded exactly like the air leaving her lungs that night. I stopped drinking altogether. No water, no liquids, nothing, ever. In the ER, they gave me an IV. I could hear her in the bag. I ripped the IV out of my arm and ran. Now I'm back home. I can't take it anymore. Can't go on like this. So this is the last thing I'll ever write. My confession. I wrote it before I grabbed the knife. I'm sitting here now, waiting to die. Slit my wrists wide open, and I swear I can hear her in my blood. Update? I'm alive. I don't know how or why. I'm back at the hospital, and it's storming outside. My stepdad, Carl, hates me. There's just no other way to put it. Matt, if you don't like it, go and live with your dad. Carl would yell, squinting at me through his wire-rimmed glasses, arms folded. I don't know where he is, though. I don't know him. He left me when I was 7. I'd reply. That's not my problem, is it? I'm the breadwinner in this household, so if you want to live here, you'll do as I say. The chore schedule is strict. Sweeping, doing the dishes, washing the car, dusting, vacuuming. Invariably, Carl would find some fault with the quality of my work and call a house meeting to make clear that the piece of gravel he found on the kitchen floor was not acceptable. Had I even done the chores at all? Or was I lying? My mom would sit there, eyes downcast, letting him get through his spiel. Evie, his daughter, my stepsister, would hover by the doorway, waiting to dash out of the room when he'd had his say. I'd learned long ago that there is no way to win the argument, so I'm deferential and apologize, and say it'll never happen again. But it will. When he's out at his job as a mobile mechanic, I say as much to my mom, and she's well aware. He has his flaws, but he's practical. And in his heart, he's good. He's been the closest thing you've had to a father, Matt. He took that responsibility when he didn't have to. She'd say soothingly, in your heart, you're good, but you don't treat Evie like he treats me. I'd respond, Evie has a mother who shares the burden. It isn't my fault my dad ran away. That's how the conversation goes. Around and around in circles. In fairness, my stepdad can be pretty mean to Evie too. He restricts our internet access. He doesn't let us have sugary snacks. He makes us lock our phones away in a cupboard at 9 p.m. sharp and sends us to bed. He bangs on the bathroom door if he deems we've been in the shower too long. As a result, Evie and I have bonded. The rules push us together, and we've got a genuine friendship. She appreciates that I'm more hard done by, so she'll smuggle me biscuits and tell me the Wi-Fi password, if she's managed to weasel the information out of Carl. Needless to say, the rules are subject to a degree of flexibility. He buys chocolate biscuits and Doritos for himself, and can munch a whole bag in a night, spilling crumbs over the sofa he sprawled out on. I can hear the TV blaring till midnight sometimes, the drone being broken only by his guffaws. Strict and baleful as he is, he has never laid a finger on any of us. Instead, he smashes objects and writes notes in a capitalized font on the back of envelopes for me to discover in a morning. He screams and shouts in my face, sending the sour stench of his breath my way. I wonder if he's trying to provoke me to hit him, which would be absurd. He's pushing 2 meters tall and heavy set, and I'm a skinny 17-year-old who's far more interested in reading about battles than fighting them. I'm used to his dramatic outbursts now, so that's why yesterday was so weird. Carl was trying to fix the pipes under the kitchen sink, while Evie pressed him for extra pocket money. He was grumbling and largely ignoring her until she mentioned something about the chest in the basement. Carl stopped his tinkering and slid out from under the counter. He towered over Evie, ominously silent. I was studying at the kitchen table but stopped to watch. Carl's face, usually so snarling and pained when he was angry, was utterly blank. "What did you say?" he whispered. I was joking. I said I could sell that old chest in the basement to get some pocket money. I'll say this once, Evie. You leave my chest alone." His eyes, cold as frozen planets, bore into Evie's for a moment longer. Then he went back to work. Evie left the room sobbing. I followed her up to her bedroom, where she was crying into one of her old teddies. I thought I'd be doing him a favor. It's full of his army clothes. People buy that sort of stuff nowadays, don't they? And it'd clear up some space. I was trying to be nice. I put my arm around her. "I know, Evie," I said. 2 years younger than me, and less beaten down. Evie's heart was more open to assault. Still, the coldness of Carl's fury had shocked me. "Screw him, screw him, screw him," she screamed into her teddy. "Say, Evie, shall we see what's in Carl's chest tonight? 3 a.m.? She looked at me with vengeful, red-rimmed eyes and nodded. I played on her heightened emotions a little, I'll admit, but the way Carl reacted had me genuinely worried about what he had in that chest. If it was anything that could endanger my mom or Evie, I had to know. The evening passed. Evie and I completed our chores, and I read for an hour before surrendering my mobile phone. I said goodnight to Carl and my mom, and only got one response. It's not worth pointing out who ignored me and who replied. I climbed the stairs and closed my bedroom door. It was far too early to sleep, despite what Carl thought, so I read by lamplight every night until my eyes got tired. The only thing to be wary of were slow creaking noises that might indicate Carl was creeping up the stairs. Reading in bedrooms was also banned, and publicly, neither me nor Evie did it. However, Carl had his suspicions, so he'd climb with stealth to a certain point on the stairs to check for a glow beneath either of our bedroom doors. If he saw a light, he'd burst into the room hoping to catch us. Therefore, I'd preemptively switch off the lamp and pretend to be asleep at the sound of any unusual noise. Once a military man, always a military man, I guess. Carl had spent a decade in the army as an engineer. He'd been deployed multiple times, but never to an active theater of war. Bowing to his ex-wife's demands, he'd returned to civilian life a year after Evie's birth. Everything I'd been able to glean seemed to indicate Carl had enjoyed his time in the military. The problem is that he never talks about it. He smiles absently, and his eyes go somewhere far away. What had he seen? What had he done? I woke to a gentle tapping at the door. It was time. "Follow my steps," Evie whispered. She'd charted the least creaky path down the stairs, it seemed. We reached the stone slabs of the kitchen floor and gently opened the basement door, careful of squealing hinges. I closed the door behind us and turned on the flickering light. Pressing against the dusty, cobweb-ridden walls, we descended. The basement itself was cramped and filled with tools, shelves, bicycles, shoes, boxes. Evie pulled a picnic blanket off of a bulky mass to reveal a mahogany chest that was curiously dust-free. "He comes down here most nights, you know," she said. "Why?" Evie shrugged and nudged a coded padlock. "Do you know the code?" I said. "Maybe," Evie said, before twisting 4 numbers into the padlock. It clicked open. "Ha! Dad's army serial number. It's full of army crap, so I assumed that'd be it." "How do you know it's full of army crap?" I asked. "He told me once, duh. Or at least I think he did. Let's open it and find out." The lid was heavier than we expected. It was 4 inches thick and must have been full of lead. I heaved at one side, and Evie heaved at the other until we got it up. Inside there were no combat fatigues, no dog tags, no boots. It was empty except for 2 objects: a long black cushion and a human jawbone. "Who's there?" Evie and I stared at each other, then back at the jawbone. "Boy, girl, speak." "Can you hear a voice?" I asked Evie. "Yeah." "This isn't army stuff. I don't know what this is." I heard a hollow laugh before the voice continued. "He wouldn't have told you about me. His charnel confident. Such is his shame, for he slew me long ago, upon a field far from here." "I don't like it," Evie said. "Who killed you?" I asked the bone. "Her father." "My dad wouldn't kill anyone. That's a lie," she wailed. "Shh, you'll wake them," I whispered. "I don't like this." "He comes here every night to pray and beg and weep, just as his spawn does. He's certain it was an accident, a firing range mishap, nothing more. Do you believe him? Might he do it again?" "I hate this," Evie said, and went to close the lid, but I held her back, chewing my lip. "Are we in danger?" I asked, and that chilly laugh rattled through my head again. Evie broke my grip and lunged for the jawbone perched on the black cushion. "You dare touch me?" The chest lid slammed shut on Evie's right arm, halfway along the bicep, shattering the bone. She let out half a scream before passing out and sliding down the side of the chest. A grisly, grinding sound came from her trapped arm as it twisted further. A cold sweat burst out all over my body, and I sprang into action, heaving Evie back up from where she'd fallen. "Let her out! Let her out!" The voice had ceased to reply. Summoning all my strength, I squatted down and pressed the lid up. It didn't budge. I adjusted my grip and pushed with everything I had. A dark centimeter grew into 2, then 3, then 4. I glimpsed that grinning bone perched on black velvet before Evie's mangled arm was free, and she slid back onto the basement floor. I let the lid thud shut. I helped her up the basement stairs, fully intending to wake my mom and Carl up because Evie needed to go to the hospital. She was delirious and muttering. When we emerged, she looked at me, her face white as chalk. "Run up the stairs. I was sleepwalking. I fell," she said. It took me a moment to realize what she was doing. Carl would question my role in his daughter's injury. Despite her agony, she'd hatched a plan to protect me from his wrath. I nodded and stamped up the stairs as loud as I could before dashing into my bedroom and closing the door. I leapt into bed just as Evie started yelling from the foot of the stairs. Today has been quiet with everyone at the hospital. At some point, I'll go into the basement and cover the chest with the picnic blanket and sweep some dust around to hide any footprints. I just don't feel like it yet. I'm quite happy rocking back and forth on my bed for now, thinking, what happened last night? I don't have anyone else to talk to about this. I don't have any friends, family, or even acquaintances. When I ran away with Dan, I thought I was moving towards a better part of my life. I was going to be more grand, more promiscuous, and more exotic, but I can't. I arrived at the house just after dark. It was smaller than I remembered, hunched beneath a sky the color of ash. The realtor had called it quaint, but now all I saw was decay. The paint, once white, peeled like dead skin, curling back from the wood in long, brittle strips. The windows were clouded with dirt, like they hadn't been touched in years. I wanted peace, solitude, but as I stood there staring at the house, I felt the air grow heavy, pressing in on me. Grief does strange things to your mind, I thought. I hadn't been myself since Dan's accident. His death left a gaping hole inside me, and this place, this forsaken house, was supposed to be a refuge, a place to escape, to grieve in silence, but the longer I looked at it, the more I felt something was wrong. I shook the feeling, telling myself it was just the exhaustion. I dragged my suitcase inside and shut the door, the echo of the slam too loud in the empty rooms. The house smelled like damp wood and old memories, stale and suffocating. I unpacked slowly, my hands numb, mind drifting. That first night I slept fitfully, wrapped in Dan's old sweatshirt. The wind outside howled like a wild animal, scratching at the windows. I thought I heard footsteps in the hallway around midnight. Slow, deliberate. But when I forced myself out of bed to check, there was nothing. Just silence, thick and oppressive. By morning I convinced myself it had been a dream. Days bled into each other. I wandered the empty rooms, the floors creaking beneath my weight, each groan sounding like the house's whispering voice. Objects started disappearing, small things at first, a spoon, a pen, my keys. I brushed it off, telling myself I was just forgetful. Grief does that to you. I'd forget my own name if I didn't say it out loud sometimes. But the mirror, that was harder to ignore. It started with glances, catching the corner of my reflection when I wasn't looking at it. I'd be in the kitchen washing dishes, and out of the corner of my eye I'd see something move in the hall mirror. At first I thought it was just my reflection, delayed somehow, but it wasn't. One night as I passed the mirror, I saw her, me, standing there staring back. Only she wasn't copying me. I froze, my heart thudding painfully in my chest. My reflection stood still, her face slack, eyes wide and dull. She was waiting, watching. I reached a trembling hand toward the glass, but before I could touch it, she moved. Not a blink, not a shift in weight, just a sudden, violent jerk. Her hand shot up to the glass, slamming against it with a sickening thud. I screamed and stumbled back, but when I looked again, my reflection was normal, a terrified, pale version of myself. I backed away, avoiding the mirror for the rest of the night. Every muscle in my body wound tight, waiting for something to happen. But nothing did. Not yet. The next day I started hearing the voice. It whispered, faint at first, almost like a breeze, but when it grew louder, clearer, it was Dan. I was sure of it. His voice soft and familiar, coming from the walls, the floors, the cracks in the wood. He was calling me, telling me he wasn't gone, that he was trapped here with me. I wanted to believe it. God, I wanted it so badly. The grief in me ached, tearing at the seams. I spent hours sitting in the dark listening for him, begging for more, but all I got were whispers, taunting, cruel. The voice turned from gentle to accusing, blaming me for his death, telling me I had abandoned him. "You let me die," he hissed through the walls. "You should be with me. Come back to me." I tried to shut it out, but it followed me from room to room. The objects that had disappeared started showing up in strange places. On the bed, in the fridge, inside my shoes. Things I didn't even own appeared in the house. An old pocket watch, a child stuffed bear, a photograph of someone I didn't know, their eyes scratched out. The mirror was the worst. Every time I passed it, she was there, my reflection, but she wasn't me anymore. Her eyes followed me, tracking my movements. She smiled when I wasn't looking, a cold, mocking grin that stretched too wide. I tried covering the mirror with a sheet, but every time I left the room, the sheet would be on the floor when I returned, the glass gleaming as if nothing had been there at all. By now I was hardly sleeping. The voice never stopped. My reflection never looked away. Then last night, it happened. I woke to the sound of glass shattering. Heart racing, I sat up in bed, blinking in the dark. The mirror, I knew it before I even stepped into the hallway. I could feel it like a heartbeat pulsing in the walls. The mirror was broken, shards scattered across the floor, but in the middle of the glass stood a figure, tall and dark, shifting like a shadow made of flesh. It smiled at me, my reflection, no longer behind the glass, but standing in my home, dripping with something dark and sticky. I tried to scream, but the sound lodged in my throat as she moved closer, her smile splitting her face in two, wide and grotesque. "Come with me," she whispered, her voice like shattered glass. "Come be with him." I ran, but the house twisted around me, the walls groaning as they stretched and warped. I could hear her behind me, her footsteps quick and sharp, like the ticking of a clock. Closer, closer. Now I'm here, hiding in the attic, my back pressed against the cold wood. The whispers are louder, Dan's voice mingling with hers, calling me, telling me to give in, to join them. I don't know how much longer I can hold on. The door is creaking open, and the mirror is gone. I think she is too. I never really believed in paranormal things or anything like that. I'm the kind of person who would be the last to believe in such things. But what happened that night changed everything. It was around 10 p.m. I was comfortably settled on the couch watching a series on Netflix. The soft light from the screen illuminated the room, while the silence of the house was broken only by the characters' voices. My phone was beside me when it suddenly vibrated. Instinctively, I picked it up and saw a message from an unknown number. A number that definitely wasn't in my contacts. Curiosity took over. When I opened the conversation, a wave of dread washed over me. "You are being watched." I tried to convince myself it was just my friends playing a prank, but the idea quickly faded when another message arrived. "Look out the window." I thought about ignoring it. It was just some random number, and the idea of looking outside felt absurdly risky, but a strange sensation, like a voice inside urging me to act, led me to rise. The night was dark, and I could see nothing beyond the shadows of my own bushes. Another message. "Now you don't see." Anxiety settled in my chest. I replied, almost pleading, "What do you want from me?" A quick response came. "Leave me alone." The tension escalated as if the atmosphere around me were thickening. Then the next message made me freeze. Come to the back door. My heart raced. Reluctantly, I walked to the back, the feeling of being watched growing with each step. I sent a message, I'm here. The silence was deafening. With a courage I didn't know I had, I opened the door. My backyard was well lit, but darkness seemed to swallow everything around me. The air felt heavy, and there was a sweet, almost nauseating smell that made me uneasy. Now you see, the message echoed in my mind. I looked into the darkness. At first, nothing, but then something caught my eye in the bushes. I put on my glasses, trying to see better. What I saw made my blood run cold. A humanoid figure, distorted and shadowy, was there, watching me. Its eyes were not eyes at all, but deep voids that seemed to absorb the light. I felt a shiver run down my spine, and before I could react, the figure sprinted toward me. I slammed the door shut and locked it immediately, my heart pounding wildly. The thing banged on the door with a tremendous force, a sound echoing as if it were testing the house's resistance. Silence. I called the police while making sure all the windows were secure. I peeked through the peephole but saw nothing. The darkness now felt denser, as if it were alive. The police arrived but found nothing. Relief mixed with confusion made no sense. After they left, I couldn't sleep. What was that thing? What did it want? The messages continued to echo in my mind like a constant whisper reminding me that I wasn't alone. The next day I received another message, this one without warning. You thought you were free? The moment of peace I longed for never came. Days dragged on and the messages kept coming. Sometimes they were just unsettling words. I am close, or you cannot escape. But other times they were distorted images, as if someone were trying to show me the very essence of terror. I knew I couldn't go on like this. I needed to find out what was happening. I started researching stories of hauntings, abductions, and strange sightings. I discovered accounts of people who had encountered similar figures, beings that seemed to feed off fear, hiding in the shadows, always watching, and always waiting. One night as I was getting ready for bed, my phone vibrated again. It was a message. You still don't understand. The air felt heavier, and the temperature dropped abruptly. A sense of despair overwhelmed me. I went to the window and looked outside. The darkness seemed to pulse as if it were alive. And then I saw it. The figure, now closer, clearer. It was no longer just a shadow. It was a grotesque creature with scaly skin and eyes that looked like two deep holes, empty and full of malice. The creature smiled, and I realized that the true terror was just beginning. In the back of my mind, a voice whispered, "You should never have looked." I never wanted a roommate, but after my girlfriend Emily moved out unexpectedly, I couldn't afford the rent on my own. So when I saw the ad, female seeking quiet, respectful roommate, private room, cheap rent, I didn't hesitate. The price was too good to pass up. The next day, I met her. Anna was quiet and reserved, but something about her seemed off. She never made much eye contact, and her voice was barely above a whisper. Still, I figured it was none of my business. As long as she paid her share and didn't bother me, I could live with it. The first night in the apartment was quiet. Too quiet. I could hear every creak in the old building, every gust of wind rattling the windows, but Anna was nowhere to be seen. Her bedroom door stayed shut, and I never heard her move around. By the second week, strange things started happening. At first, it was small. Items misplaced, lights flickering. Then I started noticing odd sounds, like someone walking slowly in the hallway. I assumed it was Anna, though I rarely saw her. She was either always out or hiding in her room. One night I woke up to the sound of faint whispering. It was coming from the hallway. I got up, heart racing, and opened my door. The hallway was empty, but the whispers didn't stop. They were coming from Anna's room. "Anna?" I called, but no response. I knocked on her door. The whispering stopped. Something about the sudden silence chilled me. I decided to leave it alone and go back to bed, convincing myself it was just my imagination. A few nights later, I came home late and found her standing in the kitchen, staring at the wall. She didn't move, didn't acknowledge me. I cleared my throat, trying to break the tension. "Hey, Anna, everything okay?" Slowly, she turned to face me. Her eyes were wide, unblinking, her face pale like she hadn't seen the sun in days. She didn't say anything, just stood there watching. It sent a shiver down my spine. "Anna?" I asked again, more forcefully. She blinked, finally breaking her eerie stare, then without a word turned and walked away, disappeared into her room. I didn't sleep that night. Things escalated quickly after that. I'd wake up in the middle of the night to find my door open, though I was sure I'd locked it. Footsteps echoed outside my room, pacing up and down the hallway. The whispering returned, louder this time, almost like chanting. I decided I couldn't take it anymore. I had to confront her. The next morning I knocked on her door, more insistent this time. No answer. I tried again. Nothing. Finally, I turned the knob. It was unlocked. The room was empty. No bed, no furniture, no clothes. It looked like no one had ever lived there. My heart pounded in my chest as I stepped inside, trying to make sense of it. That's when I saw it. On the wall, carved deep into the plaster, was a single word. Emily. My phone buzzed. It was a text from my ex, Emily. "I need to tell you something. Stay away from Anna." I stared at the message, my hands shaking. How did she know about Anna? Before I could respond, another text came through. "She's not real." Suddenly the whispering returned, louder than ever, surrounding me from all directions. I stumbled back, tripping over my feet as the door slammed shut behind me. And then a voice, Anna's voice, but twisted, distorted, filled the room. "You should have left when she did." The lights flickered, and I felt a cold breath on the back of my neck. I turned, but there was no one there. Just the empty room and the whispering echoing in my ears. I bolted for the door, yanking it open and running out of the apartment. I never looked back. The next day, I broke the lease and moved out. I tried calling Emily, but her number was disconnected. To this day, I don't know who or what Anna was. But sometimes, late at night, I still hear the whispers. Her name was Annabelle. Her friends and I used to call her Belle. I sometimes called her Belly. To me it sounded cuter, but she didn't like it because it sounded like belly. We loved each other very much. We met in college and had been together ever since. We had similar interests, compatible personalities, and we were both amazing in bed. The only time I remember arguing with Belle was after her sister's wedding. I was drunk. That's when I gave up drinking. I'd rather never have another sip of alcohol than argue with my sweet Belle again. Of course, I couldn't admit that to her. Her love language was quality time, and she'd probably just leave me if I got too sentimental. On the contrary, I often had to pretend to be rude to her while simultaneously showing her I cared for her. For some reason it turned her on. I used to call it being nice in a rude kind of way. Last year I proposed to her. We were supposed to get married this autumn. Despite being very busy with preparations for the wedding, we managed to squeeze in a short holiday to one of the European capitals this summer. I won't tell you which, out of fear that somebody reading this might go over there, so look for the evil flowers. It was a wonderful trip at first. We went sightseeing, we visited all the tourist attractions, museums, cathedrals, palaces, and so on. But Belle and I liked to experience a little more of the cities we visited. We liked to hike through every city, from north to south and from east to west. On the other way around, it didn't really matter. We used to call it getting a feel for the city. One evening I was scrolling on my phone in our hotel room. Belle had already fallen asleep. We had been hiking around the city all day long. I saw on my recommended feed a video about interesting but lesser known places in the city we were visiting. It was a top 10 list style video. I decided to watch it. Most of the places mentioned in the video we had already visited, but the last item on the list was the catacombs. I didn't know this city had catacombs. From what I've seen in the video, they weren't as impressive or famous as those in Paris or Rome, but I thought they were still worth visiting, as both Belle and I had a fascination with the macabre. Worth it they were not. Nothing is worth risking your life over. Foolishly, I made sure the next day that on our city hike we would pass by the entrance to the catacombs. I wanted to surprise Belle. The entrance was underneath a small old church. The catacombs were dark and narrow and filled with human remains. The bones were behind bars, but some of them were pretty close to the bars. If you wanted, you could reach and touch them, which is exactly the kind of thing that Belle liked to do. Personally, I found touching the bones disrespectful to the deceased, and also kind of gross, but didn't bother me enough to try to stop her. Should have. Belle was super excited to see the catacombs. She poked every bone she could reach, whenever nobody was around or looking. I guess the thought of getting caught thrilled her. For some reason, the whole experience made her turned on. She grabbed my behind and whispered in my ear slowly and with passion in her voice, "I can't wait to get home." Needless to say, her words also put me in a mood for some boning. Pardon the pun. "Ouch!" cried Belle. "What the heck was that?" She had pricked her finger. She took out her phone and turned on the torch. I took out mine as well and went to see. Thinking it was a bone or maybe wood splinter. Who knows what kind of germs are living down here? It might get infected. I thought out loud. No such luck. Out of the eye socket of one of the skulls poked out the weirdest flower I had ever seen. A very dark purple, almost black, iridescent flower. The stem, thorns, and leaves, however, were completely black, and I mean completely. I don't know if you've seen those videos on the internet about Vanta Black. A dye so black, it looks like a hole in reality. That's exactly how the stem and leaves looked, and not just in the darkness of the catacombs. I've had the misfortune to see the accursed things in broad daylight, and they are just as mind-bogglingly black. It was one of these impossibly black thorns that Belle pricked her finger. Short after our visit to the catacombs, Belle couldn't go any further. Despite only having walked less than a quarter of the distance of the previous day, she felt ill, was short of breath. I touched her arm, then her forehead. She ran a fever. We took a taxi to the hotel. Belle went straight to bed. I couldn't even get undressed, let alone shower. If only she took that shower or at least put on pajamas, we might have noticed the signs of the infection earlier. Or is it a parasite? Let's call it what it is. A curse. In the morning she couldn't get up. She was just too weak. That's when I noticed it. Something black, like veins, or rather black roots underneath her skin on her arm. Panicked, I took her shirt off. She wasn't able to. The roots were going from her hand to her breast, ugly, thick, and impossibly black, even beneath the skin. What was that thing? How was that possible? Is she going to die? It can't be normal. It can't be natural. I didn't dare think it then, but I'll say it now. It was supernatural. I started hyperventilating. I didn't know what to do. "Stop being a baby," said Belle with much difficulty. "Call ambulance." At the hospital, she went into a coma. The roots spread all around her torso and eventually down her legs. The first flower bud came out of her private parts. There, the flesh was more tender and the flower could more easily get through. Then out of her belly, arms and legs, and eventually from between her ribs. There wasn't much blood loss, because the flowers produced some sort of coagulant, the doctors said. It didn't want to let her die that easily. It wanted to produce as many flowers as possible first. We buried her last week. Maybe it's a good thing she was in a coma. Hopefully she didn't feel that much of the pain. Otherwise, it would have been excruciating. Hopefully, I won't feel much pain either. I woke up this morning, more like afternoon, unable to get out of bed. I mustered enough strength to take off my pajamas. I have a black root going from my belly button down my left leg.